Derrida vis Lacan Andrea Hurst. This study grew out of an exchange of ideas with Bert Olivier, who was wrestling with Lacanian psychoanalytic theory while I was similarly engaged with Derrida's quasi-transcendental thinking. It was he who suggested to me that there were moments in Lacan's writing that readily agreed with the logic of Derrida's thinking and that a deeper study of an accord between them held promise. There were, of course, many moments when I cursed him for ever having tempted me along this tortuous path, and perhaps many more when he cursed himself for having exchanged the patient ear of his understanding interlocutor, lover, and hiking partner for the unsympathetic, self-involved, and distant creature facing the computer screen. Nevertheless, through the inevitable ups and downs, he has been, as always, the relentlessly persistent, if restless being of romantic temperament wind in my sails. It is with my deepest thanks that I have dedicated this text to Bert, without whom there would be for me the paralyzing bliss of a calm life. There are more people than it is possible to mention who deserve my thanks and appreciation, but first and foremost I am greatly honored to have had John Caputo, Joan Kopjek, and Thomas Bush as constant companions, although they may not always have been consciously aware of their extensive spectral travels to distant African shores. I am particularly grateful for the gift from both Jack Caputo and Joan Kopjek of a fair, balanced, and open-minded hearing. As lovers of Derrida and Lacan respectively, they represent the antagonistic discourses that I have tried to bring into conversation, yet both have reaffirmed in their practice the quintessential philosophical attitude inscribed in Aristotle's insistence that his love for philosophy supersedes his love for Plato. I would like to express my gratitude to the intellectual community at Villanova University, and particularly the philosophy department, for extending the gift of learning across international borders. Here I would specially like to thank Farhang Irfani, not only for some illuminating discussions concerning politics but also for his hospitality and continuing friendship. Finally, a special word of acknowledgement and thanks to my family and friends who have had to put up with egregious neglect for far too long. For the love of Lacan, and it is with this event, this justly deserved and spectacular homage to Lacan, that I was happy to be asked to associate myself. Not only but also because, in our time, and I mean the time of culture and especially Parisian culture, a political significance in this homage. I consider it an act of cultural resistance to pay homage publicly to a difficult form of thought, discourse, or writing, one which does not submit easily to normalization by the media, by academics, or by publishers, one which rebels against the restoration currently underway, against the philosophical or theoretical neoconformism in general. Let us not even mention literature, that attends and levels everything around us, in an attempt to make one forget what the Lacan era was, along with the future and the promise of his thought, thereby erasing the name of Lacan. As you know, there are countless ways to do this, sometimes very paradoxical ways. In his lifetime, Lacan underwent the experience dubbed excommunication. Some of those who claim to draw on Lacan's name, and not just his legacy, can be not the least active or the least effective in this operation. Here, once again, the logic of the service rendered is highly tricky, and censorship, suturing, and defense of orthodoxy do not in the least exclude quite the contrary a facade of cultural eclecticism. Whether one is talking about philosophy, psychoanalysis, or theory in general, what the at-footed restoration underway attempts to recover, disavow, or censor is the fact that nothing of that which managed to transform the space of thought in the last decades would have been possible without some coming to terms with Lacan, without the Lacanian provocation, however one receives it or discusses it, and, I will add, without some coming to terms with Lacan in his coming to terms with the philosophers. Derrida, it would seem, loves Lacan. It is, he insists, for the love of Lacan that he emphasizes the important political obligation to embrace a difficult thinking that rebels against normalization. Lacan in turn is not entirely averse to being loved by Derridians. Concerning a certain deconstructive reading, he is quoted as saying, "I can say, in a way, if it is a question of reading, that I have never been read so well with so much love naturally enough. Derrida's love is not unconditional, as always, Lacan left me the greatest freedom of interpretation, and as always I would have taken it even if he had not left it to me, as it will have pleased me. One must, of course, read Lacan's texts with deconstructive vigilance, and, at least on the face of it, this is what Derrida aims to do. In turn, Lacanian psychoanalysis in principle must encourage inventive interpretation and independent thinking among its readers. Lacan, reacting upon the veritable aporia of the Freudian doctrine, again on the face of it, does not expect unconditional love. To the contrary, he insists, all of us share an experience based upon a technique, a system of concepts to which we remain faithful, partly because the system was developed by the man who opened up to us all the ways to that experience, and partly because it bears the living mark of the different stages of its elaboration. That is to say, contrary to the dogmatism that is sometimes imputed to us, we know that this system remains open both as a whole and in several of its articulations. Seemingly tied together by mutual respect and resistance, it is fair to expect a Derridian/Lacanian philosophical legacy that reeks a dynamic interchange of ideas. Yet, for a complex set of reasons, there is relatively little productive interchange between deconstruction and Lacanian psychoanalysis. If Derrida and Lacan are named together with mantric regularity under the general banner of post-structuralism, more detailed work on the shape of an accord between their discourses is relatively scarce. One is more commonly confronted with mutual ignorance or resentment between Derridians and Lacanians, interchanges characterized by clear misconstructions of either Derrida's thinking or Lacan's, or both. In consequence, the interface between deconstruction and psychoanalysis is at risk of becoming a limiting border rather than a permeable space of generative cross-fertilization. The misconstruction of Derrida's thinking that trumps them all, as John Caputo points out, is the argument that he has destroyed his own grounds for protest about being misunderstood, since his anything goes postmodernism undermines the very idea that there can be such a thing as misunderstanding. There are two versions of this misconstruction. The RST is derived from a catchphrase that Derrida, and those who love him, have good reason to regret sorely, namely, ILNY apata or text, there is no outside text. Many take this phrase as confirmation of Derrida's apparently uninhibited celebration of an utterly nominalist, relativist free play of differences, supposedly based on the premise that there is nothing out there beyond the text, which dooms us to the innate play of texts upon texts, all of indifferently equivalent non-value and endlessly referring to nothing but themselves. Derrida persistently and explicitly rejects this misreading, which is the contemporary equivalent of Hegel's mistaken characterization of Kant's transcendental turn as a subjective idealism, and it may be subjected to the same kind of rejoinder, namely, that transcendental constitution does not create existence, but interprets or synthesizes what is given, thereby constituting a phenomenal world. Derrida's phrase "there is no outside text" makes the equivalent claim. Something must occur before there can be interpretation, i.e., texts, but there are no uninterpreted objects for us because it is precisely through the process of interpretation that they are RST constituted as elements that belong to a phenomenal reality. In his words, I believe always in the necessity of being attentive RST of all to this phenomenon of language, naming, and dating, to this repetition compulsion, at once rhetorical, magical, and poetic. To what this compulsion signifies, translates, or betrays. Not in order to isolate ourselves in language, as people in too much of a rush would like us to believe, but on the contrary, in order to try to understand what is going on precisely beyond language and what is pushing us to repeat endlessly and without knowing what we are talking about, precisely there where language and the concept come up against their limits. The second misconception of Derrida's thinking derives from the phrase interpretation of interpretation. He is often correctly cited as describing two interpretations of interpretation, one that remains nostalgic for the kind of totalizing system of synthetic rules that Kant envisaged, and one that affirms the free play of interpretative differences. He explicitly insists, in accordance with what he later calls the plural logic of the aporia, I will return shortly to this axial notion, that it is never a matter of choosing between them. Nevertheless, time and again he is taken to have made precisely a choice, for the side of unregulated play, that he expressly interdicts. Claims that Derridian thinking represents a cynical version of anything goes postmodernism, based on such arguments, could only be the consequence of not having read his texts with sufficient care. By now this kind of misconception should have given way to more balanced treatments of his thinking. Its persistence, nevertheless, can probably be attributed to the fact that it suits enthusiasts, who desire his endorsement for various anything-goes stratagems, as much as detractors, both of whom read his texts highly selectively, taking snippets here and there to support one-sided agendas. Even though the majority of Derrida's texts reveal a sustained engagement with psychoanalysis, his readings on topics other than language and the purloined letter draw little explicit attention from many Lacanian theorists, and citations more often than not take the form of typical misconstructions. For example, in a collection thematizing Lacan's theory of discourse, there is but a single reference to Derrida, which refers to Jacques-Alain Miller's claim that in contrast to intellectuals such as Derrida, Lacan saw patients, that is, he put his theories to work in the world outside the esoteric self-referential circle of the academic text. More importantly, when reference is made to Derrida, it is often to his early work on the sign, which is reduced to an endorsement of free play, a misreading that precludes serious engagement with his later writings on ethical issues in the broadest sense of the term, which are in constant dialogue with psychoanalysis. Kaya Silverman's approach to Derrida's work provides a clear but by no means unique example of this reduction. In the subject of semiotics she focuses on his commitment to the endless commutability of the synod together with the principle of deferral, which is taken to mean simply that synocation occurs along a chain in which one term displaces another before being itself displaced. These commitments are brought together under the notion of free play. While Silverman's observations are not inaccurate, and Derrida does indeed insist on this, an economic interpretation of difference, naming it difference as spacing, she gives no voice at all, at least not in Derrida's name, to its economic counterpart, namely difference as temporization. I shall address this complexity in chapter. Suffice it to note here that her one-sided starting point assures a reductive interpretation of other Derridian notions. For example, her remark in the acoustic mirror that Derrida has appropriated from sexual difference a sinier, namely invagination, with which he has attempted to erase the opposition between inner and outer, can only sound strange to Derridian ears. Silverman is not isolated in this respect. Even Joan Kopjek, from whom, as will become apparent over the course of this study, I have learned the most concerning the Lacanian version of the plural logic of the aporia, assumes that the Lacanian equivalent, which she names the paradoxical logic of the whole, is the distinguishing factor that presses Lacan's thinking beyond Derrida's. Her assessment here is consonant with Slavoj Žižek's. Writing might be exceptional in the sense that it does indeed engage directly with Derrida's later work, but his treatment of it, as I hope to show in chapter, is marred by a one-sided reduction of difference to its an economic moment. On the other hand, it is Derrida himself who gives his readers apparent license to pass over Lacan's texts in silence. Judging by Derrida's explanation in the interview positions of the almost total absence of references to Lacan in his work up to that point, the reasons are complex, having to do with personal antagonisms, striking differences in intellectual temperament, and, least of all, in my view, clear theoretical differences. First, Derrida accuses Lacan of an aggressive response to his own work that takes the form of kettle logic, or the accumulation of incompatible assertions. In his words, devaluation and rejection, it is worthless or I do not agree. Valuation and reappropriation, moreover it is mine and I have always said so. The justice of the accusation is questionable, and despite the avowedly minor importance Derrida attaches to it, there is no doubt that it contributes to the antagonistic tone of subsequent interchanges. In this odd game of getting even, as Barbara Johnson puts it, the priority of aggression is doubled by the aggressiveness of priority. More seriously, Derrida charges Lacan with a cavalier, facile, and obfuscating use of metaphysically loaded terms such as being, authentic, full, true, without subjecting this rhetoric to the necessary philosophical rigor. The interview is characterized throughout by a compulsively repetitive refrain to this effect, to wit, despite many elliptical and rhapsodic variations, since then I have never encountered any rigorous questioning, but in the absence of any theoretical and systematic explanation, to resolve such problems in a phrase seems to me rather slight, a light-handed reference, but without any specific investigation he sums up the charge as follows, in relation to the theoretical difficulties that interested me, I read this style, above all, as an art of evasion. The vivacity of ellipsis too often seemed to me to serve as an avoidance or an envelopment of diverse problems. Moreover, Derrida argues that Lacan's supposedly casual rhetoric leaves him naively trapped within the so-called metaphysics of presence. While he might wax lyrical about loving Lacan in Resistances of Psychoanalysis, he does not shift his critical stance in this later text. Instead, he speaks here of the ironic chiasmus between himself as a deconstructive philosopher and Lacan as a philosophizing psychoanalyst, which makes Lacan's discourse, in his words, too much at home with the philosophers backed by Derrida's damning criticism. It is unfortunate but unsurprising that many Derridians on this account tend to avoid even opening Lacan's texts. Despite the fact that psychoanalysis haunts Derrida's own texts, it does not fare well in the commentaries on Derrida's work. Caputo's Deconstruction in a nutshell, for example, seems to cover everything but psychoanalysis, and Bennington's Derridabus offers suggestive but extremely cursory remarks concerning Derrida's encounters with psychoanalysis. This is all the more surprising since it deals with the quintessentially psychoanalytical theme of singular subjectivity. Many Derridians, moreover, uncritically trusting Derrida's assessment, make the fundamental mistake of assuming from the start that Lacan's discourse is characterized by an essentialism that belongs within the ambit of the metaphysics of presence. Derrida argues that in the thinking of difference, one puts into question the authority of presence, or of its simple symmetrical opposite, absence or lack. Thus one questions the limit which has always constrained us to formulate the meaning of being in general as presence or absence, in the categories of being or beingness, ousia. By contrast, he charges Lacan with the hypostatization of lack, or, that is, the formulation of the meaning of being in general as absence, which implies that his discourse does not move beyond the categories of being. Lacan denies this charge emphatically, arguing a similar point: the thinking of the real, he insists, does not lend itself to ontology. It is neither being, nor non-being, but the unrealized again, in response to the argument of the title of the letter, whose authors remain subject to precisely this prejudice. Lacan insists to the contrary that it cannot be ambiguous that I oppose to the concept of being as it is sustained in the philosophical tradition. The notion that we are duped by jouissance, in fact, Lacan grumbles, it is as if it were precisely upon reaching the impasse to which my discourse is designed to lead them that they considered their work done, declaring themselves or rather declaring me, which amounts to the same thing given their conclusions confounded. Nevertheless, many thinkers continue blithely to ignore Lacanian protests and typically misconstrue Lacan's claims, taking them as evidence of a closet essentialism. Caputo offers a clear description of this prejudice in his exposition of Drusilla Cornell's treatment of Lacan's claim that woman does not exist. Cornell, he reports, expresses disappointment in Lacan for undermining the revolutionary implications of this statement by insisting, as Caputo puts it, that woman is essentially the truth of castration, or of the whole, essentially the place of the lack. Moreover, by contrast, a Derridian approach is supposed to provide the corrective for Lacan's phallocentric essentialism. Derrida turns Lacan's statement around into a statement of non-essentialism. Woman does not exist if existence is given the sense of XED identity and permanent presence. She does not exist, not out of lack or defect but excess, for the feminine disrupts the proper place, including and especially the proper place to which she is assigned by Lacan as lack. According to Kopjek, then, the interpretative mistake many keep making is to take what Lacan calls the hard kernel of the real to be some essence or quasi-transcendental a priori that manages to escape the contingent processes of history. This is, again, the mistake Judith Butler makes, for example, in her reading of Lacan's account of sexual difference, where she takes the real of sexual difference to imply an a priori gender dimorphism in Lacanian discourse, conditioned by normative heterosexuality, which, as usual, deems woman as the negative of man. Again, Lacanians deny this charge of covert phallocentrism, and admissions such as Colette Solar's, for example, that Lacan indeed affirms the phallocentrism of the unconscious, must be placed within the context of his wholesale revaluation of values, for example, in Seminar XX, where such an affirmation can only function as a critique of the one-sided phallic logic that characterizes the symbolic order. Derrida may be right that Lacan does not always explicitly offer rigorous philosophical explanations for the terms he uses, and readers regularly preface their works with caveats concerning Lacan's style. Dylan Evans, for example, remarks that Lacan's psychoanalytic language has often been accused of being infuriatingly obscure and sometimes of constituting a totally incomprehensible psychotic system, but as many commentators have demonstrated, this by no means justifies the charge of philosophical facilness. I disagree without qualification with Derrida's characterization of Lacanian discourse as so different from his own in its mode of elocution, its site, its aims, its presuppositions that reference to it would only result in the accumulation of fog in a eld already not lacking in it. In fact, quite to the contrary, one faces a curious mirroring symmetry here. On the one hand, in contrast to the utter nominalism attributed to Derrida, on the basis of a fundamentally one-sided misconstrual of difference, Lacan is supposed to offer a far more sophisticated, complex, paradoxical style of thinking. On the other hand, in contrast to Lacan's apparent closet essentialism, a characterization derived from a fundamental misconception of the Lacanian real, Derrida is supposed to offer a far more sophisticated, complex, paradoxical style of thinking. The obvious move, I should think, is to step back from the mutual antagonism that has built up around these thinkers and compare what the Lacanians say about Lacan with what the Derridians say about Derrida. One NDS that this comparison yields the interesting result of a rather precise match. The style of thinking underpinning Lacanian psychoanalytic theory precisely matches the plural logic of the aporia by which Derrida describes his own quasi-transcendental thinking. In other words, as I hope to show here, it is easy enough to detect a deep theoretical accord between them, the explication of which would help clarify the eld within which both operate. The eld in question is that opened up by Kant's critique of ontology and his consequent transcendental turn, according to which human cognitive powers are implicated in the constitution of phenomenal reality. One might say that the overall task of this study is to demonstrate that both Derrida and Lacan carefully insist not only upon Kant's transcendental turn but also on a second paradigm shift, rooted in Lacan's thinking of the impossible real and Derrida's equivalent thinking of difference, whereby transcendental thinking, which concerns itself with the conditions that make what is given in experience possible, becomes quasi-transcendental. Quasi-transcendental thinking, as the nickname suggests, does not step beyond the transcendental paradigm but remains parasitic upon it even as it ruins it, by adding that economic conditions of possibility are simultaneously the very uneconomic conditions that also make the given, strictly speaking, impossible. As the logic of such aporetic, possibility, then, quasi-transcendental thinking names a qualid, relatively ruined form of transcendental thinking from which there is no escape, there is no restituting return from the paradoxical state of being to an ancient beginning, and no remedy in a projected ideal. Derrida has proposed various keys for gaining access to quasi-transcendental thinking besides the now notorious term deconstruction. In his words, a thinking of the non-ite number of quasi-concepts announced in the movement of deconstruction is certainly called for by a thinking of writing, as demonstrated in much of his earlier work. However, he maintains that this deconstructive movement is better thematized and formalized. In its relation to the double bind, to the stricture of the double band and, especially, of a remaining that is not and that does not stem from ontology any more than it lends itself to dialectical sublation in aporias, therefore, Derrida prefers to formalize the logic that explains the persistence of such quasi-concepts in terms of the strictures imposed by three different forms of aporia, namely, the economic aporia of closure or totality, the uneconomic aporia of openness or inity, and, nally, the aporia of paradox. This aporia describes the aporia of the aporias, or, that is, the double bind or dilemma that arises because the RST2 aporias are joined together as a paradox, since, as just mentioned, economic conditions of possibility, the conditions of systematic closure, while necessary, are ruined by the equally necessary uneconomic moment intrinsic to them. Derrida also names this aporia the impossible. Consequently, under the obligation to negotiate the ruin of the transcendental paradigm, as neither fully in it nor properly outside, his readers must expect to end themselves tied up, along with him, in the complex plural logic of the aporia that has imposed itself on his thinking with what he calls a formalizable regularity. This kind of thinking does not aim to contradict the age-old tradition of formal logic, and it by no means denies its necessity and force. Nevertheless, Derrida exploits its resources for non-traditional purposes, that is, not for the sake of reducing, clarifying, or simplifying philosophically interesting issues but, on the contrary, to insist upon their irreducible complexities. Without claiming expertise in the language game of formal logic, it seems clear enough to me that Derrida's articulation of life's inevitable antagonisms takes the argumentative form of dilemma, paradox, or aporia, rather than that of the strict contrary or contradictory oppositions within which either slash or choices still make sense. William Angus Sinclair formalizes a dilemma as follows: if P, then Q, and if not P then R, where both Q and R, one should add, are equally unsatisfactory, but either P or not P, either Q or R. Hence the double bind of having to choose between equally unsatisfactory alternatives. This is a slightly more elaborate form of what Simon Blackburn calls the simplest form of a dilemma, which is an argument of the form if P then Q, namely a particular unsatisfactory outcome, if not P then Q, that is, precisely the same unsatisfactory outcome, so in any event Q clearly, here, either slash or choices make no sense, for the alternatives, inclusively, either remain equally unsatisfactory or in the end amount to precisely the same unsatisfactory outcome. Derrida insists, however, that this difficulty, that is, the impossibility of a choice ever being completely satisfactory, does not obviate the necessity for actively going ahead and negotiating such choices. Lacan similarly became increasingly concerned with developing a theoretical discourse of rupture and inconsistency, and according to Lee, he assiduously studied paradox, set theory, logical puzzles, classic Greek paradoxes, the paradoxical Mobius surfaces of topology, and Borromean knots. He also demonstrates a correlative enjoyment of the mind-twisting grammatical constructions available to the play of language. For example, as Paul Verhaeghe notes, if corporeal contingency is inscribed in the phrase "to not stop being written," Lacan writes necessity as it doesn't stop being written and impossibility as it doesn't stop not being written. These gers and enjoyments already indicate that his interests lie in the direction of paradox. Pressing this point further, one may argue that the so-called fundamental concepts of Lacanian psychoanalysis are articulated according to a complex, paradoxical relationality that precisely matches the plural logic of the aporia. I do not at this point wish to enter into the full complexity of Lacanian discourse, suffice it to mention here that Lacan's formulation of the real as rupture introduces the double trouble that Kopjek names the problem of the all and characterizes as an opposition between paranoiac universalism and hysterical nominalism, which matches Derrida's distinction between the economic and uneconomic aporias. Notably, Lacan names the logic of their articulation the vel of alienation and, with a touch of black humor, offers as an example the mugger's choice, your money or your life. This turns out to be no choice at all, for, as Kopjek notes, once the choice is offered, you're done for no matter which alternative you take. The Hegelian lose/lose proposed here, then, is that in choosing one the other is lost, yet, because they are interdependent, this is also thereby to lose the original choice, for life is the necessary condition for having money, and, these days, money is the necessary condition for having a life. Lacan deems the task of psychoanalysis as that of leading adolescents to the point where they may make the move beyond the lose-lose situation of the mugger's choice. Notably then, as Kopjek demonstrates, Lacan, like Derrida, one should note, refuses the limitations of a choice between the aporias of paranoiac universalism and hysterical nominalism and prefers a third stance, which invokes the win-win formulation of the revolutionary's choice, freedom or death, counter to the commonsensical claim, namely, that the freedom that costs a life is not freedom. The revolutionary's choice issues from the insistence that life without freedom is not life. Here, to choose to GHT4 freedom, to the point of risking all for its sake, is to retain the eternal freedom of a Che Guevara. On the other hand, to choose death rather than forsake one's freedom similarly leaves intact forever the freedom of a Socrates. But what is the meaning of this freedom in Lacanian psychoanalysis? It names, RST, freedom from the economic and uneconomic aporias of ideological automatism and paralyzing transgression for its own sake. Correlatively, this is a freedom for decisive action. When it comes down to it, then, this freedom for, as the only possible freedom, is the paradoxical freedom offered by a refusal to submit to the constrictions of the either/or choice given by a binary determination of options and the willingness in consequence to brave the double bind of the aporia of aporias, or, that is, all of the ethical, political, or, as broadly speaking as possible, conceptual paradoxes and dilemmas that can neither be overcome nor evaded but must be worked through interminably. As I hope to show in the investigations to follow, both Derrida and Lacan in their singular ways devise the same inventive, paradoxical logic by means of which one may grasp and put into practice the revolutionary's choice. In this sense, for both thinkers, all binary determinations, regulated by the mugger's choice, must make way for a third style of thinking supported by another logic that exceeds the binary. Accordingly, the logic wreaked in the Lacanian response to the veil of alienation, formalized as the revolutionary's choice, can be generalized as a heuristic that allows one to gather together what Lacan says in relation to diverse themes in a way that gives his ideas a formalizable coherence yet remains subtle and complex enough not to attune them into a system. This enables one to show, as one example among many, that his theory of the transcendental relation is not a product of unmitigated structuralism, as some might insist, but of, in Bruce Fink's felicitous phrase, a Gödelian structuralism in which every system is decompleted by the alterity or heterogeneity it contains within itself. One should not miss the striking resonance here with Derrida's formulation of the aporias, that is, the double bind that arises as a consequence of the fact that the uneconomic moment intrinsic to all economic conditions of possibility ruins any hope for their perfection. The ultimate aim of the study is to counter the adversarial trend according to which, ironically, symmetrically opposed misconstructions on both sides convert the Lacan/Derrida encounter into a mugger's choice by contrast, at the risk of a repetition compulsion. I repeat my hope that in the end I will have demonstrated that the plural logic of the aporia offers a means to break through the impasse of mutual Derridian/Lacanian antagonism and a key to a more productive interchange between deconstruction and Lacanian psychoanalysis. The significance of such an accord is tied to the importance for dealing with practical issues in everyday life, claimed for both by Derridians and Lacanians alike, and to the dangers of not taking either seriously. Against those blasé souls who claim to have gone beyond psychoanalysis, Kopjek insists that the revolutionary insights of psychoanalysis, which remains the mother tongue of our modernity, lie ahead of us rather than behind. In a similar vein, Caputo takes up Derrida's deconstructive critique of hermeneutics, not to get beyond the hermeneutics but to liberate its revolutionary tendencies against the metaphysical desire to make things safe, which, ironically, has become consummately dangerous. He argues, then, that a radicalized hermeneutics enables us to face with less innocence the X we are in. However, stylistically speaking, each discourse is frustratingly and unnecessarily difficult and tense. toward a jargonistic hermeticism that restricts it to circulation among a small group of dedicated initiates, placing a not inconsequential obstacle in the way of greater cross-fertilization. It is hardly surprising that both are widely misinterpreted by followers and adversaries alike. As Lee notes, Lacan's discourse is loaded with multireferential and multilingual wordplay. Neologisms, portmanteau words, and more or less spectacular puns. Moreover, he adds, Lacan's discourses on that which ruptures discourse quite precisely exhibit and even enact the very rupture in question inspired by surrealism. Lacan's texts often function as montages that represent paradoxes in the visually oriented manner, so to speak, characteristic of Freud's primary process. Bruce Fink, too, remarks that Lacan's texts and lectures seem designed to introduce us to the very kind of work analysis itself requires, sifting through layers of meaning, deciphering the text as though it were a long series of slips of the tongue. All of this makes for certain stylistic Grote's queries, and, to be sure, it requires concentrated labor to make sense of it. I have sympathy for Derrida's insistence that the labor in his case would hardly have been worth the effort and that he had far more rewarding, creative, and urgent things to do philosophically than grind through Lacanian arcana. But Derrida himself, ironically, similarly tends to exploit the multiple resources of language, logical, semantic, poetic, etc., often mimicking the text he is dealing with and condensing, that is, encrypting, into his opening sentences or paragraphs text of plutonium density, which he will subsequently unravel in minute detail. Moreover, in working through Derrida's deconstructive readings, it takes sustained concentration to avoid mistakenly attributing to Derrida himself the claims that he is trying to elucidate, and in the process deconstruct, by pressing each to the logical extreme at which it becomes illogical. Reading Derrida, then, demands almost inhuman patience, since his essays reward only those willing to submit to the painstakingly slow movement of the deconstruction, and they persistently trap the impatient into hasty judgments. In both cases, then, I agree with Bruce Fink that the excitement of seeing such an active and creative mind at work is often overshadowed by the difficulty involved in isolating an identifiable thesis. My approach here aims to be explicatory, then, in the sense that I propose to interpret the relevant texts as carefully as they will allow. The difference between the work of clarification I aim to do here in the name of interpretation, and what Derrida does in the name of the same concept, will amount to the difference between what he has called the RST reading of a text, which is a respectful countersignature that says I hear you, and the second, disrespectful, inventive, countersignature that plays, or, more carefully, that plays thinkers off against themselves, bringing out the surprise that was always already there. Although I shall avoid complicating an already difficult eld by engaging in such play, my aim for clarity is not intended to make things easier in the bad sense. Instead, in striving to make the complexities clearer and more accessible, I hope to open up a way into Lacanian and Derridian discourses that avoids the abyssal superficiality of mutual antagonism that has so far characterized most of their encounters. The text to follow is divided into 4 parts, each of which is introduced by a summary of its overall aims and arguments. From transcendentals to quasi-transcendentals. It would certainly pay dividends to examine, along with Husserl and other thinkers who have inventively appropriated Kantian insights, what nevertheless remains unsatisfying about Kant's transcendental philosophy. One could, with Derrida, also consider what goes against itself in Husserlian phenomenology to engender such proliferation in its name, since it is the impossibility of Husserl's enterprise that RST impels Derrida toward the ontological shift, wreaked in what he nicknames difference, whose correlative is the plural logic of the aporia. However, I have here elected to follow another path from transcendental to quasi-transcendental thinking, namely via psychoanalytic theory. While it is, without doubt, only one of many possible readings, the assumption that Derridian and Lacanian discourses may be linked through their mutual interest in Freud's writings, which one may in turn hold partially responsible for the shift from transcendental to quasi-transcendental thinking, has the advantage of proposing a shared historical context, the relative ruin of the transcendental tradition, within which Derridian and Lacanian discourses may be brought into dialogue. Assuming that the general eld from out of which the plural logic of the aporia emerges is that opened up by Kant's transcendental turn, I shall begin by sketching out a certain trajectory in the transcendental tradition that links Kant, Husserl, Heidegger, and Nietzsche in a movement of thought that is not historically linear but proceeds in terms of an increasing sense of ruin. In chapter, then, I begin by laying out the earliest account of transcendental constitution as it appears in Kant, indicating subsequently in what ways Husserl's phenomenological style departs from Kant's preoccupations. I then turn to Heidegger's critique of Husserl, and, finally, to the challenge Nietzsche's remarks concerning the nature of language poses for Heidegger, which may also be understood in terms of the conflict between essentialism and nominalism. I shall not pretend to be fair to either Heidegger or Nietzsche here. By focusing on snippets of what in both cases is ultimately a highly complex, self-subverting oeuvre, I do end up drawing caricatures of both. In Heidegger's self-critical later writings, for example, the moment of aletheia that closes up the economic circulation I describe here is given the more paradoxical form of an articulation between awareness and entigness, where he argues that entigness, forgetting, or stabilizing the oscillating play of awareness, is a necessary structural feature of the events of being as appearance, understood as worldviews, programs, or paradigms, for example, and that philosophy's troubles begin with the forgetting of this forgetting. Similarly, Alan Schrift, upon whom I rely for a helpful exposition of Nietzsche's series of metaphorical translations between experiential spheres, points out that one must not expect to nd that there is a uniformity to Nietzsche's corpus or a non-evolving consistency in his views. My aim here, however, is not primarily to offer a just exposition of Heidegger or Nietzsche but to use certain insights in each to help me pose a contrast between the economic and uneconomic moments that stand together in unresolved conflict in Freud's writings. In other words, I sketch this trajectory of inventive appropriation primarily in order to address the question of Freud's place in it, for it remains uncertain whether his thinking is closer to the economic spirit of aletheia, which characterizes the motif of circular return in Heidegger's early work in Being and Time, or to the uneconomic spirit represented by the Nietzschean account of the work of metaphorical transfer in the cognitive process, which is directed by the movement of the will to power to support the contention that Freud's psychoanalytic theories cannot easily be placed at all since there are internal tensions that pull his thinking in connecting directions. It is necessary to outline Freud's views in some detail, if only to counter the ubiquitous reduction of another highly complex, self-subverting oeuvre to the mind-numbing absurdities of pop psychology. Nevertheless, to reduce Freud's oeuvre to a few summary pages, as I do in chapter, is itself necessarily a simplification that risks violating a complexity attributable not only to the magnitude and novelty of his subject matter, an integrated account of all psychical functioning from the instinctual to the ethical, but also to the fact that his texts are not presented as the null writing up of a theoretical foundation produced by intellectual labor already undertaken. They are, rather, the provisional documentation of theoretical insights that remain open to modification in the light of new evidence. Yet, moving in the direction of Kuhnian paradigmatic shifts, his various models of the psyche or conceptions of the unconscious, for example, are successive re-articulations that do not progress toward greater adequacy of evidence. They may overlap to some extent, but the later articulations do not supersede and replace the earlier ones, since the terms cannot be matched precisely as progressive modifications and each model or conception retains its advantages and disadvantages. Freud, therefore, never got down to an eidetic structure, or essence, of the psyche. Such complexity, together with the exegetical and conceptual difficulties posed by many unresolved enigmas, make it impossible to do justice here to Freud's account of the transcendental relation, and I will lay out only just enough to offer a basis for my treatment of Derrida's deconstructive readings as well as for understanding the interpretative and theoretical controversies that have motivated certain important Lacanian revisions. Here, then, I offer a reconstruction of Freud's theory of the transcendental relation, tying it to a genetic account of subjective development, which does not address his theories concerning the pathological but follows the path of so-called normal cognitive and libidinal development from infancy to adulthood. An outline of this development should at least make it clear that Freud, like few others, doggedly braved the immense complexities involved in the question of the human psyche, and as the Derridian and Lacanian appropriations of his texts demonstrate, the philosophical insight gained along the way makes it well worth the effort of tracing a path through the labyrinth of blindness and insight that is his legacy to his readers. Freud's thinking, as much as Heidegger's and Nietzsche's, forms an important precursor for the quasi-transcendental thinking that emerges in the hands of Derrida, and equally Lacan, as I hope to show later. I should mention here that I begin with Derrida not only because, aside from its performance in every text, he has written extensively about the plural logic of the aporia, but also on the contingent grounds of a greater familiarity with Derrida's work. From this basis, I make the move toward the less familiar territory of Lacanian psychoanalysis. This strategy certainly risks the hermeneutic problem of imposing the terms of the familiar upon the unfamiliar, but no interpretation can claim innocence in this respect. In mitigation, I hope to demonstrate that Derrida's formulation of the plural logic of the aporia can be read into Lacan's texts without excessive distortion because it is already there to be found behind the lexical differences. In chapter, I offer a more detailed account of Derrida's quasi-transcendental thinking. One of the main purposes of this account is to undo the ties of the interpretative straitjacket that binds his thinking into an uneconomic free play of differences, which sees deconstruction as merely the hysterical dismantling of any construction. A further purpose is to lay a basis for grasping his deconstructive readings of Freud. While I acknowledge the injustice of engineering only particular thinkers, I begin by criticizing Richard Rorty's early misreadings, which provide excellent material for an attempt to counter the one-sidedness of readings that make of Derrida's philosophical strategy a free-play relativism. I, rather guiltily, for I love him otherwise, place Zizek in Rorty's company. To counter such misreadings, I offer an account of difference in accordance with the plural logic of the aporia, aligning difference as temporization with the economic aporia and difference as spacing with the uneconomic aporia. Finally, I address the question of their interweaving, by asking whether a Derridian account of this connection would be unambiguously antinomial or dialectical. These alternative logics of articulation are addressed to show that Derrida's thinking does not fall from the sky but remains in critical dialogue with other options in the transcendental tradition. Derrida, however, following Heidegger here, uncovers a third logic of interweaving, not quite consonant with either of these, which acknowledges that the conjunction between the economic and uneconomic aporias is irremediably paradoxical. This logic, to which one could assign the nickname quasi-transcendental, although it goes by many other nicknames too, my preference being the plural logic of the aporia, is therefore what Derrida calls iterable, that is, a form that can be repeated but also cannot avoid being different each time. I conclude this chapter with a discussion of Derrida's analysis of the gift as an exemplary case of how quasi-transcendental thinking highlights the aporias involved in an apparently simple act or a supposedly self-evidently meaningful social practice. I hope to have demonstrated by the end that whatever one chooses to do with Derrida, as enthusiast or detractor, it is important at least to avoid starting out with the oversimplifications already abundantly in circulation. Introductory remarks. Transcendental constitution. The word ontology, derived from the Greek word for being, is often reduced to a name for the branch of metaphysics that concerns itself with characterizing what exists via, as Simon Blackburn puts it, a priori arguments that the world must contain certain things of one kind or another, simple things, unextended things, eternal substances, necessary beings, and so on, that often depend on some version of the principle of sufficient reason. After Kant, however, the thinking of being can no longer simply characterize what exists as if one could determine what things would be like regardless of whether there are humans around to experience them. Kant saw that the path so far traveled had brought metaphysics to such a state of vacillation that any way forward had become impossible. Reason's very nature, characterized by what he called the principle of unconditioned unity, combined with a fundamental commitment to some form of representational relation between perceiving humans and an independently determined external world, had engendered a twofold, self-connecting interest, which trapped reason in metaphysical antinomies that, he argues, old-style metaphysicians could neither pass beyond nor turn away from. Reason has a twofold interest in moving from universal to particular in determinative judgment and from particular to universal in reactive judgment. Ideally, for him, these movements should be reversible, but they led instead to opposing conclusions about the nature of the world whole, the self, and God. Pure reason's peculiar fate was its inability to live up to its most fundamental principle, namely complete, systematic unity. He argues that one can avoid the gridlock of reason's antinomies and preserve reason's principle of unconditioned unity only on a constitutive, rather than representational, account of the relation between thought and thing, henceforth, the transcendental relation. In this case, subjective processes are recognized as unavoidably implicated in the constitution of the external objective world, thus converting it from a supposedly independently determined thing in itself to phenomenal reality on Kant's account of the transcendental relation. Then, one is obliged to take into account three rather than two terms: phenomenal reality as the constituted effect, and, working back to its transcendental conditions, the embrace between two irreducible poles, the transcendental subject, described as an interpreting or synthesizing subject already equipped with certain sensory and cognitive powers, and an object X, described as an existing materiality not created by us, to which we respond via receptive sensory systems. After Kant, thought, or that aspect of it we can call synthetic, cognitive processing, is implicated in the shaping of spatio-temporal things, now viewed as phenomena, in response to the force Eld of our sensory reception, which, in turn, is occasioned by an otherwise unknowable Heiltic substratum. Put differently, phenomenal reality is the effect of transcendental constitution, involving a relation between a perceiving subject and a perceived materiality, neither of which is visible as such in the phenomenal effect. Accordingly, philosophical thinking proceeds by transcendental questioning. On the basis of what does appear phenomenally, one proceeds by asking after its antecedent conditions of possibility. In so doing, one aims to determine, lay out, or explicate the tacit conditional structures of transcendental constitution, the synthetic process, or intentional life, by virtue of which subjects let objects be. For Kant, transcendental constitution involves a combination of the a priori syntheses of productive imagination and the a posteriori syntheses of meaning-giving cognition. Although there are also important differences, for example, concerning where to draw the dividing line between unconscious and conscious processing, one nds certain parallels in Husserl's passive and active genesis, Heidegger's pre-thematic and thematic hermeneutics, understanding and interpretation, Nietzsche's distinction between our spiritual fatum and concept formation, and Freud's primary and secondary processes. Although not strictly in accordance with Freud's more technical terms, I shall here use the terms unconscious and conscious as roughly synonymous with implicit and explicit. In view of these later developments, Kant's important distinction between a priori and a posteriori synthesis warrants the slight digression needed here for an elaboration. He accepts that human infants enter the world prematurely, not only because they are physically underdeveloped but also because there is no pre-given phenomenal reality, and a sense of both self and world has to be learned. This is clearly not because there is nothing around them nor because healthy infants lack the intrinsic cognitive potential necessary to constitute objects. Rather, he argues famously, the a priori power of synthetic processing, which enables us to constitute an ever more complex Eld of experience, is only actualized in response to sensory encounters. In the total absence of sensation, any a priori given cognitive faculties would lie dormant and there would be no phenomena. I should add here that, as emphasized in his well-known cinnabar example, if the Heiltic substratum that occasions sensation occurs as an utterly irregular chaos, no subject would be capable of constituting a coherent objective reality. In other words, he accepts that phenomenal reality is built up through repetition and surprise in the play of sensations, by means of which infants learn to constitute abiding habitualities and, on the basis of these, associations and expectations. By the same token, if we did not already intrinsically possess the power of recognition, for example, of sameness and difference, and anticipation, even given our full sensory capacity, no such learning at all could take place. I should qualify the meaning of intrinsic here. While granting that subjective cognitive faculties are contingently given and remain corruptible, what remains incontrovertible for him, however, is the universal form these powers must take if an individual is to participate in a non-defective transcendental relation, whose constituted effect is the apparently coherent experiential reality we all supposedly share. The presuppositions inscribed here will come into question in the work of other thinkers. For Kant, the a priori powers of recognition and anticipation, together with intuition, constitute the power of productive imagination. This faculty describes the power to bring a mass of sensations together, or synthesize them, by organizing them according to an articulated system of a priori concepts to form a spatio-temporal manifold of objects. When sensory events occur, this synthetic process is a matter of making multiple basic judgments, which he believes one can describe theoretically as fundamental questions of quantity, quality, relation, and modality. For example, is it enduring, instantaneous, eating, continuous, discrete, regular, irregular, necessary, contingent, universal, particular, singular? Through experiential learning, then, based on the interaction between sensation and productive imagination, infants gradually acquire a phenomenal reality, or, in Husserl's terms, a transcendental monad, which may be described as a continuously experienced phenomenal eld capable of being apprehended at a glance. Importantly, although we have to learn to synthesize, that is, to make the kind of basic judgment just listed, or to bring our sensations under these fundamental concepts, this synthetic process, starting almost from birth and increasing in complexity as we mature, is implicit and generally unconscious. Once developed, synthetic operations for the most part work automatically to constitute the world that I now continuously have around me. I do not have to reconstitute the objective manifold anew each time I open my eyes. The a priori conceptualization that is the work of productive imagination goes on all the time and is presupposed by other mental processes. For Kant, as indeed for Husserl, the kind of world that would be given by productive imagination alone, or passive genesis, is imaginable as a neutral manifold of objects stripped of all meanings and affects. Husserl makes this point clearly: the ready-made object that confronts us in life as an existent mere physical thing, when we disregard all the spiritual or cultural characteristics that make it knowable as, for example, a hammer, a table, an aesthetic creation, is given, with the originality of the it itself, in the synthesis of a passive experience. As such a thing, it is given beforehand to spiritual activities, which begin with active grasping. In other words, for both thinkers, the spatio-temporal manifold given perceptually in productive imagination or passive genesis is also subsequently given meaning and affective charges through active explication. Here, Husserl's active genesis is the equivalent of what Kant names a posteriori, or empirical, conceptualization, which enables one to say, for example, that this is a cat. The kind of a posteriori judgments he has in mind here would answer such questions as, what color is it? How does it feel to the touch? Can I eat it? Is it alive? Husserl adds that in the work of active genesis, or explication, one projects intentions, or anticipatory expectations concerning parts and features of things, on the basis of present experience. These expectations are either confirmed, made evident, and retained as acquisitions, or disconfirmed and discarded. Moreover, for Husserl, active genesis is productively constitutive or generative. One can, for example, actively generate endless kinds of numbers or sentences. However, both thinkers hold that the conscious, meaning-giving processes of active genesis can only produce new objects on the basis of the ready-made objective world generated by productive imagination or passive genesis. As Husserl puts it, the physical thing given beforehand in passive intuition continues to appear in a unitary intuition, and no matter how much the thing may be moded therein by the activity of explication, of grasping parts and features, it continues to be given beforehand during and in this activity accordingly, in order to determine the tacit conditional structures of transcendental constitution. It is the a priori conditions of productive imagination or passive genesis that are given priority. Notably, it is as a consequence of their analysis that both Kant and Husserl and it necessary to posit the transcendental subject as the seat of unit temporality. The philosophical interventions of many more thinkers than the few I shall touch upon here have brought about a second paradigmatic shift that subjects transcendental philosophy to the ruinous articulation that necessitates the prex quasi. This shift, engendered by various inventive appropriations within the transcendental tradition, is not a matter of rejecting the form of the transcendental relation articulated by Kant, but of reinventing, ultimately, all of its terms. In its later quasi-transcendental articulation, Kant's noumenal object X becomes event, trauma, difference, or the Lacanian real. His unit transcendental subject becomes the split subject, whose most complex articulation takes the form of Lacan's godly end structuralism. Finally, the coherent, systematically ordered phenomenal reality he envisaged becomes the product of desire rather than a description of the actually experienced state of affairs, which is now best described as ux or becoming, noting that the opposite of being is not becoming but chaos. The shift that makes the antecedent conditions of experience quasi-transcendental rather than transcendental, then, wreaks the truth that the state of affairs we call phenomenal reality is an irremediably paradoxical articulation of being and chaos. Of course, to do justice to this immense topic would take a book in its own right, and what I outline here is just a brief indication of the shift from Kant's systematic philosophy to hermeneutics in Husserl and the challenges posed to this by Heidegger and Nietzsche. Kant's quest for metaphysical security. Kant thought he could establish the grounds for certain knowledge concerning phenomena by specifying a rationally guaranteed order on both occulted sides of the transcendental relation. On the subject side of this relation, as noted, he argues that the fundamental spatio-temporal shape of the phenomenal world can be known with certainty, since this shape is given to it by our own a priori given cognitive powers. Transcendental analysis of these powers, moreover, yields the insight that constituting phenomenal objects via productive imagination involves the application in judgment of 12 a priori categories, all schematized as time determinations, to as yet undetermined sense data, so that objective reality appears in synthesized form as a three-dimensional spatio-temporal manifold. To specify the rules according to which productive imagination works to constitute this manifold, therefore, is also to lay out and delimit the scope of a priori synthetic knowledge. Thus the form of any object that is experienced at all can be described with absolute certainty in terms of the unit, complete set of constitutive predicates that make a spatio-temporal manifold or objective eld possible in the RST place. For Kant, then, the spatio-temporal form of the phenomenal world is universally shared among rational beings across immeasurable empirical diversity. Turning to the other side of the transcendental relation, Kant insisted that one could only render empirical knowledge of phenomenal reality absolutely certain by presupposing a harmony between the heiltic substratum, which gives it its immeasurably diverse empirical content, so to speak, and the subjective faculties according to which we interpret it. We must minimally be capable of showing that the noumenal object X lends itself to spatio-temporal appropriation and that it must remain a unity, or a constant, over the various ways in which it can be taken. He acknowledges, however, that from the point of view of theoretical understanding there is nothing to explain or guarantee the regular repetition of forces in the heiltic substratum necessary for actual objective experience. Requiring just such an explanation and guarantee, for him, the inability to explain everything amounts to the inability to explain anything. Kant, to cut a very long story short, ultimately echoes Descartes' turn to God, although here God supports an ethos that combines theoretical understanding and moral necessity in the notion of natural teleology. The necessary convergence of the true, the good, and the beautiful, in God's unity, becomes the ultimate guarantee of the unity of form and content, of universal and particular, and of the reversibility of determinative and reactive judgment. In sum, for the sake of rendering phenomenal reality scientifically certain and rationally grounded on both sides of the transcendental relation, Kant imports an illegitimate deus ex machina into his thinking. Hermeneutics and Husserl's intervention. Even Husserl drops Kant's quest for such metaphysical security, arguing that the constitution of phenomena does not depend on their being an object X, conceived of as fully present in principle in the perspective-free vision of a divine eye, which underlies and holds together the night spatio-temporal perspectives of human subjects. Instead, the future continuation of the world can at best be inductively projected on the basis of past experience. This, notably, leaves open the possibility that what humans or other beings do risks the future course of the world in unexpected, unpredictable ways. As Caputo puts it, describing Husserl's thesis of the inalienability of the world, Husserl understood as well as anyone that we have to do with contingent unities of meaning, with constituted products, that nothing has dropped from the sky. For Husserl, everything rises slowly from below, is formed and reformed, and remains subject always to discreditation, to what he called, in an uncanny experiment, the possibility of the destruction of the world. The one thing which alone resists this destruction is no thing at all but the pure ux of internal time. This reference to time introduces Husserl's important intervention on the subject side of the transcendental relation. In Kant's terms, transcendental analysis of the synthetic faculty yields the a priori rules according to which productive imagination operates. In Husserl's equivalent terms, phenomenological analysis of passive and active genesis ultimately yields the eidetic laws governing a passive forming of perpetually new syntheses for both thinkers. This yield describes the structure of unit temporality, but they conceive of it very differently. Kant, as noted, understood temporality as a closed system of 12 logical categories. Husserl, by contrast, offers an existential understanding of intentional life constituted, in his words, as an innate nexus of synthetically congruous performances at levels, all of which the universal persisting form, temporality in short, all of a subject's multiform intentional streams are held together and organized as streaming off in two directions from the now point of immediate perception, toward the past, from retention through memory to history, and toward the future, from protension through anticipation or expectation, to hope. Thus, as Caputo sums it up, consciousness builds up and constitutes, makes up the object by making up for what is missing at any given moment, and this by a retention, repetition, which is compounded with protension in such a way as to bring the O of Orlebness to a contingent rest here. Then, Husserl offers a hermeneutic theory of constitution that recognizes that the only absolute is subjective consciousness, described in terms of time as an ordered O, rather than as a logical system of cognitive rules, consisting of the present point and its horizon of protensions and retentions. What Husserl challenges, then, is not Kant's transcendental turn but his interpretation of synthetic constitution. For the sake of epistemological certainty, Kant not only makes of the event beyond the phenomenal appropriation a thing in itself, which must be postulated as sublimely present and guaranteed to be regular even if it is inaccessible as such, but he also presupposes that the rules for synthetic cognition can be understood as a unit set of robust transcendental conditions. A significant shift beyond Kant, then, as wreaked in Husserl's insistence upon the necessity of making one's way through the O of experience without metaphysical guarantees, may be described as a shift in the transcendental theory of constitution from metaphysics to hermeneutics. One might wish to break off at this point, before Husserl subverts his hermeneutic side and falls into complicity with Platonism, yet, as Caputo notes, while one must emphasize Husserl's hermeneutic side to correct exaggerated misreadings in the other direction, this is not to say that Husserl did not close off with one hand what he opened up with another, that he did not do his best to bury his revolutionary side under the most traditional metaphysics of subjectivity and transcendental. Riccian Caputo explains that Husserl's reactionary gesture turns on a misconception of science as an activity that concerns itself with pure, neutral description unhampered by ontological presuppositions. Science, for him, as the activity of making fully evident the essential structure of a thing's pure quiddity, renies away all that is supposedly unnecessary to its essence, via epoche and imaginative variation, including its existential status, that is, whether the thing in question exists, ever has existed, or ever will exist. But this emphasis on the activity of pure description supposedly unhampered by ontological presuppositions depends on, as Heidegger points out, a certain self-deception, for it is not as if Husserl's commitment to ontological neutrality escapes being an ontological presupposition. Taking the being of consciousness to be such that it can neutralize itself or purify itself of worldly contamination, Caputo adds, Husserl was in fact inspired by a Cartesian ontology which supposes the separability of reactive consciousness from concrete RST order experience which is embodied in language, historical tradition, and culture. Husserl then, on one hand, argues that consciousness or intentional life may in principle, or fundamentally, be described in terms of time as an ordered O. Yet, on the other hand, he inconsistently clings to the ideal that the reactive ego enjoys a mode of intentional life free from potential, implicit, horizontal, historical, and predelineatory factors which he otherwise insists belongs to the makeup of intentional life at large. Thus, as Caputo points out, Husserl's residual Cartesian commitment affects the initial hermeneutic projections on the basis of which he undertakes his phenomenological analyses. He projects the subject too narrowly as a being who RST of all looks at, or passively perceives, generating a primary objective manifold characterized as neutral, which is only subsequently given meaning and effective charge in active genesis. This mistakenly implies that one can disengage from the constituted effects of active genesis at will and return to the neutral manifold by adopting a philosophical attitude. In this case, Caputo notes, Husserl in effect asks us to believe in two selves, one situated in the world and the other, its transcendental double, as Foucault calls it, capable of reacting on that situation, taking hold of it and laying it out. In a way that makes consciousness transparent, exposing all the preconditions under which it labors. Husserl's conservatism shows itself, moreover, in his attempt to exclude signification, the work of signs, from the inner core of transcendental life in order to preserve its absolute self-presence. Like Kant, Husserl presupposes the primacy of thought over language, considering language to be merely a more or less, in his case less, convenient vehicle for its expression. Husserl accepts that the articulation of sense in the interior monologue is carried out in a language, but for him the fact that this same articulation can happen in any language demonstrates that the medium of sense, the inner voice of cognitive articulation, transcends any natural language. He grants that in conversing one must resort to material signs, spoken signiers, that express the logically intended sense, signed. If natural languages were ideal for this purpose, there would be perfectly univocal correlations between expressive signs and the sense expressed by them, and perfect translatability between languages. For Husserl, this is regrettably not the case, and the equivocally of material signs often obstructs communication. However, he thought such obstacles could in principle be overcome. The aim of conversation, then, is to reach, via spoken or expressive signs, the point of perfect communion between interlocutors, where such signs are no longer necessary and language, having served its purpose of communication, quietly drops out of the picture. Again, he grants that the preservation of intellectual acquisitions is secured only through indicative signs, especially writing, since they outlast the living. Husserl's ideal writing is phonetic, at best a copy of spoken language. But if speech threatens the communication of sense, so much greater is this threat with writing, since the written word is often encountered without the clarifying interactive process of conversation. We have it from multiple sources, however, that signifying activity is not simply the, somewhat unreliable, representation of cognition but a prior condition for cognition. Husserl might have criticized contemporaries for beginning not with the primordially given, synthesized perceptual experience, but with second-level theoretical constructs, atomistic sense impressions or metaphysical systems. But his own starting point similarly fails to meet this demand, since the primordially given is the symbolically infused space and time of action in the life world and not his own second-level theoretical construction, namely, the supposedly ready-made objective manifold that is neutrally synthesized in passive genesis. Heidegger and the economic motif of circular return. Heidegger insists on a return to Husserl's hermeneutic side, arguing that his understanding of scientic consciousness is dictated by a misconception of science as the quest for scientic absolutes, stable, eternal, atemporal essences or eidetic structures, in the name of which he is forced to propose a mode of consciousness that can be extracted from the existential ux. Heidegger insists instead that the notion of perception as a pure, neutral looking at is an impossible idealization, for we are first and foremost beings whose existential cares and interests affect and direct the initial perception that constitutes the manifold. He argues, therefore, that the manifold of intentional objects is not primordially a series of neutral spaces but a surrounding environment saturated with existential significance and affective charges. Instead of characterizing the primary act of synthetic constitution as a neutral, cognitive, passive genesis, he argues that we build up an implicit, holistic grasp of ourselves and our surrounding environment through the concernful interactivity by which we deal with events. Notably, Heidegger's generic term for the beings that we are is Dasein. For him, humankind is the exemplary Dasein, indeed, the only one we know of, and the one he takes as his model. One may say that Dasein's constitution of the world through concernful dealing with, which is never purely cognitive but, just as originally, emotional and charged with significance, remains unconscious in the sense that it involves the implicit, intuitive, pre-thematic, pre-reactive grasp of a surrounding environment. His correlative version of Husserl's active genesis takes the form of hermeneutic explication, which becomes a matter not of adding sense and affective charge to a ready-made manifold, but of explicating, bringing to light, or uncovering what is already implicitly grasped. Accordingly, he insists that constitution must be understood in terms of what he calls the structural unity of care, that is, the unity of thrownness, projection, and falling. Thrownness and projection. By thrownness, Heidegger means to say that all phenomena emerge in the midst of a pre-existing heritage, and it is only within this context that they may be given the shape of something new or anomalous. Accordingly, Dasein is primordially delivered over to a pre-existing actuality, already pregnant with significance, to which it is bound to respond. He regards actuality as Janus-faced. It represents the factical situation that always already encompasses and looms ahead of Dasein as the condition of the possibility of its future projects. In other words, actuality is both the source and limitation of Dasein's potential. In the hard sense, one is born with certain physical and psychical endowments, or gifts, that make individuals what they are, beyond which they cannot stretch and within whose limitations only future projects may be actualized. In a softer sense, one is born into a pre-existing world whose codes of significance and modes of being again offer an initial endowment, to which Dasein's projected future is always a response. For Heidegger, the pre-existing world into which Dasein is thrown is inherently resistant to novelty and strives to stand fast against relentless forces of dissolution and change, of reforming, revolution, or evolution, by subjecting all things in existence to an inertial tug or drag toward conservation, repetition of the same, self-preserving habits, and so on. This inertial drag, which Freud appositely names the death drive, then Ados in its conservative guise, is an entirely necessary existential force. Without some degree of repetition, there would be nothing there to undergo change. In other terms, the weight of the world tends to slow down the pace of change enough for things to take shape and take hold, but it would slow to a stop were it not the case that all existing things are equally engaged in a battle against such inertial forces. Resisting their backward drag, existing things are also projected toward a future, growth and development, increase rather than decrease, complexity rather than simplicity, potentiality, what can be, rather than actuality, what already is. Dasein, as primarily being possible, is characterized by the power to grasp the significance of its situation. As a being that knows what it is capable of, Dasein possesses a sense of its own orientation toward a purpose, a sense that there is something for the sake of which it acts. It consequently has the power to wrest freedom for the future from the weight of a past heritage, not indeed by escaping from it entirely but through inventive appropriation of the potentialities inscribed within that heritage. The idea of projection, then, inscribes the resolute affirmation of Dasein's power of choice not over what happens but over its appropriation. Thus there is a constant dynamic tension between thrownness and projection, which may be understood in existential, hermeneutic, and discursive terms. Dynamic tensions, existential, hermeneutic, and discursive existential projection, as Caputo puts it, is a forceful setting free, a matter of forming and reforming, of giving life, whereas existential thrownness is a matter of keeping shape, preserving, and resisting change. The forces of projection constantly press a thing past the boundaries of what actually is toward what it can be. But Dasein's possibility, in Heidegger's words, as an existential, does not signify a freeloading potentiality for being in the sense of a liberty of indifference, libertas indifferentia. In every case Dasein has already got itself into denied possibilities, in other words, seeking to conserve what is already in place. Resistant actuality forces projections to remain realistic. Dasein that is free for possibility, then, must recognize necessary limitations in any actual situation, as the base from out of which a projection of something new can be made. However, free Dasein is simultaneously required to recognize provisional limitations, so as to avoid being imprisoned by them. For Heidegger, to be authentically free Dasein means to be the play between these two forces and to endy the courage to maintain this tension, that is, to keep actuality open for possibility, without it into the impossible, the madness, fantasy, illusion of wholly unrealistic projections, and without falling into unthinking, inexorable, sediment habits. The tension between these two dynamic existential forces, one may add, involves a constant feedback loop. Where novelty disrupts a system, the system must accommodate and domesticate it or break apart. Both accommodations and break-ups cause shifts in relations whose effects are to produce more novelties that must be accommodated on pain of destruction. Hence the incessant ux of the world, which in turn demands never-ending hermeneutic explication. A parallel tension occurs in theoretical activity, Husserl's active genesis, between the hermeneutic forces of understanding, Verstehen, and interpretation, Auslegung. Heidegger famously remarks that Dasein may be described essentially as the being for whom its own being is an issue. In other words, healthy humans do not remain innocently or passively caught up in their existential context, but experience it originally in terms of an implicit, pre-thematic, pre-reactive, pre-predicative horizon of understanding derived from the necessity of dealing with everyday events. In short, we already possess an intuitive or unconscious sense of how things stand, who we are, what a thing is, and how to act accordingly. Given this horizon of understanding, our attempts to theorize, that is, to project an explicit, predicative, thematic, reactive grasp of something, are never free from presuppositions. That is, interpretations aim to make conscious or explicit the implicit presuppositions formed from our concernful dealing with items and situations in the everyday. In Heidegger's words, when something within the world is encountered as such, the thing in question already has an involvement which is disclosed in our understanding of the world, and this involvement is one which gets laid out by the interpretation again, maintaining the play between two forces, while interpretation works to shake up sediment presuppositions by uncovering them and subjecting them to reactive questioning. in the same sense that thrownness aims to keep existential projections realistic, hermeneutic presuppositions aim to keep interpretations honest. A similarly parallel tension exists in the sphere of discourse. Unlike Kant and Husserl, Heidegger does not presuppose the primacy of thought over signification. In other words, for Heidegger, pre-thematic does not mean pre-linguistic, signifying activity goes all the way down, so to speak. In his words, discourse is existentially equiprimordial with state of mind and understanding. The intelligibility of something has always been articulated, even before there is any appropriative interpretation of it. Discourse is the articulation of intelligibility. Therefore it underlies both interpretation and assertion. Heidegger, in other words, makes a division within signifying activity, between two forms of articulation or discourse. Claiming that talking is the way in which we articulate significantly the intelligibility of being in the world, Heidegger describes an expressive use of language that is the correlative of pre-thematic understanding. Expressive discourse may be understood as a matter of speech acts, as assenting or refusing, as demanding or warning, as pronouncing, consulting, or interceding, etc., to which also belong the possibilities of hearing and keeping silent. Here, one engages in talk in which something is said, without what is said necessarily becoming the theme, or content, for an assertion in which one gives something a definite character. Heidegger describes expressive discourse as having a broad, context-related significance that exceeds the words spoken. The words "no, not that one," for example, in the context of a workshop, may signify that a particular hammer is considered to be too heavy for the task at hand. The words also signify being with another who is directed to procure the appropriate tool. Further, the intonation of the words signs much about the nature of the directive, the relation between the parties involved, and the mood of the speaker. Accordingly, Heidegger suggests that the success of expressive discourse depends upon a mutual attunement, which allows even the briefest of gestures, without wasting words, as well as silence, to have significance. By contrast, when what is primordially understood is converted into something about which we speak, we shift to the mode of thematic assertion. He deems assertion as a pointing out which gives something a definite character and which communicates assertion, then, is characterized by apophasis, pointing out, predication, giving the subject a definite, if partial and reductive, character by asserting a predicate of it, and communication, passing along the expression of an entity in its absence in further retelling or hearsay. The tension between the modes of expression and assertion may be articulated as follows. Expressive discourse might be rich in context-specific evocative significance, but it remains local, insular, singular, and idiosyncratic. In assertion, for Heidegger the predicate which we are to assign and make stand out, gets loosened, so to speak, from its unexpressed inclusion in the entity itself in being thus highlighted and thereby made open to general examination. Assertions are capable of shaking up expressive discourse. Yet at the same time they run the risk of falsification, for assertion veils the complexity of expressive discourse by singling out limited predicates to give an entity a definite character. In other words, no longer taken environmentally or contextually, the significance of the entity, while universal and shareable, is dimmed down and edened out. In Heidegger's words, by looking at the world theoretically, we have already dimmed it down to the uniformity of what is purely present at hand. In sum, if the mode of assertion draws expressive discourse out of itself, expressive discourse remains resistant to the attenuating effect of the assertions it necessarily exceeds, and it therefore poses a permanent and necessary challenge to their hegemony. Falling for Heidegger, falling occurs when something breaks down in the tensional relationships just described. It is not being among everyday actualities themselves that constitutes fallenness. Rather, falling is the all too human attitude toward these otherwise innocently ordinary superficialities of the everyday, in which Dasein allows itself to become caught up and dissipated in them, using its busyness among them as an excuse to avoid committing itself to the sometimes bitter struggle to see a project through. Consequently, In eeing from the demanding call of conscience and sinking back into the comfortable inertia of everydayness, Dasein loses itself to a lifeless repetition of its given heritage, to a perpetual present without future prospects. The hermeneutic tension is similarly broken in the tendency to rest content with the heritage of presuppositions that are taken over as unquestionable truths. Philosophers, for example, have developed systems of knowledge based on an interpretation of being as essentially eternal substance, which has seldom been questioned in relation to experience. In fact, given that being is experienced as more of a ux than anything more of a verb than a noun, one cannot maintain the argument that being is essentially eternal substance except by elaborate artists. To insist on the artist nevertheless converts intelligence into pattern recognition or puzzle solving, operating in the domain of illusion rather than genuine wisdom, and philosophy, thereby, is converted into what Heidegger calls idle talk. To fall into idle talk, nally, is to break the discursive tension. Again, assertions are innocent enough with regard to the mode of falling, but they lend themselves to idle talk, which consists in the thoughtless taking up of assertions and communication of information about entities in their absence, in further retelling or hearsay, without previously making the thing one's own. Discourse, here, becomes caught up in the proliferation of empty catchphrases that everybody uses without question and without knowing what they are really saying. This, in turn, allows assertions expressly to be taken out of context and placed in the service of interests other than the quest for aletheia, for example, a desire for power and mastery. Falling is interrupted by a disturbance of the peace. The challenge may derive from the anxiety that announces a brush with the possibility of death, from confronting the abyss of value, in Nietzsche's terms, or from a trauma, in Freud's terms. Something happens, in other words, that challenges the viability of depressed nihilism, vacuous boredom, cynical weariness, or ideological comfort, and forces one to see that there are questions still to be asked, projects to be revitalized, and truths to be retrieved. Aletheia and circular return. At this point, one may invoke Heidegger's circular notion of aletheia, uncovering, or retrieval, which marks the moment when a projection has returned from a fallen state to its primordial truth. Aletheia depends upon Heidegger's claim that in the circle is hidden a positive possibility of the most primordial kind of knowing on his account. In the silent call of conscience, Dasein knows itself, and this self-knowledge stands as the measure of what it explicitly claims as a vocation. Moreover, within the implicit horizon of understanding, Dasein knows how things stand in its world, and this understanding provides the measure against which all explicit interpretations, which try to bring it to light, hold sway or falter. Finally, expression marks, as Heidegger puts it, the co-understanding prior to what is said in the talk, on the basis of which one may judge whether the way in which it is said is appropriate to what the discourse is about thematically. However, we only genuinely capture this implicit knowledge in our explicit projects, interpretations, and assertions, when we resist the tendency to let them fall. That is, in Heidegger's words, when, in our interpretation, we have understood that our last, and constant task is never to allow for having, foresight, and foreconception to be presented to us by fancies and popular conceptions, but rather to make the scientific theme secure by working out these four structures in terms of the things themselves. As Caputo explains, hermeneutics is able to retrieve the primordial only insofar as it dismantles the overlaid accretions and derivative understandings of the world, of Dasein, and of being. However, to undo, or deconstruct, the damages and distortions associated with falling is by no means to do away with presuppositions altogether, but to replace them with better projections that are drawn not from idle talk or hearsay but from the things themselves. But how can we tell whether a new projection has the power to elucidate these things, illuminate and disclose them, set them free? Heidegger's answer, Caputo notes, is that only by being worked out in detail can the projection of existence prove its worth. The question remains, he adds, of how to tell when the working out, the explication, has nally secured the interpretation. For Heidegger, Caputo argues, everything turns on the fact that we already understand who we are. Everything turns on our ability to say that this is the account which brings to words what we have all along understood but have been unable to say because of prejudices. In other words, having found the appropriate force structures drawn from the things themselves and not forced upon them to serve interests other than that of aletheia, and having worked them out in detail, recasting them where necessary, we should be able to recognize ourselves, the event, situation, or thing in the interpretation. There is, therefore, a kind of essentialism in Heidegger's stance. In the absence of the interpretations that bring the primordial events to light, they remain in truth just what they always were before any interpretative efforts. Admittedly, the moment of aletheia represents a movement of both uncovering and covering over, but for the Heidegger of being and time, the risk of covering over occurs not as intrinsic to the moment of aletheia, as will certainly be the case in later texts, but subsequent to any uncovering, as the risk of falling, rst, when one tries to hold onto the moment of truth for too long in a world characterized by ux, which therefore demands its persistent re-articulation, and second, in the inevitable emptying out or deterioration when one tries to communicate it to others. Interestingly, Heidegger and Nietzsche similarly rely upon the notion that what is implicit or unconscious is the domain of truth. The movement of aletheia depends on the view that there is an essentially true state of affairs that is always already genuinely, if implicitly, grasped. It is this genuine grasp that is presupposed in the notion of a recognizing response that conreams the revelatory power of an interpretation. For Nietzsche, by contrast, the unconscious truth lies in the great stupidity that we are. Our spiritual fatum. What is unteachable very deep down. Importantly, however, this spiritual fatum simply cannot be imagined, spoken, or conceived. As soon as one attempts a translation into images, words, or concepts, falsification inevitably occurs. In other words, conscious processing intervenes absolutely between the unconscious singularity that I am and any synthesizing interpretation, leaving no hope of any return from interpretation to understanding in a revelatory match. The unconscious remains the domain of truth, but the notion of truth has been re-articulated. It indicates the truth of the secret or the secret of truth, the truth that there is no truth. Nietzsche's thinking, therefore, represents the most extreme point of ruin for transcendental thinking, for what is there to stop the Nietzsche in us from insisting that the contingent points of aletheia, at which we attempt to capture this essential untruth via images, words, or concepts, constitute illusions produced by the pathos of truth, which is an effect of the will to power? Nietzsche, the will to power. Nietzsche's style of thinking is derived from the insight that all values are context-bound and therefore inherently indeterminate and shifting. The same thing can, for example, be good in one context and evil in another. In contemporary terms, this insight is coded in the oft-quoted Saussurean dictum that there are no present terms, only relations of difference. That is, a term's significance or value cannot be determined in isolation from a complex network of other terms that condition it. For Nietzsche then, the unforgivable philosophical error derives from the so-called dream of purity inaugurated by Plato, in whose wake traditional philosophers dream of establishing fundamental concepts, the value or character of which could be determined unconditionally, whereas in fact, he insists everything unconditional belongs in pathology. Moreover, he continues, because any value is, by contrast, contextually determined through the contaminating traces of other values, one cannot establish a philosophically grounded system for organizing things according to clearly antithetical values between which straightforward either/or choices would be structurally possible. Nevertheless, he complains, just such crude oppositional thinking predominates in intellectual life precisely where one should acknowledge only degrees and many subtleties of gradation or degrees of apparentness and, as it were, lighter and darker shadows and shades of appearance, different values. To use the language of painters yet again, in his words, when one is young, one venerates and despises without that art of nuances which constitutes the best gain of life, and it is only fair that one has to pay dearly for having assaulted men and things in this manner with yes and no. Everything is arranged so that the worst of tastes, the taste for the unconditional, should be cruelly fooled and abused until a man learns to put a little art into his feelings. Further, even though it may cause distress and aversion in a still hale and hearty conscience, Nietzsche insists not only upon a doctrine of the reciprocal dependence of the good and the wicked drives, but more radically still, and at the risk of seasickness, a doctrine of the derivation of all good impulses from wicked ones. But he presses those thinkers with the stomach for it to journey along with him, for treasures await the adventurer. With the proposition that so-called evil and its derivatives, falsity, aggressivity, lust, etc., lie at the origin of what is ordinarily valued as good, truth, stability, order, beauty, system, etc., one reaches the bottom line of Nietzsche's logic of contamination, from which emerges his formulation of the will to power. This is succinctly expressed in his claim that life is essentially appropriation, injury, overpowering of what is alien and weaker, suppression, hardness, imposition of one's own forms, incorporation, and at least, at its mildest, exploitation. An extreme sense of ruin concerning transcendental constitution is indicated here by the shift in tone where Nietzsche speaks of appropriation. If, for Kant, constitution is a matter of rational appropriation of the object X, which requires an external guarantee, for Husserl and Heidegger it becomes a matter of hermeneutic appropriation of the event, whose only guarantee is inductively derived from experience. For Nietzsche, however, life as essentially appropriation becomes the inventive destruction of what is. New forms, he argues, emerge from the destruction, dissolution, or incorporation, in a word, contamination, of something already existing. What is inventive breaks with or traumatizes the conventional, reconjuring it in a way that passes beyond the point of no return. In this case, appropriation remains without the aletheic guarantee of primordial experience, for all life is essentially a series of such inventive destructions, and nothing previously invented can stand as a guarantee for the new. A form's only guarantee is its power to prevail for the present in aggressive competition with myriad threatening forces. Heidegger retains a circular conception of aletheia whereby the new is a revivification of the primordial, or a retrieval of an original/originary richness from a state of decline or fallenness. For Nietzsche, by contrast, the ux of the world is more violently linear, if only in the sense that it presses toward incessant change rather than teleological progress. I am assuming here that it is unnecessary to get carried away by the seeming contradiction contained in Nietzsche's perplexing notion of eternal recurrence. While, no doubt, the sense of this notion remains a contentious issue, I shall take up Bert Oliver's suggestion that one may most plausibly understand this notion in ethical, rather than cosmological, terms. In agreement with Karsten Harries and Alexander Nehamaz, Olivier argues that the eternal recurrence is primarily an ethical notion insofar as it exhorts individuals to live in such a way that they would be able to will the eternal repetition of their lives down to every last detail or decision. Notably, for Nietzsche, to live according to this ethic would be the only way to overcome the spirit of revenge, or resentment, which is the source of bitter regrets. To return to Nietzsche's ontological concerns, a form's power to prevail, he insists, always already entails a gesture of forgetting. To consolidate and stabilize a new form one necessarily forgets or represses the very condition that underpins all origination, namely the possibility of contamination. Thus, for him, any products, inventions, or instituted systems, conceptual, ethical, epistemological, or ontological, can only be erected insofar as one forgets the untruth of contamination. Any erection, then, comes into being on the basis of a lie, a fake stability, or, if you like, the necessary originating myth of its own form. Paradoxically, while system as such, or order, is traditionally associated with justice, the convergence of the good, the true, and the beautiful, Nietzsche contends that any system is unavoidably established by means of an originary injustice, by that which is false and therefore, traditionally speaking, also evil and ugly. Once a form, he adds, is erected by forgetting its originary evil, its contamination and aggressivity, and consolidating its stabilization, it has to commandeer recognition from others to be sustained. Durability here is directly proportional to the power to seduce or conquer all others. Such universalization, however, has two unfortunate consequences. First, he argues, to gain a purchase on the minds of the majority, the singular untruths of innovative ideas must be thinned down, shrouded, sweetened, blunted, falsied. The more universally a new form is shared, the more it is falsied or emptied of the untruth by which it was engendered, until only a superficial facade covers over the vacuity that is left. Second, the more ensconced in conventionality a new form becomes, the more its originator becomes enamored of the facade, falling prey to the self-deluded belief that the invented myth is indeed the truth and forgetting that it was ever necessary to establish it by forgetting an originary injustice. Thus the invention becomes resistant to the very kind of evil that engendered it, to the point of condemning any other similar injustices within its system. The dynamic of the will to power, in short, describes the structure of ideological conditioning. Importantly, this is not an indictment of productive life as the expression of the will to power, but an account of what happens. Nietzsche's objections are directed elsewhere, toward philosophy's willful blindness to this necessary dynamic of originary injustice, its concealment, the concealing of this concealment, and, therefore, its tendency to succumb to the will to power or to allow itself to devolve into ideology, epitomized, for him, by the fundamental metaphysical faith in opposite values. The implication of language in thinking. According to Nietzsche, then, all theoretical activity is structured by the will to power, which is also, as Derrida notes, a matter of what he sees as castratism. Moreover, Nietzsche argues that all such activity, up until his own efforts, has repeatedly suffered its self-poisoning, since it does not acknowledge the will to power or castration effect that describes its operation and for this reason becomes trapped by it. The path of cognitive decline occurs via 4 stages, between which it is possible to intercalate the 3-stage metaphorical transfer that characterizes Nietzsche's account of the role language plays in cognition. Thus, drawing from an exposition by Alan Schrift, one may outline the following schema. The RST stage of cognitive activity, belonging to the sphere of physiology or sensory events, may be marked by the following claim: I am the untruth. Between this stage and the next, a metaphorical transfer occurs whereby nerve stimuli are translated into images. Here, what is essentially unimaginable is given shape or form, example spatio-temporal, via what one could think of as the equivalent of productive imagination. In other words, for the purpose of constructing an image of an event, the event is forcefully stabilized. In Nietzsche's words, the impression is petrified for this purpose. In this transfer, then, individuals are castrated or cut off from their own singular untruths. Marked by the claim I have the truth, the second stage of cognitive activity, or image thinking, is named the sphere of intellect. Between this stage and the next, a second metaphorical transfer occurs whereby images are imitated or indicated by sounds. By means of this conversion into sounds, that is, signs or words, images are abstracted. In other words, what is essentially unspeakable is given linguistic form, placing the original event at an even further remove from the cognitive form by which it is captured and stamped. Thus, as Nietzsche notes, words are the seducers of philosophers, they struggle in the nets of language marked by the claim I give the truth. The third stage of cognitive activity, namely linguistic activity, is labeled the sphere of acoustics linguistics. Between this stage and the next, a third metaphorical transfer occurs whereby sounds or words give rise to concepts, which are even further removed from the originary untruth. What is essentially inconceivable, because it is uniquely singular, is given conceptual form, that is, universalized and rendered shareable. In Nietzsche's words, it is killed, skinned, mummied, and preserved as a concept. Thus, Nally, marked by the claim I master the truth, the fourth and null stage of cognitive activity, or conceptualization, is named the sphere of abstraction. In sum, in the process of discovering, forming, sharing, and universalizing the truth, we inevitably end up achieving quite the opposite effect, that of arriving at greater and greater falsity. According to Nietzsche, then, to say in the RST place that I have the truth is always the beginning of self-delusion, for the process of inevitationalizing is the true state of affairs. What poisons this process, as already noted, is the refusal to accept this untruth, motivated by the traditional philosophical quest for truth in the form of absolute certainty, which, in turn, is driven by the desire for absolute mastery. In other words, honesty demands our thoroughgoing suspicion of any claims to have nihilized the truth. But such suspicion cannot be admitted by traditional philosophy since it operates on the basis of an either/or choice between absolute truth and utter skepticism. If you can't explain everything, you can't explain anything. Instead of allowing the thought of ineradicable suspicion to take hold, traditional philosophers are motivated by what Nietzsche calls the pathos of truth, as if describing the moment of aletheia. He notes that this pathos or feeling of truth is experienced in rare moments of sudden illumination. These are, he adds, moments in which the person stretches out his commanding arm as if to create a universe, draws up light from within himself and shines forth. At such a moment he is pierced by a certainty which fills him with happiness, the certainty that that which exalted him and carried him into the farthest regions should not be allowed to remain withheld from all posterity. Instead of seeing in the ash of insight something singular and momentary, what offends philosophers deeply, Nietzsche insists, is the thought that an instant of supreme universal perfection should vanish like a gleam of light, as it were, without posterity and heirs. Thus, he continues, a philosopher affected by the pathos of truth, implicitly disdaining both the singular and the momentary, dreams of shaping culture, which is thought of as a great unifying chain linking eternal truths to one another. However, as he notes, this dream has to impose itself on a resistant reality. Terrible cultural struggle is kindled by the demand that that which is great shall be eternal. For everything else that lives exclaims no. On his account, it is hardly greatness that prevails among humans. Rather, suffocating, choking, darkening, and deceiving, it is the small-mindedness of human culture that billows around what is great and blocks the road which it must travel toward immortality. As already noted, he argues that to make sense of and share a moment of illumination, that is, to organize it into a secure, static, systematic body of beliefs, is automatically to kill it off. Moreover, when traditional philosophers develop a paranoid defense of their systems against any possible challenge, they succumb to the power of an all-too-human small-mindedness, and having thus been castrated, they aim to castrate those who listen to their words. One should not think that Nietzsche, for this reason, dreams of returning to the unspeakable, unconscious, silence of being the untruth. He is mercilessly critical of those among the addicts of fame who desire to claim their immortality independently of a public and in total disregard of time. Here again, the worst afflicted are the philosophers who presume to rise above the cultural morass, for they teach but a single lesson: disdain for the merely mortal span of being. In his words, it is the nature of philosophical reaction to disregard the present and momentary. He possesses the truth, let the wheel of time roll where it will never be able to escape from the truth. For Nietzsche, such disdain for the present is exemplified by the wise Heraclitus. One may give thanks for history, he notes sarcastically, for unless he has been instructed to the contrary by history, no one will be able to imagine such regal self-esteem, such boundless conviction that one is the sole fortunate wooer of truth. Heraclitus, however, remains in the unreachable canons of his own solipsistic universe, whose loneliness is like being in the wildest mountain wasteland, while growing numb from the cold. Such a being, he adds, might seem more comprehensible in a remote shrine, among images of the gods and amidst cold, sublime architecture. Nietzsche grants that one might admire his striving for singular self-knowledge, but this gesture is thoroughly undermined when he presents his insights as immortal wisdom, eternally worthy of interpretation in the sense in which the prophetic speeches of the Sibyl are immortal. It is sufficient for the most distant generations. Yet what precisely is this immortal wisdom? It is precisely nothing but the injunction to think for yourself. May they interpret it only as the sayings of an oracle, as Heraclitus, as the Delphic god himself neither speaks nor conceals. Thus, as Nietzsche exclaims. Truth. Rapturous illusion of a God. And what was the Heraclitan truth? And where has it gone? A vanished dream which has been erased from mankind's countenance by other dreams. It was hardly the RST. Nietzsche, however, goes on to argue that humanity would despair if we knew the true state of affairs, the truth that we all are eternally condemned to untruth, clinging, therefore, to the belief in attainable truth. Do we not, he asks, actually lie by means of a continual process of deception? His answer is, of course, affirmative, but he adds that such deception, or one might say rationalization, should not be taken as a tragic error to be mourned over, but as the chance for inventive action. Instead of trying to arrest the destructive acts of the world or cover it up with the sheen of truth, one should learn to affirm and celebrate it, because it is precisely due to this acts that life becomes by no means the destruction of value as such, but precisely the promotion of value in the subtle art of inventing, resisting, transvaluing, and reinventing all determinate values. Art, Nietzsche concludes, is more powerful than knowledge, because it desires life, whereas knowledge attains as its null goal only annihilation. Essentialism and nominalism. I have set up the above contrast between Heidegger and Nietzsche mainly to identify and characterize the two economic and uneconomic styles of thinking that stand together uneasily in Freud's writings. Before I turn to the question of Freud's place in the trajectory of inventive appropriation just outlined, I should emphasize that there is no choosing between Heidegger and Nietzsche, for I have taken them to represent opposing aporias, which may be formalized as a tension between essentialism and nominalism. From a purely essentialist or economic point of view, what exists as the real, as enduringly present for all time, or endlessly repeatable as the same, is a universal essence of some sort, conceived variously from thing to eidetic or existential structures, rather than any particular instance of it. In this case, only its conceptual articulation or hermeneutic construal is open to error or decay, and in many cases its name, or the nominal unity that describes it, functions merely as a convenient, arbitrary labeling service for this construal. When an event occurs, the obvious question is what happened. From this point of view, one takes the responsibility for making an interpretative stand, or for specifying what happened. Or, again, assuming that this event is that of my singular being, I take responsibility for projecting who I am and commit to becoming it. But since a projection can only become what it is by erasing, repressing, all of the uneconomic gers of unpredictability, chance, anomaly, irreconcilability, and connect, in making a stand one converts the complex, undecidable, or singular event into a present thing, and in so doing loses it due to the inevitable oversimplifications that sustain all ideologies. On the other hand, nominalism, or these days particularism, as Kopjek puts it, involves the claim that there are only particular persons and things, despite the fact that culture continually builds and unbuilds while mistaking them for given series of arbitrary and alterable universals, whether these be nations, institutions, identities, or moral laws. Universals are seen by nominalists simply as illusions to be deconstructed and dispersed. From a purely nominalist or an economic point of view, then, what exists as the real is the particular instance, which is considered a unique and unrepeatable event. In this case, we impose a certain repeatability and therefore think quality, or durability, on such unique events by means of hermeneutic constructions, or, that is, by imposing nominal unities. Here, what has any kind of durability at all is no essence but the imposed nominal unity, whose repeatability is a matter of habit, convention, and pragmatism. Erase the nominal unity and no thing remains, only unique events. Facing an event, one is accordingly tempted to abdicate all responsibility for making a stand, on the grounds that nobody can ever legitimately say what happened, or who they are, since the abyss of metaphorical transfer separates interpreter and event. Any attempt to make sense of something, that is, convert an event into concepts that may be grasped, is not seen as interpretation at all but pure rationalization. In other words, one does not ever really read, interpret, A situation, rather, one always writes, invents, it. In this refusal of recognition, however, the event is again lost, but this time to pure absence or non-denition. Instead of choosing between essentialism and nominalism, both of which are aporetic taken alone, Derrida and Lacan insist on the necessity of negotiating the contaminated and treacherous path of an anti-essentialism that must therefore risk becoming a form of nominalism, a quasi-nominalism that does not fall prey to the excesses of pure nominalism. Or, vice versa, both tread the path of an anti-nominalism that risks becoming a quasi-essentialism. One may borrow from psychoanalytic theory one of the most accessible among very many gears offered for grasping this alternative, trauma. I assume here that the term trauma denotes an event that both cannot and must be assimilated into the everyday economy of sense. Notably, trauma does not necessarily denote only negative events of pain and suffering. Love, joy, and unexpected success, for example, can be equally traumatic. The Gur of trauma offers a negotiated position between essentialism and nominalism in the following way. A traumatic event in principle so exceeds an individual's or group's framework of ordinary experience that it cannot be accommodated within this framework. The imperative, nevertheless, to accommodate this unspeakable event calls the wounded to the task of hermeneutic construal, of speaking, or of gathering together a nominal unity, which aims to make sense of events, even if this means stretching one's experiential framework. Such necessary fabrication of sense is a matter of converting events into things in the world, thus bringing phenomena into being for the rest time. This is the sense in which the nominal unity, and not the trauma itself, is the thing in the world. This implies, however, that the very revealing ash of aletheia is already contaminated by its own undoing. In the moment of aletheia, the interpretation may be authenticated on the basis of experience, but it is simultaneously rendered inauthentic because there is always already a bit of Nietzschean fabrication in every appropriation of the event. But this, in turn, represents only a quasi-nominalism, for something that cannot be assimilated remains after and beyond every possible construal. Since in principle the traumatic event exceeds the constituted world of the affected person or group and cannot therefore be fully assimilated, it remains as a surplus that challenges any nominal unity, repeating itself as a rent in the fabric of this world, which calls constantly for further hermeneutic work. Even after the operations of interpreting, speaking, or constituting have brought the event into being, it is this unspeakable remaining behind that keeps calling again and again for a repetition of the operation by which it is brought into being. In other words, even if all such construals were to be erased, one is not left with nothing. Rather, something persists in the event of which these are construals, yet it is impossible ever to deem it precisely, and it remains more or less resistant to different hermeneutic construals. The nominal unity, then, cannot replace the trauma, which remains independently of it as something that has happened, and it is this remaining that allows us to speak here of a quasi-essentialism. The subversion of any radical suspicion concerning truth would be found in the Heideggerian insight that discourse does genuinely appropriate the event in some way. There is a measure, if not a positive measure of authenticating essence, then at least the negative measure of resistance, according to which some interpretations may be called more appropriate than others. The real resists some appropriations more than others. For example, while one cannot say of the traumatic event marked by the nominal unity precisely what it is, there is sufficient resistance in the event itself to ensure that I will make little headway if I construe it as a propaganda drive engineered by the Chinese government to showcase the insanity of inkting among Western religions in order to sell more copies of the Tao Te Ching. If one cannot make a case for truth as responsible appropriation, then one is simply lost in the funhouse of solipsistic inventive fantasy. But why invent a text, for example, at all if it is intrinsically impossible to communicate across the abyss of metaphorical transfer? Nietzsche might answer that one writes not to convey meanings, ideas, notions, or opinions, but to stimulate thinking, but he also acknowledges that one must make room for a recognizing response, a public, for writing to be stimulating at all, and this brings one back to the inevitable necessity of a certain moment of aletheia. Concluding remarks, Freud. To return to the question of Freud, both Derrida and Lacan have found that his thinking is neither entirely economic in spirit nor entirely uneconomic. In fact, as I hope to show in subsequent chapters, Derrida, who, like Lacan, reads Freud with the greatest of care and attention, emphasizing the aporias that unsettle all of his fundamental concepts, brings to light a thoroughgoing tension between radically uneconomic and conservatively economic motifs in his theoretical enterprise, neither of which can be explained away to arrive at the true Freud, who does not exist. Similarly, Lacan explicitly focuses on those enigmatic formulations in Freud's text that resist an economic reading and presses what is paradoxical, incoherent, and occult, for the sake of constructing a revised psychoanalytic theory that saves it from recuperative domestication by ego psychology. Notably, Lacan does not presume to return to the true Freud either. In fact, his revision presupposes a deconstructive reading, even if it does not go by this particular nickname. Such a reading shows that in Freud's writing every concept is divided between its economic articulation and the uneconomic moment that unsettles it. On top of this, these two moments are both irreconcilable and ineradicable, and Freud cannot do without either in his theorizing. However, since he does not have the heuristic of the plural logic of the aporia at his disposal, he tends to vacillate between them, leaving a legacy of inconsistencies, tensions, and contradictions. Derrida and Lacan, for example, both see Freud in his conservative moments resorting, RST, to the naive realism characterized by the notion of the refound object, and second to the economics of aletheia, both of which submit his thinking to the metaphysics of presence. But in his radical moments, by contrast, he reinforces a critique of presence, since his notion of trauma belongs together with the notion of event or many other such nicknames, all of which aim to indicate the paradoxical fact that something repeats, not because it is there, but rather because it is ineffable. In this case, he insists that if we were honest enough in our reality testing, we would have to acknowledge an essentially incoherent world that we make coherent as an effect of the desire for security. It is left to Lacan, who returns to Freud with precisely this heuristic in hand, to take up all of Freud's fundamental concepts and subject them to a spectral analysis that takes the paradoxical complexity of an articulation between economic and uneconomic moments into account. But I am getting way ahead of myself, and it is to Freud that I now turn. Introductory remarks. Psychopathology and the unconscious. If we throw a crystal to the ore, it breaks, but not into haphazard pieces. It comes apart along its lines of cleavage into fragments whose boundaries, though they were invisible, were predetermined by the crystal's structure. Mental patients are split and broken structures of the same kind, and can reveal a number of things to us that would otherwise be inaccessible to us. In his daily practice, Freud saw an extraordinary contamination, fantasy mixed with reality, discrepancies, conics, excessive certainties and uncertainties, symptomatic gaps, slips, blindness, resistances, denials, self-deceptions, and so on, making it impossible to draw a distinct line between delusion and truth or, for that matter, between pathological and non-pathological states. Unsurprisingly, he concludes that the certainty we feel concerning the autonomy, unity, and integrity of our own ego, or subjectivity, is deceptive. Not only is the ego continued inwards, without any sharp delimitation, into an unconscious mental entity which we designate as the ID and for which it serves as a kind of facade, but it is subject to a further differentiation in the form of an internal superego to which we may attribute, among other things, delusions of observation that seem alien to the subject. Further, concerning all unconscious mental activity, which extends beyond the ID to parts of the ego's own activity, for example, unconscious repression and parts of superego activity. 2. Freud notes, we have the same relation to it as we have to a psychical process in another person, except that it is in fact our own. I should immediately add that Freud's notion of the unconscious undergoes a complex series of re-articulations, moving from an early conception of it as a repository to a later conception of it as a matter of active processing, which I shall not detail here, suffice it to insist only that on its basis he contests the presupposition that we are endowed from the start with a unit cognitive faculty. Moreover, although we tend to assume a clear demarcation between ourselves and the outside world, he NDS this boundary to be unstable, uncertain, or inaccurately drawn. In his words, there are cases in which parts of a person's own body, even portions of his own mental life, his perceptions, thoughts, and feelings appear alien to him and as not belonging to his ego. There are other cases in which he ascribes to the external world things that clearly originate in his own ego and that ought to be acknowledged by it. Freud's therapeutic experience leads him, like Nietzsche, to reject a philosophical tendency to presuppose in principle a fundamental coherence in intentional life. He projects from the start a phenomenal reality in which psychopathology, extending from extreme disorders to the minor neuroses of everyday life, remains ineradicable. He NDS himself obliged, therefore, to ask the transcendental question concerning the a priori conditions that underpin the persistence, despite the best of human efforts, of errance and anomaly in the genesis of a phenomenal reality. Notably, however, he does not go so far as to deny the necessity and force of coherent experience. Rather, he insists on the theoretical obligation to account for not only the coherent world constituted through productive imagination or internal time, but also the persistence of its moments of errance or anomaly. In his attempt to fool this obligation, he proposes a split in synthetic processing on the subjective side of the transcendental relation, but not, with Husserl, between a primary, passive genesis, neutral in affect and meaning, and a subsequent or secondary active meaning-giving genesis. Rather, with Heidegger, he takes the genesis of a phenomenal reality to be actively, albeit unconsciously, infused with meaning and effect from the start. The split he proposes, then, occurs between primary, primitive, archaic, atemporal, illogical, ahistorical, associative, hallucinatory, and therefore idiosyncratic or singular processing, beholden to the demands of the pleasure principle, and secondary, temporal, logical, successive, coherent, ordered, linguistic processing, guided by the reality principle. As Freud sees it, it is through secondary processing in intentional life that we indeed build up, much as Husserl suggests, a robust phenomenal reality, although it would no longer be a perfectly coherent system if we were honest in our reality testing. In subjective development, secondary processing takes over from primary processing, subjects it to repressive measures, and tends to predominate in most adult subjects. But primary processing never falls into disuse. Instead, it operates unconsciously alongside secondary processing, often under the pressure of connecting aims. This insistence on an ineradicable internal connect counters what for Freud is an unwarranted prejudice in Husserlian phenomenology, which turns out to be less the privilege of pure consciousness over some notion of the unconscious as a container of contents than unjustified assumptions concerning the unity, neutrality, and rationality of our synthetic powers. Pleasure and the drives. Freud, as noted above, sharply diverges from Husserl's view that we are originally perceivers and that looking at and later reacting upon are privileged noetic modes that make of transcendental constitution a unit seeing as, which is in principle neutral, or neutralizable, and shareable because it is rationally organized. Noting that sensations are caused by both endogenous stimuli from internal organs and exogenous stimuli from the environment and that such stimuli are experienced by infants purely in terms of the pleasure-unpleasure series, Freud insists that pleasure, and, in a more complex articulation, sex and death, is not added to objects later but is the primary determinant of mental activity. For us, the quest for a neutral sensory perceptual grasp of the object inscribed in the question what is it is submitted to the primacy of erotic concern, motivated, Freud emphasizes, not RST by a desire for truth, but by a drive for the kind of pleasure whose telos is, paradoxically, death. His introduction of the death drive in beyond the pleasure principle allows him to posit two kinds of drives, which express the opposing tendencies between which life is suspended and to which he gives the names eros and then eidos. These drives not only oppose each other, but each is internally aporetic. In the form of eros, the preserver of life, self-preservative libido, which Freud calls narcissistic, aims to keep the peace, to isolate the organism in a self-protective enclosure that would maintain its simplicity, constancy, or equilibrium, whereas the outwardly directed sexual drives, the disturbers of the peace, keep traumatizing this enclosure and breaking it open to the other, or the outside. As he puts it, eros, by bringing about a more and more far-reaching combination of the particles into which living substance is dispersed, aims at complicating life and at the same time, of course, preserving it, whereas then eidos, the death drive, is less conspicuous and harder to point to. In the end we came to recognize sadism as its representative. Its task is to lead organic life back into the inanimate state. The death drive, in short, involves both an inertial resistance to a change of state, which serves self-preservation, but also an anthropic moment of destructiveness or dissolution, which lies at the basis of aggressivity. Freud insists that eros and then eidos form an alloy. First, both are characterized by the conservative aim to restore a state of things that was disturbed by the emergence of life. The sexual drives aim for a boundary-shattering excitement that, in fact, increases tension in the organism. But they do this for the sake of jouissance or ultimate satisfaction, and it is not for nothing that orgasm is dubbed, paradoxically, little death. Moreover, he acknowledges not only an intrinsic aggressivity or sadistic element in eros but also a vacillation in then eidos, which can either direct its destructive tendency toward the outside, in a gesture that looks a lot like self-preservation, or inward, causing the individual to become self-destructive. Given his admission that the distinction between the two classes of instincts does not seem sufficiently assured, one might suggest, with Lacan, that all drives are death drives. Perhaps it is as well to remind oneself here that Freud is grappling with two thoroughly paradoxical notions, without the help of the plural logic of the aporia that both Derrida and Lacan will subsequently make so much of. Ironically, in complexifying central notions, this logic also claries much in psychoanalytic theory. The precipitation of subjective agency, ID, ego, and superego, for Freud, then, newborn infants enter the world as a fragmentary and fragmenting play of erotic and thanatic drives. From much of what he writes, one may justly assume that he views the ego, accepting with Husserl that it is a unity formally characterized by internal time, not as apodictically pragiven but as a developmental precipitate that is, moreover, only part of a connectually articulated subjectivity. Brie outlined, he argues that subjective agency develops in our efforts to master the drives, RST in the form of the ID, which later diverges not only under pragmatic pressures stemming from the external world but primarily due to the threat of castration, which precipitates the development of an ideal ego. The ideal ego represents the individual's narcissistic love of itself as a unit whole, distinct from but not separate from its discrete experiences. Freud names such incipient self-love infantile or primary narcissism and associates it with a childhood megalomania in which the actual ego and the ideal ego are unrealistically experienced as coinciding. Healthy individuals, he argues, undergo a further psychical diversification as a result of life's hard knocks, which detaches the ideal ego from the ego. In this case, the ideal ego becomes a model not of what the ego actually is, but of what it ought to be, a superego or projected ideal unity. I should note immediately that this broad framework is beset with interpretative difficulties, including the head-spinning discrepancy concerning Freud's notion of the ego as a whole, tied to his concept of ego libido. He infers from certain disorders, such as sexual zations on different parts of the body, that libido is grafted onto all bodily organs. The trouble, however, is that he does not call this overall libidinal energy organism libido or some such term, but ego libido. This implies that there always was ego to go with libido. As if to conream this position, he describes ego libido as narcissistic. The conjunction of ego libido and narcissism implies, contrary to the developmental account just outlined, that there is an originary ego or egoism, and that the term primary narcissism should be associated not with the formation of an ideal ego but with a primordial, oceanic state of wholeness, thought of as an encompassing allness, all is me and I am all, in relation to which the ego as a precipitated unity is merely a shrunken residue. The formation of an ideal ego, then, becomes a secondary or nostalgic narcissism. In confirmation of this, one may cite the Freud of civilization and its discontents, where he refers to an original oceanic state, described as an erotic, inclusive sense of allness, which he again names ego. But, as Strachey points out, in Freud's new introductory lectures, a parenthetical reference suggests that he identifies id rather than ego in its undifferentiated primitive state with the whole person. The discrepancy amounts to proposing on the one hand that we enter the world in a fragmentary state, from out of which a unity called ego is later gathered, and on the other hand that we enter the world in a state of oceanic wholeness, which is later reduced to fragments, namely id, ego, and superego. The same discrepancy appears when Freud tries to locate the libido. According to Strachey, once he had developed the notion of id, he insisted that the id was the great reservoir of libido from out of which ego develops. But he subsequently appears to contradict this view by locating the libido in the ego, which supports the contention that the ego is original. Perhaps such vacillation between describing the wholeness of the ego as a developmental precipitate, an achievable unity, or an encompassing allness that is lost is an effect of his attempt to do the impossible, that is, to take account of different conceptions of the whole within the bounds of an either/or logic that mandates a choice between them. However, in both cases the conception of the whole is impossible, because it involves an aporia, and it is philosophically more viable to begin with the paradox of their articulation, as Lacan does, using the gore of the lamella. However, once the claim is made for the paradoxical status of the origin, all of Freud's central notions become shifty. Granting that Lacan's radical revisions, which exploit such discrepancies, are called for, I shall nevertheless defer further discussion of them and follow a more traditional line of interpretation here, which chooses the more predominant account of the ego as a developmental precipitate. The development of synthetic processing. According to a traditionally favored reading of Freud's genetic account of the transcendental relation, from out of a fragmenting play of partial drives, infants strive to create a pure pleasure ego, which entails both repeating pleasures and expelling pains. In infancy, all subjective sensations are simply judged in terms of the pleasure-unpleasure series and are either accepted by the infant psyche as satisfying and good or rejected. For Freud, primordial infant judgment begins with oral satisfactions, expressed in the language of the oldest the oral instinctual impulses. The judgment is, I should like to eat this, or I should like to spit it out, and, put more generally, I should like to take this into myself and to keep that out. The original pleasure ego wants to introject into itself everything that is good and to eject from itself everything that is bad. What is bad, what is alien to the ego and what is external are, to begin with, identical. Somatic needs provide an inextinguishable, or only temporarily and intermittently extinguishable, source of tension, for example, hunger, which increases in severity to the extent that the needs go unsatisfied. Cell-preservative somatic instincts aim to extinguish, or discharge, such painful tension, or, that is, they aim for a state of complete satisfaction. Such somatic satisfactions are, however, dependent on sources external to the individual. In infancy, they are bound up with an infant's RST relation to another person, the primary caregiver or Nebenmensch. Because of this immediate protective discharge of tension, satisfaction, using internal resources alone, abreaction or reaction, such as screaming, is ineffective. This dependence on external sources of satisfaction and the intrinsic inadequacy or unreliability of the source acts as a trigger for cognitive development. Importantly, Freud adds that sexual life operates alongside somatic instincts from the beginning. In his words, Sexual activity attaches itself to functions serving the purpose of self-preservation and does not become independent of them until later. Indeed, he notes, sucking at the mother's breast is the starting point of the whole sexual life, the unmatched prototype of every later sexual satisfaction during suckling. Oral stimulation accompanies the somatic satisfaction and engenders a residual wish to repeat the pleasure, even when hunger is not urgent. This residual wish for pleasure describes the libidinal component that is grafted onto the somatic function, but libido can become independent, in the form of autoerotic gratification or self-stimulation, for example, thumb sucking. The impulse for libidinal gratification associated with the oral zone forms one component of the sex drive, which appears long before the infant is capable of constituting the discernible, robust objects that are subsequently attached to it. Certain experiences soon enough demonstrate the inadequacy of an infant's primitive mode of judgment and the importance of knowing whether a source of satisfaction actually exists in the external world as something one may get hold of if necessary. The weaning process, or its equivalent, is the RST of these. Cognition is not associated with the intermittent appearance and withdrawal of the breast before weaning. There is a sense of immediacy here, whereby an infant simply registers a level of uncomfortable tension and responds with automatic distress signals, which disappear upon the necessary satisfaction. Weaning acts as the trigger for psychical development whereby both somatic instincts and sexual drives diversify. In both cases, however, the process of diversification is complex and troubled. In relation to the somatic drives, which are tied to what Lacan calls the return of need, the weaning process forces infants into cognitive processing whereby they gradually learn to distinguish clearly between subjective and non-subjective. In other words, genesis of a relatively robust objective world is initiated by a RST precipitous trauma caused by the infant's emerging awareness of something amiss in what was, from the infant's point of view, the closed circuit of need and satisfaction in its seamless interconnection with the Nebenmensch. As a consequence of the weaning process, or its equivalents, for Freud, the child becomes aware that the Nebenmensch, the single source of all possible satisfaction, also seems to instigate its perpetual loss in, for example, her always uncomfortably too abrupt withdrawal of the nourishing breast. According to Freud, this realization generates extreme anxiety. You will realize how real a situation of danger is indicated by this anxiety. If a mother is absent or has withdrawn her love from her child, it is no longer sure of the satisfaction of its needs and is perhaps exposed to the most distressing feelings of tension simultaneously. Weaning is associated with a traumatic experience of lost libidinal satisfaction and, because of the drive to reconstitute a pleasure ego, a strong demand for its restitution, through what Freud calls a secondary function whereby the satisfaction must be produced by specific, or intentional, action of some kind. Screaming itself as a primary function will not satisfy hunger, but, developed as a specific action, it might generate the appropriate response in the Nebenmensch. Further, the infant soon experiences the difference between the autoerotic oral satisfaction that can be produced at will and the satisfying breast that is withdrawn periodically and only reappears, unreliably, in response to specific actions. Subjective agency develops as the seat of increasingly sophisticated specific action, which nevertheless serves the same fundamental purpose, namely, to create a pure pleasure ego. Before I elaborate on Freud's complex account of the cognitive processing and subjective diversification necessary for specific action, it should be noted that the drives simultaneously undergo an equally complex diversification. Through experiences of intermittent satisfactions and frustrations, infants soon enough discover that the pleasure requirement is not easily met. As Freud puts it, the boundaries of this primitive pleasure ego cannot escape rectification through experience. Suckling never was a pure pleasure, and during the weaning process, it becomes increasingly frustrating and anxiety-provoking, as incomprehensible prohibitions engender in the infant aggressive hatreds and fears, directed toward the withdrawing breast, which now compete with the earlier libidinal loves and pleasures. Eventually unable to tolerate the extreme tension associated with breastfeeding, the infant represses the breast as a sexual object. In other words, the infant psyche withdraws libidinal cathexis from the breast, shifts its sexual interest to other bodily zones, and prohibits a libidinal return to the breast, thus beginning a lengthy process of libidinal diversification. The agent responsible for this primary repression is the newly emerging ego. From the point of view of this emerging ego, the danger associated with the libidinal urge is precisely its close association with the now abandoned source of somatic satisfaction and its tendency, therefore, to resurrect heavily charged hostile associations that would instigate a fresh release of dangerous unpleasure. While the repression itself generates unpleasure associated with libidinal frustration, the prohibition of discharge prevails as a primary defense against an urge that has become unbearably ambivalent. The necessary repression of the suckling impulse at what Freud calls the oral stage of psychosexual development leaves a trace, an unconscious zation or charge of ambivalent energy around oral activity, which never leaves us. In other words, such primary repression constitutes the unconscious as a residual desire for pleasure, which persistently presses for the interdicted release. Subject to constant repressive pressure, however, it is detached from the breast and dictated onto substitute satisfactions, thumb-sucking, kissing, smoking, etc. Emphasizing the force of weaning as a trigger for cognitive development and the concomitant emergence and strengthening of the ego function, Freud suggests that the most passively accepted source of somatic and libidinal satisfaction is lost through weaning just at the time, perhaps, when the child is able to form a total idea of the person to whom the organ that is giving him satisfaction belongs. In other words, the traumatic loss that occurs when the infant becomes aware of a rupture in the closed circuit of the mother-child dyad is simultaneous with, and necessary for, its power to constitute the mother as an other, an object, and, accordingly, itself as an active power or agent. Notably, the anal phase that succeeds the oral as the dominant center of constellation for the drives characterizes a far more self-centered, self-sufficient, and active infant. The obvious motivation for learning to distinguish between endogenous and exogenous stimuli, that is, for constituting the transcendental relation, is self-preservation, for without this distinction it would be impossible to procure satisfactions from the external world independently. Such independence requires the power to convert drives into representations of objects, desires, that promise the appropriate satisfaction. This, in turn, requires a sophisticated synthesizing or processing system, which can bring memory traces together in order to constitute memory images, sensory images, of satisfying objects and project a course of specific action to obtain them. Moreover, the infant psyche must learn how to negotiate the unavoidable dissonance between inner and outer experience. As Walheim notes, many drives go unsatisfied by the world, and the world is not as man's drives would have it be. It must therefore learn to assess these projections and the proposed course of action in terms of reality value, and, later, ethical or social acceptability. Freud explains the advance from the simple judgment of good or bad to the judgment of existence as follows: all presentations, he argues, all mental images or intentional objects, originate from perceptions and are repetitions of them. Freud here assumes that in the immediate encounter with a thing, the very existence of a presentation is the guarantee of the reality of what is presented. In other words, the presentation has as its immediate correlative something really existing in the world. Further, the psyche has the capacity for memory, understood as retention. Freud speculated that strong enough sensations owing in from both endogenous and exogenous sources must be impressed upon the mnemic system as an accumulation of discrete fragments or traces that are retained as acquisitions. In addition, because the psyche has the capacity for memory, we can, as he puts it, bring before the mind once more something that has once been perceived, by reproducing it as a presentation without the external object having still to be there. Freud envisages the mechanism of such intentional projection as a matter of articulating discrete memory traces. In the process, we develop a highly complex network of neural connections that are initially elastic enough to be molded by additional experience or educated by a repetition that batters them into shape and reinforces them. Reinforced linkages are called facilitated because once forged through habituation, they remain as permanent modifications of the system and so allow for easier processing and discharge in similar situations. However, such links, while relatively stable if they have become habitual, are never carved in stone. Notably, Lacan has criticized the translation of Bonung as facilitation because the term does not evoke the important sense of articulation or joining. Taking his point, one should bear in mind that for Freud the overall task of the processing system is projective synthesis, conjoining discrete memory fragments or traces to form a mental presentation. Synthesis moves from wishes to projected mental representatives of the objects wished for and representations of the bodily movements necessary to seize them. However, projections are not always, or even often, faithful repetitions of past experiences but might be moded by omissions or distortions or newly generated by connecting memory fragments associatively to put together a fabricated object. Such projections may or may not meet the ultimate test of perceptual reality, in which they are confirmed or disconfirmed by experience. At this point, comparison with Husserl's theory of intentionality certainly suggests itself. Freud, however, argues that humans are endowed with a potentially dangerous split between a primary process that is infantile and archaic in evolutionary terms and a secondary process that develops later in the path of individual maturation and is, moreover, a more recently evolved faculty. Importantly, for Freud both primary and secondary systems have their own characteristic modes of operation and remain irreducible to one another. The secondary system is not based on the primary system. Rather, it has the task of modification and control in relation to the primary system, which remains in operation alongside the newer mode and interferes with it constantly. It is in this persistent conflict between systems that Freud detects one of the weaknesses that makes our mental life so vulnerable and so accounts for the precarious state of phenomenal reality. The ID and primary processing. The ID, mandated by the drives to secure their discharge at all costs, is the synthesizing agent responsible for primary processing, which predominates in infancy where the drives hold sway. Primary processing, however, can re-emerge in adults, where the imperious sexual or aggressive drives, which do not accept frustration gracefully, are dammed up by interdiction of their direct expression or by external obstacles. These persist as powerful wishes that heighten psychical tension and press for discharge. Endeavoring to secure their discharge immediately, the ID makes use of the multiple connectivity of every trace in the overconnected network of the mnemic system in two main ways. First, as Freud argues, while neurons tend toward habitual paths of discharge, each is nevertheless capable of multiple side connections, allowing impulses to be discharged in disguised or deicted form. Even though memory traces are permanent, the use to which the processing system puts them is entirely exible and revisable. On the one hand, therefore, primary processing fends off excessive libidinal tensions by allowing the system to ND alternative paths for their immediate discharge if habitual patterns for some reason fail, practical obstacles, overload, ethical interdiction, etc. This accounts for the notable plasticity of sexual impulses, or the sexualization of a diverse array of things. On the other hand, primary processing represents, paradoxically, a potentially lethal safety mechanism, for if suitable outlets cannot be forged for high libidinal tensions, the ID brings the uncomfortable tensions to expression in hallucinations, that is, in projected images synthesized from sensory traces associated with high satisfaction and invested with the strength and vivacity of present perceptions. As Walheim puts it, when the individual wishes sufficiently strongly, he typically cannot distinguish between the representation he makes to himself of the object of his wish and that object itself. Discharge occurs, and, depending on the external circumstances, some degree of satisfaction will be achieved. But satisfaction from hallucinations, while immediate, is usually ultimately inadequate and can be dangerously pathological, particularly in adults. According to Freud, then, pathology is often explicable as a regression to primary processing, which operates entirely under the sway of the pleasure principle and without concern, therefore, for pragmatic judgments of reality, efficacy, and safety. As Freud puts it, in this connection it is easy to observe a certain indifference as to the path along which the discharge takes place, so long as it takes place somehow. The ID is also indifferent to ethical judgments or, for that matter, logical judgments of consistency or contradiction. But primary processing also manifests in everyday phenomena such as dreams, slips, and physical symptoms. In fact, Freud argues that the most reliable evidence for its, notably prelinguistic, modus operandi comes from the study of dreams. In his words, "We there discovered that the processes in the unconscious systems were fundamentally different from those in the preconscious, or conscious, systems. In the unconscious, cathexes can easily be completely transferred, displaced, and condensed further." Freud claims that in the ID there is an exception to the philosophical theorem that space and time are necessary forms of our mental acts. As he explains, there is nothing in the ID that corresponds to the idea of time, there is no recognition of the passage of time, and no alteration in its mental processes is produced by the passage of time. Wishful impulses which have never passed beyond the ID, but impressions, too, which have been sunk into the ID by repression, are virtually immortal. After the passage of decades they behave as though they had just occurred. By contrast, and this introduces Freud's notion of the ego function and secondary processing, Freud argues in another text that our abstract idea of time seems to be wholly derived from the method of working of the system PCP-TCS, and to correspond to a perception on its own part of that method of working. The ego and secondary processing. To safeguard itself, the psychic apparatus must take on a more complex mode of operation, which projects not merely the sensory experience of the satisfying object but also the ordered connection of actions and circumstances that must be repeated to secure it. It is the task of the newly emerging ego, then, to intersperse between drive and action the delay of practical thinking or reality testing, which is still motivated by the aim of gaining satisfaction but requires a postponement of pleasure for the sake of a more robust sense of the external world. Naming the ego that portion of the ID which was moted by the proximity and inerence of the external world, which is adapted for the reception of stimuli and as a protective shield against stimuli, Freud argues that it has a dual purpose. Facing inward, it develops from perceiving the instincts to controlling them, by inhibiting the strong oaths of libidinal energy that precipitate hallucinations. Fortunately for the ID cannot foresee the dangers of its blind efforts to satisfy the drives. As Freud notes, the ego must on the whole carry out the ID's intentions. It fools its task by ending out the circumstances in which those intentions can best be achieved. The ego's relation to the ID might be compared with that of a rider to his horse. The horse supplies the locomotive energy, while the rider has the privilege of deciding on the goal and of guiding the powerful animal's movement. But only too often there arises between the ego and the ID the not precisely ideal situation of the rider being obliged to guide the horse along the path by which it itself wants to go. To address this task, the ego, facing outward, must construct an accurate picture of the external world, against which, in a process he calls reality testing, it can pass judgment on projected psychical presentations, distinguishing between representations derived from reality and the representatives of the drives. In contrast to the ID's indifference with regard to objects, then, the ego is characteristically more particular about the choice of both an object and of a path of discharge. The ego, as Freud puts it, must be capable of allotting to the object of the drive, the projected desire that stands as a psychical representative of the drive, its proper place in a considerable assemblage, by its being taken up into a coherent context implicitly. Then, the hallucinatory primary process, driven by the pleasure principle, disturbs our sense of reality only if the ego is not strong enough to control it. Importantly, reality testing, for Freud, is seemingly based on a clear distinction between what is unreal, a merely subjective presentation whose source is internal, and what is real, which is also there outside. Freud describes it as a form of judgment in which it is a matter of discovering whether something which is in the ego as a presentation can be rediscovered in perception, reality, as well. In other words, as he notes, it is evident that a precondition for the setting up of reality testing is that objects shall have been lost which once brought real satisfaction again. The RST and immediate aim, therefore, of reality testing is, not to ND an object in real perception which corresponds to the one presented, but to rend such an object, to convince oneself that it is still there, in contrast with the primary process, which works by atemporal free association. The secondary process, for Freud, works according to modes of ordered causality, that is, according to the unit temporality that Husserl envisaged, and the rational association of ideas. Linking time and thought, Freud characterizes the ego, in contrast to the ID, in terms of an intrinsic tendency toward unity. However, primary processing does not disappear upon the development of secondary processing, and, as Walheim notes, there are areas of life over which the writ of the reality principle never runs. In short, Freud acknowledges that rational association is but one type in a much broader range of associative logics, visual puns, homophonies, morphological similarities, etc., all of which have a sense, albeit not the sense of logical connections. Admittedly, there is plenty of evidence that Freud privileges the rational association of the secondary process, notably in the claim that in healthy adults the reality principle dethrones the pleasure principle. However, the ego is not entirely identifiable with a neutral transcendental synthesis. In addition to its function of consciously directing attention to external and internal stimuli in reality testing, it also has an unconscious function, namely to resist, ignore, suppress, alter, divert, interdict, the conscious expression of repressed materials. One might suggest that the ego as a conscious psychical function or synthetic operator gradually develops its power under pragmatic pressures, whereas its unconscious function, including an emergent self-awareness, or its sense of itself as a whole, develops in relation to its libidinal attachments, and it is this unconscious function, as Lacan argues, that pulls the carpet from under the feet of what has so far appeared to conform to a naive realism. Lacan, indeed, will eventually subject Freud's entire analysis of reality to revision, for Freud has already, perhaps without explicitly acknowledging it, offered the means to see something beyond the claim that primary processing tends to trip the subject up by interfering with the coherence supposedly offered by honest reality testing. Based on an alternative understanding of reality as essentially inux, Lacan shows that the pleasure principle tends toward hallucinating a stabilization. Honest reality testing of such tions would not yield absolute repeatability but at best iterability, which means in consequence that an absolutely secure reality is refound only at the cost of repressive measures. This account, incidentally, promises to explain why an otherwise thorough and perspicacious thinker like Husserl tends systematically to repress what is radically subversive in his thinking, allowing himself the comfort of self-deception, rather than exposing his security-desiring self to the anxiety of open and honest confrontation with the implications of his own thinking. The question of language. Concerning the problem of the micro-articulation between word and thought, Freud argues that our capacity to have and use ideas, to make sense, or to think about something is an essentially complex phenomenon consisting in the articulation of two combinations of auditory, visual, kinesthetic, and other mnemic residues to form mental presentations, one of which, based on primary processing, is open-ended, the thing presentation, while the other, based on secondary processing, is closed-end. Rational, the word presentation. According to Walheim, Freud now asserted, RST, that thing presentations cannot become conscious until they have become linked with residues from perceptions of words, and, secondly, that the word presentations belong to the preconscious, not to the unconscious. Indeed, they are one of the prime agents in giving that stability and cohesiveness to our mental life which characteristically differentiates the secondary from the primary process. In other words, reacting the Nietzschean movement of metaphorical transfer between spheres, for Freud, a thing presentation RST becomes preconscious through becoming connected with the word presentations corresponding to it. Recalling that consciousness, for Freud, is a form of perception. He adds that once the links have been formed, the idea will thereby have attracted to itself sufficient sensory quality to become the object of an internal perception. Thus, it is through the translating interposition of word presentations that internal thought processes are made into perceptions. Like Nietzsche, then, Freud challenges Husserl's requirement that language remain essentially uninvolved in conscious thinking, which relegates it to the secondary role of communication and preservation. One can see in this association between thing presentations, synods, and word presentations, signiers, the precursor to Saussure's insistence that ready-made ideas do not exist in consciousness before words, and that language, therefore, is merely a self-contained system of material marks that represents or doubles a purely cognitively constituted phenomenal world. Saussure grants that at whatever level it operates, signification is always the association of two terms, namely the indicative or signifying term, the signier, the mark, sound, signal, symbol, or word, and the indicated or signed term, the thing, referent, concept, idea, meaning, sense. However, on his account of the signifying process, he insists upon the inescapable unity of signier and signed in the sign. There is never a sign in the absence of this unity. In his words, I call the combination of a concept signed and a sound image signier a sign, but in current usage the term generally designates only a sound image, a word, for example, arbor, etc. One tends to forget that arbor is called a sign only because it carries the concept tree, with the result that the idea of the sensory part, the signier, implies the idea of the whole. Accordingly, this association of terms cannot simply be a matter of supplying a material marker for a pre-existing meaning. Rather, the meaning is constituted in the act of association. Based on further Saussurean insights, however, both Derrida and Lacan challenge in turn Freud's conception of language. There is nevertheless something radically innovative in his insistence that language is not a subsequently appropriated, ideally transparent, and univocal vehicle for the mere transmission of thought, but that it is implicated directly and originally in mental processing. Libidinal vicissitudes. As experience LLS, the mnemic system with traces and the ego's power for secondary processing slowly gains the upper hand over the primary processing in the ID, the drives simultaneously undergo a process of differentiation. Libido remains dominated by the ID in the anal and phallic phases that follow the oral, and, under the influence of the unmitted pleasure principle, infants form new erotic attachments and autoerotic satisfactions, which again, due to necessary repression, leave residual action points. Here, then, the play of partial drives produce in an infant, as Kopjek puts it, a dispersed body and polymorphous and perverse pleasures constituted in terms of autoerotic attachments to parts of the infant's own body, mouth, anus, genitals, and other openings onto the external world through which the drives circulate. The ego's sense of itself as a whole is not robust. In an erotic attachment Freud names the Oedipus complex, the RST person to become a love object is the Nebenmensch, the primary caregiver and protector, who is predominantly the mother. This RST love relation, however, is doomed to dissolution, but not primarily because of the immoderate character of infantile demands for nourishment and love, the impossibility of fooling childish sexual wishes, and the ambivalence of a child's attachment to the parents. All this, Freud argues, is insufficient to dissolve the Oedipus complex, and what does the trick in the end is the castration complex, the castration threat in boys and its equivalent in girls, namely that girls hold their mother responsible for their lack of a penis and do not forgive her for their being thus put at a disadvantage. According to Freud, the threat need not be explicit. Rather, it is an experienced fear of castration, equivalent to a feared loss of love, which is evidently a later prolongation of the infant's anxiety if it NDS its mother absent. Under the pressure of this threat, a child is forced to abandon its Oedipus complex, so renouncing the intense libidinal investment, or object cathexis, it has placed in its parents. The castration threat, then, constitutes the RST great parental betrayal, and it initiates the lengthy metamorphosis of the parental relationship into the superego. Too dramatic, correlative changes occur. RST, an ideal ego is formed through identification, and second, the ideal is libidinally cathected through sublimation, whose consequence is narcissism. On the basis of the argument that if one has lost an object or has been obliged to give it up, one often compensates oneself by identifying oneself with it and by setting it up once more in one's ego, Freud claims that when the Nebenmensch withdraws as a love object and becomes a threatening Gur, the ego, in a self-protective and compensatory gesture, identifies itself with the lost love and forms itself on the model of the lost Nebenmensch. He deems identification as the assimilation of one ego to another one, as a result of which the RST ego behaves like the second in certain respects, imitates it and in a sense takes it up into itself, in contrast to object choice, then, which retains some distance between ego and the object it would like to have. Identification imitates or assimilates the object that the ego wants to be like and, for this reason, alters the ego. Thus altered, the ego presents itself to the ID in a bid, notably, for success is not guaranteed, to get the ID to love the simulacrum, the ideal ego, in place of the Nebenmensch. Importantly, Freud notes that the construction of an ideal ego should not be confused with the sublimation of an instinct in his understanding. Such sublimation would be the equivalent of some success in the ego's bid. Success here means that the child's libido is detached from the dispersed body parts that serve as attachment points to the Nebenmensch, and the quota of libido released thereby is internalized and concentrated upon the newly formed ideal ego. The consequence of this libidinal displacement is the condition of narcissism, which involves a sense of the ego as a whole, or self-awareness. Notably, narcissism denotes not love for the ego as an object, but as a whole, which Freud tends to think of as a unity neither separate from, nor identical to, the sum total of my experiences. Further, Freud argues, we are bound to suppose that a unity comparable to the ego cannot exist in the individual from the start. The ego has to be developed. The autoerotic instincts, however, are there from the very RST, so there must be something added to autoerotism, a new psychical action in order to bring about narcissism. He does not name this new psychical action here, but, given that narcissism is described as the consequence of the internalization of the quota of libido released from object cathexis and concentrated on the ego, it evidently enough refers to sublimation. This is confirmed later in the text, where sublimation is described as the transformation of sexual object libido into narcissistic libido. Further, he argues that childhood megalomania points the way to an account of this action of sublimation, for such megalomania comes into being at the expense of object libido. Since excess libidinal energy, liberated by its withdrawal from the external object, by the frustration or prohibition of sexual interest in the mother, must go somewhere, it is redirected back into the ego libido and initially stored up in the ego. Freud refers to such sublimated libido as desexualized. Henceforth, the ego never relinquishes control over the dicted, desexualized quota of libido. To this extent, for the rest of its life, the ego becomes the great reservoir from which libidinal cathexes are sent out to objects and into which they are once more withdrawn, just as an amoeba behaves with its pseudopodia. To tie this development back to the earlier discussion of secondary processing, Freud notes, if this displaceable energy is desexualized libido, it may also be described as sublimated energy, for it would still retain the main purpose of eros, that of uniting and binding. Insofar as it helps towards establishing the unity, or tendency to unity, which is particularly characteristic of the ego. If thought processes in the wider sense are to be included among these displacements, then the activity of thinking is also supplied from the sublimation of erotic motive forces. Having taken up the dicted libido, the now self-aware ego initially invests all of it in self-love, megalomania. Narcissistic libido is at RST entirely invested in a magnificent, all-powerful, superhuman, ideal ego modeled on the parents, which a child identifies with its actual ego. But the gesture soon becomes ambivalent because the child experiences real-world limitations, whereas the ideal ego remains XED in the unconscious, and a gap gradually opens up between the ideal ego and the ego. First, As Freud notes, when the child renounces its Oedipus complex and forms the ideal ego, the parental gers are quite magnificent, but they subsequently lose much of this initial grandeur. The ego certainly also identifies with these diminished parental gers, but, he argues, these later identifications only affect the ego and not the ideal ego, which has been determined by the earliest parental imagos. Moreover, the child also experiences its own actual limitations, which, again, affect the ego but not the ideal ego. However, as Freud notes, humans are incapable of giving up a libidinal satisfaction once enjoyed. We prove to be unwilling to give up on the narcissistic perfection of childhood. Thus, as adults, disturbed by the admonitions of others and our own emerging power of self-criticism, to the point that we can no longer retain that perfection, we seek to recover it in the new form of an ego ideal. Thus we now project a substitute ideal for the lost narcissism, wholeness, perfection, of childhood, in which each was her/his own ideal. Experience, then, is the source of the further development whereby the ego diverges, forming within itself the new form of an ego ideal, namely an idealized superego. Freud sums up and condenses the lineaments of this new development in a later passage. The development of the ego consists in a departure from primary narcissism and gives rise to a vigorous attempt to recover that state. This departure is brought about by means of the displacement of libido onto an ego ideal imposed from without, and satisfaction is brought about from fooling this ideal to elaborate. The ideal ego is now raised above the actual ego to form a superego, and wreaks not what I imagine I am but what I believe I should be. In this sense, the new form of an ego ideal, the superego, is imposed from without. Further, Freud argues that the superego operates as the vehicle of cultural reproduction over the generations, for a child's superego is in fact constructed on the model not of its parents but of its parents' superego. Notably, then, cultural reproduction, for Freud, is not a secondary acquisition but is inscribed in the psyche as part of its constitution. In his words, mankind never lives entirely in the present. The past, the tradition of the race and of the people, lives on in the ideologies of the superego, and yields only slowly to the incidences of the present and to new changes, and so long as the past operates through the superego it plays a powerful part in human life. Independently of economic conditions, a libidinal shift occurs when the narcissism of childhood megalomania, which loves the actual ego as identical to the ideal ego, is displaced onto this new form of the ideal ego, which makes of it an acknowledged ideal to be sought after. I prefer the term superego for this new form, simply because it avoids the incessant irritation of dyslexic confusion with the ideal ego and the ego ideal. Narcissistic or internally directed libido, then, shifts from megalomania, I love what I am, what I was, to hero worship, I love what I'd like to be. Love of the superego goes hand in hand with negative criticism directed toward the ego. Such criticism is negative, rather than a matter of realistic self-appraisal, because the superego represents an idealization the ego can never match. According to Freud, the ego strives to recover its state of primary narcissism, where ego and ideal ego are matched, and satisfaction, self-esteem, derives in part from its degree of success in this direction. As a child's critical faculty matures, this overvaluation of the ego that underpins both megalomania and self-criticism is, in the best of all possible worlds, gradually rected. Some form of compromise between the two, in realistic self-appraisal, may be attributed to the dampening down effect of an increased capacity for reality testing. However, Freud NDS the primary mitigating force in the resurgence of sexual libido at puberty. Hitherto predominantly dispersed over partial drives and autoerotic satisfactions, the sex drive, under the pressure of a new aim, reproduction, gathers together under a dominant genital organization and directs itself altruistically toward a potential life partner. Accordingly, besides the narcissistic choice of love object, marking internally directed libido, or ego libido, an anaclitic choice reemerges, marking externally directed libido or object libido. Notably, as Bruce Fink points out, These remarks have inspired generations of analysts to assume that successfully reaching the genital stage represents a departure from the narcissism and selfishness of oral and anal relations in the name of a harmonious state in which one takes one's sexual partner as a subject, not an object, as a Kantian end in himself or herself, not as a means to an end. By contrast with autoerotic satisfactions, it is in genital relations, which supposedly wreak a harmony between the sexes, that one becomes truly altruistic, that is, capable of doing things for another person without any thought of the advantages it may bring to oneself. To return to Freud, ego libido and object libido are interchangeable by inverse proportion. It is necessary to withdraw libidinal energy from the one to give more to the other. The choice for one or the other is differently motivated. Ego libido provides independent satisfaction, via sublimation, that is reliable but rarely sufficient. Its extreme, in almost total internalization of libido, marks a reversion to infantile narcissism and megalomania that shows up in certain disorders. Object libido provides high satisfaction, but since it is derived from an external source, it is unreliable. With the re-emergence of object libido at puberty, Freud can now argue that the ego as self-aware remains at a reactive distance from the superego and can take on the role of distributing libido in inverse proportion between narcissistic education and the outward path of the sex drive. Sublimation becomes a matter of removing libido from these newfound sexual objects and turning it inward onto the superego, allowing the subject to take non-sexual, narcissistic pleasure in ensuring that the ego matches the superego. Sexual love for objects, tied to crude body pleasures, is supposedly converted by sublimation into self-regard or self-esteem, which is the consequence of taking a more rend pleasure in education such that the subject may become an exemplary representative of a particular culture or group, and, in this capacity, an ethical being. With the resurgence of object libido, then, comes a fresh wave of repression or censorship, which proceeds from the self-respect of the ego even if the desired object and the projected means to achieve it are practically viable. What now intrudes is the culturally acquired question, arising with the formation of the superego, of their social and ethical acceptability. The repressed libidinal impulses that arise from Zaschen points in the erotogenic zones, and their derivatives, persist in the ID unchanged and continually press for satisfaction. From the point of view of the developed and differentiated ego, the expression of these impulses arouses unpleasurable feelings. Not only do they come to be seen as perverse, but they also conjure up one of the infantile situations of extreme danger, helplessness in early immaturity, loss of love, fear of castration. They therefore provoke repressive opposition from the ego, whose aim is always to eradicate unpleasure. According to Freud, the ego succeeds in this task if it is strong and has drawn the instinctual impulse concerned into its organization. In this case, the perverse impulse may be totally destroyed and the libido permanently diverted along other paths, as occurs in the normally resolved Oedipus complex. In non-pathological development, these urges end paths to discharge through derivatives. If these derivatives have become sufficiently far removed from the repressed representative, whether owing to the adoption of distortions or by reason of the number of intermediate links inserted, they have free access to the conscious. In the case of repression, however, the ego is connected, it is unable to resist the pressure of interdicted libidinal urges but cannot tolerate the pain that adds in upon their satisfaction. To deal with this connect, it severs ideas from their affect and subjects ideas to repression. Affect, then, is inhibited, attached to another idea, or transformed into anxiety. Several responses to such anxiety are possible, which Freud associates with varying degrees of pathology. An anxiety attack can be fully generated and the ego withdraws entirely from the objectionable excitation. Blocked libido may regress to one of the earlier libidinal Zaschen points, preserved in the ID, combining forces to form symptoms, via primary processing. In what Freud names the return of the repressed, which marks the failure of repression, this complex of forces is taken up into the ego in various ways, as reaction formations, as the intensification of certain dispositions, as a permanent alteration of the ego, and if it is excessively strong, all manner of compulsions and pathologies can gravitate around it, such as the myriad eating disorders that persist despite all we know via nutritional science. For Freud, Nally, the sex drive becomes the source of resistance to cultural education, and sexual liberation provides the antidote to the excessive repressions and oppressions demanded by the process of civilization. This argument, however, binds humanity into an impossible choice between the mutually exclusive demands of sex and civilization, or, in equivalent terms, between pathological urges and the will, or again, between happiness and ethics. Hence, Freud's notorious pessimism concerning the endemic discontent associated with civilization. Concluding remarks. I think it is fair to say, in conclusion, that Freud presents multiple enigmas on both sides of the transcendental relation. On the side of the subject, his most radical innovation is to insist that nothing comes to consciousness in the absence of language. However, on the one hand, he divides preconscious and unconscious processing on the basis of a difference in mode of articulation between the non-rational, open-ended, image-based primary process responsible for thing presentations and the closed, unit, rationally ordered, language-based secondary process responsible for word presentations. On the other hand, Lacan and Derrida and plenty of evidence in Freud's texts, particularly the interpretation of dreams, to show that words can be as much things as images and have irrational affinities that allow them to enter into associative relations of condensation and displacement, characteristic for Freud of the primary process, just as easily as images. In fact, Lacan argues, condensation and displacement are synonymous with metonymy and metaphor. In short, having made a distinction between unconscious and preconscious processing, Freud also blurs it in a way that subsumes both thing and word presentations under the broader banner of signification in general. This blurring has two important reciprocal implications. First, if signifying practice is the broader category to which language belongs as one example of associative processing, it can no longer be characterized as a closed system. Second, for Lacan, this implies that what is called the unconscious, namely primary processing, is structured like a language instead of making a distinction between unconscious and conscious processing. Then, Lacan prefers Saussure's distinction between two fundamental principles of association. The principle of arbitrariness dominates the intra-sign, paradigmatic associations among and between signiers and synods. A concept can be linked to any succession of sounds, as demonstrated by the multiplicity of associated signiers in different languages. This associative link, then, has no rational basis, for there is no reason for preferring one such succession to another. The principle of linearity dominates the inter-sign, syntagmatic associations. The signifying elements, for example, letters, words, phrases, and sentences in a written text, are presented in linear succession. They form a chain whereby signs take on and change significance as a result of different oppositions to what precedes and what follows. Importantly, then, meaningful terms arise and are maintained as the effect of an articulated, joined, network of differential interrelationships. Here, meaning becomes a function of arbitrary paradigmatic associations between signiers and synods, combined with the place a sign occupies relative to others in a chain. Moreover, whatever the forces of change are, whether they are phonetic changes undergone by the signier, or perhaps changes in meaning which affect the synod concept, and whether they occur in isolation or in combination, they always result in a shift in the relationship between the synod and the signier. It is this shift in relationship that constitutes an altered signification. To say, in sum, that meaning is constituted diacritically is to say that it is constituted by the relations of difference that operate both at the paradigmatic, metaphoric, vertical level of the code, of that which stands in the place of another, as well as at the syntagmatic, material, horizontal level of articulation or joining. According to Lacan, one could argue that all synthetic processing is in principle accessible to analytic unraveling and interpretation, albeit with some effort, since synthetic articulations are not always logical or rational but associative, metaphorical, or metonymic. What is properly unconscious and therefore entirely inaccessible to interpretation or analysis makes itself felt not in any synthesizing or interpretative processes but in what Freud calls die not des Lebens, which should be read not as life's needs but as something innately stronger, something that wishes. When one turns to the question of what causes such wishing in the RST place, one uncovers questions, enigmas, and aporias on the material side of the transcendental relation, associated with Freud's treatment of the notion of the real and repetition. On the one hand, Freud goes no further than Husserl's inductive assumption of repeatability, without guarantee of absolute repetition. On the other, he proposes a theory of the real as trauma, which is intrinsically incompatible with any form of the metaphysics of presence. Taking up and elaborating on Freud's account of trauma, Lacan launches not only a critique of all consciousness philosophy derived from the cogito but also of the ego psychology that is compatible with it. Ego psychologists take to heart one of Freud's conceptions of the analytic task, namely that the therapeutic intention of psychoanalysis is, indeed, to strengthen the ego, to make it more independent of the superego, to widen its field of perception and enlarge its organization, so that it can appropriate fresh portions of the ID. Where ID was, there ego shall be. It is a work of culture not unlike the draining of the Zuiderzee on the supposition that knowing the truth frees us from its unconscious effects. The aim of ego psychology is to cut through symptomatic disguises and the protective defenses and resistances that hold them in place, in order to help analysans recognize the supposedly true traumatic events that lie behind them and interpret the vicissitudes of such traumas in their narratives. What Lacan objects to in this approach is a marked philosophical naivete concerning truth and reality, in opposition to which he aims to save what is radically enigmatic in Freud's formulation of trauma. His aim is to rescue psychoanalytic theory from domestication by an ego psychology that Freud sometimes endorses but that undoes his most valuable insights in its subjection to the metaphysics of presence. Lacan demonstrates instead that instabilities in Freud's theory of constitution already render impossible such a theory of proper, recollective, analytical reaction. For Freud has already made such a theory enigmatic by an auto-deconstructing double that acknowledges the abyssal nature of analysis, which does not get down to a hard kernel of truth, the true reality behind the symptomatic disguises, but the hard kernel of the real, which paradoxically remains a traumatic tear, or navel, or a swarming void around which the fabrication of sense, or the constitution of phenomenal reality, ceaselessly turns. But here, Freud acknowledges that analysis may function not to strengthen the ego but to aid the subject's self-invention. One of the ways in which quasi-transcendental thinking emerges, then, is in the recognition that Freud's thinking, poised on the threshold between the metaphysics of presence and its ruin, but without the Derridian or Lacanian means to negotiate it, via the plural logic of the aporia, renders every fundamental concept enigmatic by drawing together incompatible economic and aneconomic formulations. As I shall explicate more fully in the further course of this study, despite all of the acknowledged innovative genius of Freud's account of the transcendental relation, it is in Lacan's revision that a move to quasi-transcendental thinking in psychoanalytic theory becomes explicit. In general terms, although there is nothing on the material side of the transcendental relation, Freud inadvertently shows that there is no determinable ground for insisting upon its repeatability. Again, on the grounds of the generalized theory of signification, which Lacan draws from Freud's practice, it can be demonstrated that there are no stabilizing grounds on the subjective side of the relation either, because signification cannot ever become a closed system. Ultimately, the transcendental relation is characterized by open-endedness on both sides. As an effect of such open-endedness, everything constituted is made possible by our capacity to wrest it out of its open-endedness and artificially stabilize it. But because it has been artificially constituted, its very possibility is always under threat, making anything essential, absolute, null, perfect, or incorruptible strictly impossible. When something is made possible, it is also strictly speaking made impossible. Lacan, as I will discuss in chapter, turns to what he calls the dugy for an understanding of what causes the aporetic trouble in the transcendental relation, whereby the desire for pleasure causes us to economize in the automaton rather than face the truth. Derrida calls this same cause of all the trouble difference. But this is where Derrida's own troubles start, because difference has been so thoroughly misconstrued as a gur of free play. In what follows, I aim to demonstrate instead that Derrida's texts are never a matter of free play but are, in one way or another, the performance of the inescapable aporias engendered by the necessity of operating within a philosophical discourse that speaks of the conditioned and its conditions while faced with the impossibility of these conditions ever being proper. He insists that there are good reasons for acknowledging and working with this necessary impropriety within transcendental discourse, and, therefore, for why his work must be thought of neither as transcendental thinking nor as being entirely in opposition to it, but as answering to the demands of a logic that is somewhere, that is, nowhere, in between, which is marked by praxing the transcendental with the quasi that ruins it. To support the argument that the plural logic of the aporia that, orders all of Derrida's writings, including those on the Freudian text, can help make sense of Lacan's return to Freud, which is not a return but inventive repetition, it is necessary to counter the still widespread prejudice that reduces Derrida's quasi-transcendental thinking to only one of its sides, namely, a free play of differences. It is to this task that I shall now turn. Derrida, Difference and the Plural Logic of the Aporia. Introductory remarks. Questions of interpretation. If Derrida's name is almost synonymous with mad misunderstandings, perhaps one has to grant that his texts are frustrating to read at the best of times. Take, for example, his insistence that to ask the question what is difference, is already to have misunderstood what he means by this nickname, since the question implies that difference can be made present, that it has an essence or existence of some kind, or that it can be something, form, state, or power, which can be given a proper name, a name that can be capitalized and capitalized on. But, on his account, difference simply is not, and any attempt to think it has to remain negative. Difference is not a word, not a concept, not a present being of any kind, does not have a proper name. Yet, this negativity does not mean, he insists, that difference can be thought of as the diametric opposite of presence, that is, it cannot be thought of in terms of absence. Faced with this apparent obscurity and vacillation, one might understandably snap the book shut in frustration and turn instead to one of the numerous commentaries. But this is where the risks multiply exponentially. Besides astonishingly diverse and perverse misrepresentations of Derrida's thinking, many sympathetic commentaries generate their own difficulties. In writing about Derrida's texts, some interpreters apparently feel compelled to match the facility with which Derrida exploits the resources of language or to repeat the Derridian gestures they aim to elucidate, making for texts almost as opaque as those upon which they remain parasitic. Readers of these readers soon enough find themselves lost again in the dense thickets of wordplay, caveat, and qualification. I agree with Rorty that attempts at what Bennington calls Derridian readings of Derrida tend to be tiresome and unprotable. By contrast, Rorty's writing is erudite and superbly readable, a delicious mix of irreverence toward stuffy academia and seeming good sense. Yet, precisely because of their linguistic clarity, his inutial early readings have aided and abetted the persisting misconception that Derrida's thinking is anti-philosophy and views itself instead as just the self-consciousness of the play of a certain kind of writing. Despite his avowed 20-odd years of reading Derrida, his interpretations, until about the close of last century, have remained perversely resistant to Derrida's argumentation, shifting from early attempts to yoke it to the anti-Kantian side of a contrastive duality that opposes neo-Kantian analytical philosophy to Hegelian dialecticism, to an approbatory acknowledgement that Derrida himself, on his bad days, might not want to escape altogether from the dusty bottle of transcendental philosophy. Rorty's double vision. I should acknowledge the injustice of enduring an outdated, 20th-century Rorty, which I risk nevertheless, because his persistent attempt to reduce Derrida's thinking to one side of a contradictory opposition between philosophical foundationalism and anti-foundational textuality serves conveniently as a foil for an account of Derrida's quasi-transcendental thinking, which, by contrast, articulates these terms according to the plural logic of the aporia. Moreover, if Rorty's early interpretations are not mad enough to be laughed off, their one-sidedness makes them imprecise enough to skew the pitch, and, given their mantric repetition in diverse contexts, they are inutial enough to matter. According to Rorty's twofold framework, philosophy stands for the belief that reason enables humanity to establish once and for all the basic conditions for founding the perfect system, social organization, political dispensation, system of justice, educational institution, etc., granted that such perfection, attainable only over generations, is held out as a regulative ideal and a measure for human progress. By contrast, textuality denotes an intellectual free play engendered by the recognition that no term whatsoever has an immutable, essential nature and everything is constituted diacritically, by differential relations. Moreover, since no basic principle can be exced as the ultimate regulator of these diacritical relations, they cannot be organized into a closed stable structure or system, architectonic, hierarchy, or teleology. There is certainly common ground between Rorty and Derrida insofar as both promote ways of thinking that threaten foundationalist philosophy. Yet, as I hope to show, Derrida resists Rorty's consequent brand of pragmatic postmodernism whereby the ruin of foundationalism necessarily entails giving up philosophy altogether in the name of textuality or an out-and-out nominalism. Derrida's thinking is more complex than either foundationalism or nominalism thus understood, since it resists the limitations imposed by the either/or logic that still binds and blinds Rorty's intellectual moves. He refuses to deny the necessity of living with the idea and the logic of foundational thinking. But he also shows that, just as necessarily, every foundation established will always already have been ruined, without delay, from the instant of its institution, without this being reason enough to give up on it. For Derrida, then, foundationalism is linked to anti-foundationalism not through contradiction but aporia, in response to which an either/or choice is inappropriate. In this case, Derrida's thinking does not properly tee on either side of the / that, for Rorty, clearly separates philosophy from the unregulated play of an essentially anti-foundationalist literature. Preferring the anti-foundationalist side of his oppositional schema, he criticizes Derrida relentlessly for selling it short and in so doing coming perilously close to a regrettable, retrogressive nostalgia for the tradition of onto theology, dismissing persistently quasi-transcendental motifs in Derrida's texts. We nominalists have no use for a refurbished version of Kant's transcendental logic. His only recourse is to split Derrida in two. He denounces a bad, backsliding, early Derrida who tries to account for what he does with language by resorting to a quasi-philosophical term like trace, and he celebrates a good, later, anti-foundationalist Derrida who saves himself from such pseudo-foundationalism via difference. Rorty supports this division with a snippet in which he sees Derrida rebuking himself for the covert foundationalism attached to trace. For us, difference remains a metaphysical name, and all the names that it receives from our language are still, so far as they are names, metaphysical. Older than being itself, our language has no name for such a difference. But we already know that if it is unnameable, this is not simply provisional. It is not because our language has still not found or received this name, or because we would have to look for it in another language, outside the night system of our language. It is because there is no name for this, not even essence or being, not even the name difference, which is not a name, which is not a pure nominal unity, and continually breaks up in a chain of different substitutions. There will be no unique name, not even the name of being. It must be conceived without nostalgia, that is, it must be conceived outside the myth of the purely maternal or paternal language belonging to the lost fatherland of thought. On the contrary, we must affirm it in the sense that Nietzsche brings affirmation into play with a certain laughter and with a certain dance. It is quite clear from this citation that Derrida's remarks concerning the lack of a proper name or pure nominal unity for what difference improperly names certainly poses a challenge to philosophy's so-called dream of presence. However, these remarks can hardly be taken to make the opposite claim for anti-philosophy. Derrida's persistently reiterated protest should be taken seriously, on the subject, in the name, or from the point of view of philosophy in general. I have never spoken, no more than of anti-philosophy, as a consequence, which has always seemed to me the thing least deserving of interest in the world. If philosophy has tended to place some version of pure, simple, unit being at the origin, Derrida replaces being not with a pure disseminative drift but with the complexity, impropriety, or better, impossibility, of paradox that difference improperly names. His aim in this essay is to write about quasi-transcendental constitution as the aporetic interweaving of incompatible but equally necessary economic and aneconomic aporias. These aporias are indicated in the nickname difference by the aneconomic, disseminative drift of difference as spacing, and the regulated, economic difference and deferral of difference as temporization. I shall address both in more detail shortly. The question Derrida poses here is not one of choice but of articulation, difference as temporization, difference as spacing. How are they to be joined? Clearly difference is not a unique name for the aporia of the economic and aneconomic aporias. Rather, as already mentioned, there are countless nicknames for this plural logic of the aporia, which can be reiterated in a chain of context-bound, not precisely synonymous, substitutes, to which trace belongs as much as any other. It is due to such iterability, which, like itara, from which the word derives, says both the repetition of the same and alteration, that Derrida claims for his deconstructive analyses a clearly articulated logical form, but, paradoxically, denies this form the status of a proper name and compels it to keep taking on various context-specific nicknames such as deconstruction, archwriting, the plural logic of aporia, quasi-transcendental interweaving, all of which inscribe difference within themselves. In short, allowing that the singularity of a context makes a difference, which prevents any XED method of analysis, one may nevertheless conclude that a formalizable logic repeats its play in every Derridian text. But if trace and difference substitute for one another, albeit always a little imperfectly, they do not submit to Rorty's sharp division and cannot be used to argue that Derrida, on his good days, abolishes transcendental philosophy altogether, still residual in the word trace, in favor of the unregulated textuality supposedly designated by difference. It pays to revisit Derrida's text to see what was cut in Rorty's snipping. Notably, he quietly ignores the very next sentence, where Derrida invokes the Heideggerian hope that comes after the laughter and dance in which the play of difference is affirmed without nostalgia, that is, he invokes the other side of nostalgia, which reinscribes philosophy's traditional quest for the proper word and the unique name and insists that the question of the proper name enters into the affirmation put into play by difference. The sense of this addition, which turns on what one makes of the phrase enters into, remains studiously undecidable. It certainly does suggest that Nietzschean affirmation writes off any quest for the proper name, but it simultaneously suggests that such a quest enters into the picture and must be taken into account. Rorty, in his carefully selective reading, has decided the undecidable, and in so doing simply misses the complexity of Derrida's quasi-transcendental argument. As if in confirmation of this blindness, he insists that good pragmatists cannot understand why Derrida wants to sound transcendental. He argues that one can simply convert the unnecessarily complicated transcendental-sounding jargon of conditions of possibility or impossibility into the clearer terms of his formula for the coimplication of binary opposites. That is, you cannot use the word A without being able to use the word B, and vice versa, even though nothing can be both an A and an B. Moreover, he argues, if his own formula still sounds a bit transcendental, it is only in the uninteresting sense that a contrastive duality is always more basic than either of its terms, and even makes them possible. For Rorty, then, this formula expresses no more than Saussure's diacritical claim that positive terms are second-order effects of more primary differential relations. Finally, he insists, this admittedly improved philosophy of language has no conceivable relevance for political and ethical deliberation. In his words, a theory of meaning seems as irrelevant here as a theory of a priori knowledge, difference as irrelevant as Grund, Saussure and Derrida as irrelevant as Kant and Hegel. It is only by sleight of hand, however, that Rorty's formula reduces what is quasi-transcendental in Derrida's thinking to a trivial fact about meaning production. To show this, one might simply try out substitutions that would already take the complication of binaries beyond the domain of word usage. For example, you cannot practice justice without being able to practice law, and vice versa, even though nothing can be both just and forced by law. But if Derrida's quasi-transcendental thinking can be converted into the terms of Rorty's formula, it is not reducible to it. For, as Caputo puts it, justice and the law are not supposed to be opposites but to interweave. Laws ought to be just, otherwise they are monsters, and justice requires the force of law, otherwise it is a wimp instead. Derrida's thinking complicates matters by showing that both A and B are equally impossible, but in different senses, because they harbor opposite aporias. Further, their complication means that one side of the opposition not only haunts but also ruins the other. And in so doing, because they are interdependent, ruins itself. The application of law ruins the notion of justice, but in the ruin of justice, law is destroyed, because there is no law without justice. Justice requires the suspension of law, but in the suspension of law, there is no justice, because there cannot be justice without law. These formulations, then, unavoidably tie us up in the aporias of paradoxes, for certain phenomena indeed cannot be characterized in incompatible ways simultaneously, as Rorty suggests, but they nevertheless must be so characterized, for otherwise the phenomenon is lost. In other words, to make the either/or choice between incompatible characterizations, example justice is the application of law, or justice is the suspension of law, is always to have lost the phenomenon, justice itself. The phenomenon as such, that which answers to the question, what is justice, gift, democracy, ethics, etc., remains irremediably impossible, without this being reason enough to give up on it. Quasi-transcendental conditions, Derrida adds, can only take a negative form. Without X there would not be Y, without the application of law there will not be justice, equally, without the suspension of law there will not be justice. He rejects the positive alternative outright. Justice occurs in the application of law, justice occurs in the suspension of law, or in broader terms, on this condition there will surely have been event, decision, responsibility, ethics, or politics. In his words, one can be certain only of this negative form. As soon as it is converted into a positive certainty, one can be sure that one is beginning to be deceived, indeed beginning to deceive the other. To sum up so far, Rorty's readings are persistently skewed by the compulsive repetition of a violent interpretative strategy that reduces Derrida's complex position to the twofold terms of his oppositional framework, philosophical foundationalism versus anti-foundational textuality, and mandates a choice between them. This strategy is a driving force behind many attempts to assert the impotence of Derridian thinking when it comes to addressing practical, juridical, political, ethical, economic issues. Accurately citing Derrida's persistent reminder that our only access to an event is through the artists of linguistic or proto-linguistic interpretation, and taking note of his deliberate recourse to linguistic techniques that highlight the irreducible gap between an event and the language used to describe it, critics of a certain kind typically leap to the conclusion that Derrida privileges a textuality that remains too narcissistically self-involved or playfully ironic to be politically or ethically relevant. But there is nothing clear at all about the argumentative leaps necessary to draw this conclusion, not least because the same initial observation concerning Derrida's insistence upon an irreducible gap between the event and the language used to describe it can support precisely the opposite, but equally problematic, conclusion. Here, critics of a newer kind, such as Zizek, do not charge Derrida with textual narcissism but with making the opposing error of a misanthropic denigration of all that lies within the domain of the human text, legal systems, political measures, institutional structures, for the sake of preserving the absolute purity of a sublimely inaccessible, or absolutely absent, referent justice itself, for example. Again, if for exactly opposite reasons, he is charged with an essential inability to gain any purchase on reality and, therefore, with practical irrelevance. While this double, contradictory accusation might at first seem perplexing, one may make sense of it, on reaction, as opposite sides of the same coin. The underlying charge that sustains both accusations is that Derrida sharply divides text from referent, supposedly allowing the domain of the text to take on a life of its own while leaving the referent untouched. Depending on the use one wants to make of deconstruction as a foil for another argument, one can now accuse him of either celebrating or denigrating textuality and, accordingly, of either disregarding the referent altogether or striving to preserve its essential purity. More contemporary charge commands attention because it deals with the concerns of the so-called later Derrida. He is also one of the exceptional few whose critical remarks do not rely entirely on hearsay but are backed by complex and subtle argumentation that addresses the underlying logical structure of Derridian thinking. Most importantly, however, in his essay The Real of, he explicitly stresses the total incompatibility between Lacanian discourse and deconstruction in its post-secular guise, which he describes in terms of a Derridian appropriation of Levinas. Clearly, in the spirit of this study, which aims to demonstrate an accord between these discourses, I must raise and try to justify an objection here. It is telling that Zizek's claim is supported by the insistence that an adequate understanding of the Lacanian real would dispel any illusion of compatibility between the Levinasian other, read, post-secular deconstruction, and the Lacanian thing. I agree with Zizek that attempts to link the Levinasian other and the Lacanian thing are misguided. What I would question instead is the precision with which he establishes the link between post-secular deconstruction, if there is such a thing, and the Levinasian other. Correspondingly, it is certainly true that the misconstruction he names Derrida's operation is incompatible with the Lacanian logic he later outlines through the gears of spectral analysis and the Borromean knot. But, as I hope to demonstrate, to rectify his imprecise account of Derrida's appropriation of Levinas would be to bring Derrida into accord with Lacan rather than Levinas. In short, Zizek offers a brilliantly illuminating account of the structural logic underpinning Lacanian discourse, but in his construal and critique of Derrida's operation, he does not treat the Derridian with equal justice. Moreover, because he mostly reports Derridian claims perfectly accurately, it is easy to be taken in by his argument and difficult to establish just why it nevertheless strikes one as misconstrued. Ultimately, the trouble lies in his neglect of the plural logic of the aporia under the misnomer of Derrida's operation. Zizek persistently hammers Derrida's claims into an imposed Levinasian structure, to which they in principle have never submitted. One is tempted here to echo in reverse Lacan's complaint. It is as if it were precisely upon reaching the impasse to which my discourse is designed to lead them that they considered their work done, declaring themselves or rather declaring me, which amounts to the same thing given their conclusions confounded. Zizek's critique of post-secular deconstruction. The sophisticated argument by means of which Zizek declares Derrida confounded begins with the claim that post-secular deconstruction does not imply a return to any metaphysics of presence or onto theology that requires the notion of a fully present, supreme being for its support. Rather, it takes shape as an appropriation of Levinas whereby the deconstruction of presence is supposed to clear the slate for a new, undeconstructible form of spirituality, for the relationship to an unconditional otherness that precedes ontology. The shape of this Levinasian relationship, then, would consist of a primordial passivity, sentience, of responding, of being innately indebted to and responsible for the call of an otherness that never acquires positive features but always remains withdrawn, the trace of its own absence. In Zizek's assessment, one here encounters the same religious matrix as ever, the only difference between garden variety onto theology and the Derridian/Levinasian position being that a positive gur of God is replaced by its exact opposite, the holy other, a hypostatized absolute absence, or the forever to come. Importantly, inscribed in this observation is the claim that post-secular thinking retains the religious insistence upon an abyssal divide between the transcendent other and the earthly sphere of immanence, which keeps each side absolutely uncontaminated. There can be no overlap between the two, no chance that the gap might collapse, not even a little, not even for an instant. Finally, Zizek notes, all of this means that the relationship between human subjects and the other would not be characterized by active hermeneutic mediation or appropriation. This post-secular configuration, he continues, repeats itself in what he thinks of as Derrida's fidelity to the spirit of Marxism. On his account, Derrida insists on the necessity of respecting, saving or reasserting, the purity of the absolute other, the messianic promise, essential core, authentic spirit of the Marxist tradition, by renouncing any particular, contingent, determinate, and historical analyses, strategies, and measures involving actual people in their actual circumstances. In his words, reasserting the authentic spirit of the Marxist tradition means to leave behind its letter, Marx's particular analyses and proposed revolutionary measures, which are irreducibly tainted by the tradition of ontology, in order to save from the ashes the authentic messianic promise of emancipatory liberation. Crucially, then, he adds, the point is not simply that Marx's particular formulation and proposed measures are to be left behind and replaced by other, more adequate formulations and measures, but rather that the messianic promise is betrayed by any particular formulation, by any translation into determinate economico-political measures. The conclusion that he draws concerning the underlying premise of Derrida's radicalization of Marx is this: since no determinate economico-political measures, no matter how radical, may escape this form of betrayal, Derrida's discourse engenders the exact opposite of radicalization, namely, the renunciation of any actual radical political measures in the name of a radical, primordial passivity in face of the innate dead. According to Zizek, this pseudo-radical, Levinasian position is supposed to provide the Derridian alternative to the twin troubles that arise when the gap between textual reality, the immanent, interpreted, appropriated, phenomenal structures of experience, and the ineffable other is collapsed. Derridians, he remarks, see that collapsing this gap always involves a short-circuiting whose consequence would be either of twin troubles, aporias, standing in binary opposition. On the one hand, if this gap is allowed to collapse in a way that privileges phenomenal reality, human law, and reduces all transcendent otherness out of the picture, one is left with no option but to promote Rorty's kind of unprincipled pragmatism. Here, one might add, having agreed to institute a shared regulatory economy, a legal system, for example, that aims to be just, fair, ordered, and good, community members may work to improve its efficiency and streamline its operation by eradicating its faults, moments of unfairness, singularities, loopholes, quirks, inefficiencies, and disorders. Fairly obviously, the consequence of complete success here would be a static system that quickly loses its application in a quintessentially dynamic and messy ethical and political reality. Instead of the hoped-for justice, one ends up with a rigid system of prescriptions imposed from on high by the calculating automatons we tend to label by means of two highly ironic terms, namely, civil and servant, who do not dare or care to think beyond the rules. Ironically, then, when law prevails over justice, the law itself becomes totalitarian. In its stasis, it assumes transcendent status over a dynamic phenomenal reality. On the other hand, the gap can collapse in a different way, whereby phenomenal reality is reduced out of the picture and the other is privileged in an anarchic moment of singular totalitarianism. In the case under discussion, an idealized justice itself prevails over law. Here, as Zizek notes, the problematic of totalitarianism in political and ethical life is understood in terms of a short circuit between messianic otherness and a determinate political agent. Zizek explains this short circuit in terms of sublimation, notably, in its Freudian sense, which is closely allied to idealization. In sublimation, he explains, something, an object that is part of our ordinary reality, is elevated into the unconditional object that the subject values more than life itself. One may understand this in two correlative senses. By believing that her particular decision actualizes justice itself, a determinate political agent assumes a transcendent or godlike status. Correlatively, the messianic other, whether we name this democracy, justice, or ethics, relinquishes its futural status as the forever to come and pretends to be fully actualized in a decision, act, or system whose principle is elevated to supreme status. Here, notably, individuals might legitimately assume the autonomous right to apply personally held supreme principles at their own discretion. But all others must be accorded the same right. Without a means of collective arbitration, then, one ends up facing out-and-out power struggles whose only principle will be a lack of principle. In other words, the consequence of successful totalitarianism would have to be unprincipled pragmatism. Such circularities suggest that one here faces two different kinds of aporia, neither of which can be chosen without some form of violation. On Zizek's account, the lesson of deconstruction is therefore this: never collapse the gap between phenomenal reality and the messianic other, since this leads to an impossible situation of opposing aporias. Yet, since, as already argued, the otherness of the messianic other is preserved only by disallowing any worldly contamination and remains the impossible itself, Derrida's thinking supposedly traps itself between two equally untenable positions, two forms of impossibility. More broadly speaking, the supposed lesson of deconstruction is this: since everything is impossible, we may justly abdicate in face of the pragmatic demand for determinate decisions concerning actual practical measures in the name of Levinasian passivity. Consequently, Derrida merely plays around without any hope for better social congruations, more just laws, and so on, leaving himself no option but to doom his discourse to practical irrelevance. A Derridean response. I cannot pretend to do justice to Derrida's complex and multiple adjudication of the tension between phenomenology and Levinasian ethics in drawing upon his essay Violence and Metaphysics to explain why Zizek's interpretation of Derrida's appropriation of Levinas is misconceived. But at least one can say unequivocally that there cannot be a Derridean who would not immediately point out that when Derrida painstakingly lays out the disagreement between Husserl and Levinas concerning the question of the wholly other, he hardly comes up on the side of Levinas. In fact, ironically, much of Zizek's critique of what he takes to be Derrida's operation NDS a precise echo in Derrida's critique of Levinas. First, Derrida criticizes Levinas precisely because he orders his thinking around a fundamental dichotomy or binary opposition between the centripetal, philosophical Greek spirit, which tends inward toward closure, totality, sameness, immanence, history, philosophy, and war, and the innate openness of the centrifugal, eschatological, implicitly Hebraic spirit, inity, otherness, transcendence, ethics, and peace. Further, he criticizes Levinas for insisting on an abyssal gap between these poles, assuming an either/or choice between supposed opposites, and renouncing violent, phenomenological totalization for the pure nonviolence that he associates with an appeal to a prior inity, and which he calls pure ethics. Accordingly, Derrida's basic strategy is to show that Levinas' insistence on the purity of the wholly other remains inconsistent, since his discourse in fact requires the phenomenology he rejects. This qualification is, in fact, announced in the opening pages of the essay. Having noted Levinas' early, still tentative and inconsistent, reticence concerning the imperialism of theoria in Husserl's phenomenology and pointing to the paradox involved in maintaining a philosophical discourse against light, he remarks that 30 years later, when the charges against theoretism and Husserlian phenomenology became the essential motifs in the break with tradition, the nudity of the face of the other, this epiphany of a certain non-light before which all violence is to be quieted and disarmed, will still have to be exposed to a certain enlightenment. Derrida goes on to point out, for example, that Levinas rejects Husserl's account of the constitution of the alter ego, which accounts for the other as ego through the symmetry of analogical apperception, because it compromises the alterity of the wholly other by reducing the other person to another one just like me. Yet Levinas also insists that the other manifests as the power of saying. But it is impossible to explain how the power to say becomes a mark of the other ego, the wholly other as opposed to the relative otherness of that which does not speak, animals or objects, without a relational theory of empathy. How can I tell that this other, in contrast with other others, has the power of saying and is therefore wholly other, except by seeing that she/he is a being who, like me and unlike other others, is distinguished by the power to speak? In short, Levinas himself does not sustain a commitment to the wholly other without contradiction, for he cannot get around the fact that one has to be the same, another person, in order to be the wholly other. In Derrida's words, the other is absolutely other only if he is an ego, that is in ascertain way if heist same as I inversely, the other as residential is simultaneously less other, not absolutely other, and less the same than I. Further, Derrida argues, again contra Levinas, that we have no access to any pure, passive spirit of nonviolence but, at best, must choose the least possible violence, which is to choose neither totality, symbolic network, text, nor entity, thing, but to negotiate between these paralyzing extremes. This negotiation, he argues, is better achieved by Husserl than by Levinas. For Levinas, the alterity of the wholly other is respected only by abandoning active hermeneutic appropriation altogether. Phenomenology, by contrast, can tolerate the inescapable violence of active appropriation, since it accepts that inadequation, the impossibility of perfect evidence, marks a kind of immanent transcendence. Phenomenology, in his view, both accommodates an infinite potential for phenomenality, for being seen in the broad sense of this term, associated with showing, illumination, and evidence, on the part of any other, and respects its alterity, its darkness and its secrets, since no other can ever be given with perfect adequacy. Broadly speaking, then, Derrida objects to the extremity of Levinas' rejection of the Greek logos, whose element is the phenomenon of being, and his attempt to liberate the immediate, but buried nudity of experience itself. From the Greek domination of the same and the one, other names for the light of being and of the phenomenon, as if from oppression itself, on the grounds that this is done, inconsistently, as it turns out, for naming is a philosophical gesture, for the sake of something he is willing to name the non-Greek. In short, if Derrida appropriates anything from Levinas, it is precisely not his religious matrix, which entails a sharp division between phenomenal reality and the absolute other, for not even Levinas can sustain the notion of the wholly other itself. Nevertheless, he does believe that there is something to be gained from Levinas' extremity, given the power with which it highlights the structural violation of otherness built into traditional philosophy, including phenomenology, since such violation is incessantly necessary every time we wish to speak, act, create, differentiate, and so on. Notably, if Derrida draws upon phenomenology to critique Levinas, he also, in a reverse move, derives from Levinas the means to critique what remains of a traditional metaphysics of presence in phenomenology. Against Husserlian phenomenology, then, he launches a renegotiated and adapted version of the wholly other, which points not to any transcendent ideal standing in opposition to the sphere of immanence but to the unpredictability inscribed within every immanent horizon of experience. To elaborate, Derrida explicitly insists upon the impossibility of choosing between the so-called spheres of immanence and transcendence, since neither by itself presents a viable option, and he prefers incoherence as the most rational alternative. As he puts it, we will not choose between the opening and the totality. Therefore we will be incoherent, but without systematically resigning ourselves to incoherence. It is probably unnecessary to underline the oddity of Zizek's claim that Derrida, of all people, insists on a sharp divide that preserves the absolute purity of messianic otherness, given his relentless and consistent insistence on the ineradicable necessity of incoherence, impurity, and contamination. Let us risk the word collapse here, clearly exemplified, for example, in the gur of the pharmakon, poison and cure simultaneously, and no less clearly in the plural logic of the aporia, which is also the logic of contamination. As I see it, Derrida's recourse to incoherence is analogous to what Zizek understands by the Lacanian real. To explain this contention, one may yet again take recourse to the problematic of justice and law. For Derrida, incoherence is a way of saying that the dream of justice, joined to the impossibility of its full actualization in the practice of law, indicates the moment of errance internal to legal practice. Such incoherence renders it, mercifully, incapable of completing itself, of establishing its null destination as either human law, unprincipled pragmatism, or the divine law, totalitarianism, and therefore keeps it permanently open to traumatic shattering and reconfiguration. I will not resist the temptation at this point to remark that the aporetic complexity inscribed in articulating the dream of justice with the impossibility of its full actualization is the traumatic real of law. In more general terms, one could say that the impossible itself, for which difference and undecidability are nicknames, refers to the double movement whereby all phenomena are constituted by means of an articulation that joins, as a paradox, the dream of actualizing the all, the desire for unity, best understood in terms of Freud's paradoxical death drive, with the impossibility of its full actualization. Notably, the absolute all, the object of the death drive, is itself an incoherent notion. It may be understood in terms of the difference between two internally aporetic senses of the innate, which highlight its inconceivable nature either way, namely, an all-at-once innate, which names the impossibility of grasping a totality that has no bounds, and a successive innate, which names the impossibility involved in trying to grasp the absolute all of an endless succession. It is because of this incoherence at the origin that the dream of actualizing the all takes the opposing, but equally aporetic, economic and uneconomic forms between which Derrida refuses to choose. Instead, he insists that one must learn to live with the incoherence represented by the paradox of immanent transcendence marked by the gur of the undecidable. That is, because all phenomena are constituted by this double economic/uneconomic exigency, they remain unresolved. One can never bind all possible threads into an absolutely systematic network according to the exigencies of the all-at-once innate, but we are not for that reason left in a fray of loose ends. For Derrida, then, the irreducible disjunction in the conjunction between the dream of justice, for example, and its actualization in law is not at all due to a sharply oppositional ontological dualism, which argues for the impossibility of any appropriation, but emerges instead, with Husserl, as an indication of a necessary, internal errance in appropriation. Consequently, it is when one, by the force of illusion, suppresses errance and pretends that the nature of human experience is decidable one way or the other that one faces inevitable economic and uneconomic aporias. In other words, coherence is achievable only if one can, per impossible, justify the choice for an economic or an economic absolute, that is, ultimately, for either originary cosmos or chaos. One might, by contrast, and the lesson of deconstruction condensed in the paradoxical injunction give economy its chance, allow economy a chance to happen, allow the uneconomic chance to happen to an economy. Symptomatic contaminations. When one reads Derrida himself, against the misappropriations, his thinking clearly does not tee the mold of Levinasian post-secularism. Interestingly, in an effort to think away some of these anomalies, Zizek inadvertently opens up avenues that lead toward an accord between Derrida and Lacan. He grants, for example, that the Derridean account of the democracy to come is not a positively determined ideal whose future actualization requires us to tolerate present restrictions and sufferings as its preconditions. He also accurately formulates the Derridean alternative. In his words, in contrast to such strategic economy of the proper dose of freedom, democracy to come refers to the unforeseeable emergencies/outbursts of ethical responsibility, when I am suddenly confronted with an urgency to answer the call, to intervene in a situation that I experience as intolerably unjust. Interestingly, this formulation of the Derridean alternative contains a hint that the impossible, the democracy to come, does not refer to an absolutely absent other but to the traumatic eruption of errance, a here and now experience of intolerable injustice, possible in any current political situation, even if it is already named democratic. It is the shock encounter with errants that opens politics to the chance happening of democracy, that is, an actual, albeit imperfect, democratic event, where, in response to the emergency of intolerable injustice, we are called obliged to take responsibility, as best we can, for determinate democratic practice. In other words, in such outbursts of ethical responsibility there is a momentary, traumatic overlap, a genuine collapse of the gap, between messianic otherness and determinate political agents that is not the kind of totalitarian short-circuit described above. Zizek, however, offers this hint of an alternative reading really only in order to dismiss it, since he immediately insists, without saying why, that Derrida nonetheless retains the irreducible opposition between a spectral experience of the messianic call of justice and its ontologization, its transposition into a set of positive legal and political measures. Thus, he adds, if the messianic call for justice is called ethics, then totalitarianism is inevitable when ethics becomes politics. Yet he again touches upon a way in which this gap may be collapsed without pure totalitarianism, by acknowledging that the ethical is undecidability and that the ethical domain proper is difference, while the political involves the risk of making decisions. Here, Derridians might argue that one cannot grant this definition of the ethical and still hold onto an abyssal divide between the ethical and the political, since difference and undecidability, ethics, are not somehow opposed to the phenomenal realm but indicate the internal play of paradox that makes all appropriation, politics, necessarily self-subverting and therefore only totalitarian by artifice or delusion. To say that ethics is the internal difference that traumatizes the political is another way to say that the political cannot escape traumatization, since the very conditions that make any political phenomenon possible also render its pure form impossible. Zizek grants the elegance of this way of thinking, but nonetheless dismisses its efficacy as a theory of ethical action. It is to be opposed to the act in the Lacanian sense, in which the distance between the ethical and the political collapses. But why? Consider the case of Antigone, he suggests, as if providing an argument for his dismissal. Yet the ensuing discussion is not a considered argument for why Derrida's quasi-transcendental thinking, or, in other words, the plural logic of the aporia, remains unacceptable as a means to understand Antigone's act. It is merely a restatement of the erroneous claim that Derrida insists on the absolute impossibility of such a collapse. Here he points out that from the standpoint of the ethics of Sittlichkeit, of the mores that regulate the intersubjective collective of the polis, Antigone's insistence on her singular power to answer the call of justice itself is effectively mad, disruptive, evil. A Derridian account, he argues, has no option but to call Antigone's act totalitarian, since she allows herself to be invaded by, and remains blindly faithful to, the singular call of the divine, which nobody else can understand. Since she insists upon an unconditional fidelity to that which lies beyond human law, she is, in effect, assuming the right to play God, and would therefore take the form of a proto-totalitarian gur. He notes here that misreadings of Lacan's interpretation of Antigone's act similarly argue that she condemns herself by losing the proper distance from the thing. On the other hand, refusing to make any exception to the letter of human law, Crean, in Zizek's words, acts like a pragmatic state politician, mercilessly crushing any activity that would destabilize the smooth functioning of the state and civil peace. Again, for Zizek, against the short-circuiting involved in both Crean's strategy and Antigone's act, the lesson of deconstruction repeats itself: the gap between the thing and the determinable object must remain irreducible. In short, despite the anomalies noted above, Zizek evidently remains convinced that Derrida misses the contaminating complexity indicated by the mutual contamination of immanence and transcendence. Interestingly, however, Derrida himself NDS a structural complication of the political even in Levinas, which he interprets in terms of a paradoxical enclave of transcendence. He argues that the border between the ethical and the political becomes uncertain when Levinas acknowledges that the outside of the state, peace, hospitality, paternity, innate fecundity, etc., has a framework within it. In fact, he notes, the border between the ethical and the political here loses for good the indivisible simplicity of a limit. No matter what Levinas might have said, the determinability of this limit was never pure, and it never will be. It would be possible to follow the inclusion of excess, or this transcendence in immanence. Through subsequent texts Derrida interprets the inclusion of excess here as an originary transgression that brings about a disjunction in the immanence to self. It is not much of a stretch to interpret Derrida's phrase "the other's decision in me" in terms of this paradoxical notion of immanent transcendence. What can be thought of as the other's decision in me has nothing to do with cultural or linguistic determinism, that is, with heteronomy. It is not that I am spoken by the other in the form of the symbolic order. Nor does it imply the opposite form of absolute sovereignty. It is not a matter of the thing in me that decides. It does not imply, for example, the blind insistence of an Antigone on her sovereign right to do just what she decides, whatever it is. Rather, playing on the homophonic associations of scission and division in the word decisiren, the other's decision in me refers to the undecidability, or difference, that stands as the quasi-transcendental condition for the simultaneous possibility and impossibility of genuine decisions. Derrida insists, in the RST place, that without undecidability there would be no call for ethical, juridical, and political decisions. Without undecidability, there would only be the economic delusion of perfect rational calculability where the law is merely applied under the illusion that we know enough to do this, or the abdication of responsibility on the basis of the uneconomic illusion that we cannot know anything. It is precisely because things are ultimately undecidable, because nothing is absolutely possible or impossible, because individuals can neither know for sure nor claim absolute ignorance, that we are obliged to go through the singularizing ordeal or trauma of undecidability, of having to make decisions and take responsibility for them without the comfort of certainty. Thus a decision, if it is to live up to its concept, must always in principle be capable of precipitating a new configuration of rules, from which there is no return. This is not to say that every decision must precipitate something new, just that decision-making in principle requires a primary openness to change, even if one ultimately elects to reinstitute the existing rules. However, the injunction to risk making determinate proposals, fabrications, institutions, constructions, or interpretations, texts, must suspend undecidability in order to reinvent the rule, as Zizek puts it, out of a singular situation where this intervention has to obey pragmatic/strategic considerations and is never at the level of decision itself. For Derrida, actual proposals are never at the level of decision itself because they of necessity decide the undecidable. In other words, by necessarily operating as if this can be done, actual decisions automatically violate or suspend the very condition of undecidability that makes a decision possible in the RST place. Notably, for Derrida, this double bind, which cannot be resolved, by no means leads to the renunciation of all actual proposals. Rather, its recognition is simply a warning concerning any naive belief in the infallibility of proposed or instituted measures. Allowing for its due complexity, I am certain that Derrida's operation would give the lie to Zizek's implicit contention that it does not offer adequate means to grasp the complexity of the Lacanian proposition that the ethical act proper is neither a matter of obeying rationally constructed moral codes nor a passive and abject response to the unfathomable other's call, but occurs rather in the suspension of otherness in both of its forms, symbolic order and thing. When the symbolic order is suspended, Antigone momentarily becomes the thing, thereby also suspending its secret. In other words, both forms of the other become contaminated. In Zizek's words, what gives Antigone such unshakable, uncompromising fortitude to persist in her decision is precisely the direct identification of her particular/determinate decision with the others, things, injunction/call. For a brief, passing moment of decision, she is the thing directly, thus excluding herself from the community regulated by the intermediate agency of symbolic regulations. Spectral analysis and the plural logic of the aporia. When Zizek undertakes to explain what he means by the ethical act, it is very difficult to see how it differs from what Derrida has in mind with the plural logic of the aporia. In some ways, the elaboration of this argument does not belong here, for it presupposes much of what still needs to be laid out concerning both Lacanian and Derridian discourses. Rather than interrupting the argumentative by deferring its discussion, however, one may treat what follows as setting the tone for what I wish to argue in more detail in the rest of the text. To explain the Lacanian proposition concerning the status of Antigone's act as paradoxically both actual and absolute, or unconditional, Zizek requests a shift in mindset, from any kind of dualistic thinking to the structural threesome that may be represented graphically by the gur of a Borromean knot. Such a knot is often, but not exclusively, represented by three interlinked rings of the kind most commonly associated with Venn diagrams. The linkage here is such that three structures are interdependent in such a way that each one holds the other two both together and apart in a tensional relationship. Breaking one, therefore, destroys the axis between the other two, causing them to collapse into one another. Further, to understand the logical structure underpinning Antigone's act, one must submit the topic of the other to a kind of a spectral analysis, which divides it into three kinds. Here, Zizek names the imaginary other, which names other people like me, or, that is, my neighbor as my mirror image, the symbolic big other, which refers to the impersonal set of rules that coordinate our intersubjective coexistence, and the other as real, which indicates the impossible thing, the traumatic kernel of unfathomable or radical, monstrous otherness in each of us. Zizek names it the inhuman partner, and describes it as the other with whom no symmetrical dialogue, mediated by the symbolic order, is possible. The neighbor, Nebenmensch, as the thing means that, beneath the neighbor as my semblable, my mirror image, there always lurks the unfathomable abyss of radical otherness, a monstrous thing that cannot be gentried. Notably, like Derrida, Zizek implicitly claims that the term other cannot be made to cohere since it gathers together incompatible senses, none of which can be reduced out of the picture nor privileged in any form of hierarchical ordering. Instead, Zizek argues that the various senses of the term other form a Borromean knot, whereby the linkage between them is such that no axis between two terms can subsist without the third one. He goes on to address what would happen in each case if one of these terms were to be suspended. Significantly, the consequence of suspending one term, which engenders the collapse of the other two, is precisely the kind of aporetic predicament that Derrida consistently insists upon. I hope, then, that the more formal exposition of the plural logic of the aporia to follow in the next section, and its elaboration in the rest of this study, will demonstrate just why, beyond their lexical and stylistic differences, Lacan and Derrida say precisely the same thing concerning so many issues. To begin with, Zizek addresses what would happen if the big other, the symbolic order, is suspended. He argues, that the domestication of the monstrous thing, its socialization, if you like, which usually produces a normal fellow human, requires a third, mediating agency to which both self and other are willing to submit. Notably, the word normal here condenses his reference to the one like me, the other person as a mirror image that I can identify with at the level of the imaginary order. In his words, in order to render our coexistence with the thing minimally bearable, the symbolic order qua third, the pacifying mediator, has to intervene. The gentrification of the homely ugly other thing into a normal fellow human cannot occur through our direct interaction but presupposes the third agency to which we both submit. There is no intersubjectivity without the impersonal symbolic order. Accordingly, to suspend the functioning of the symbolic order, the big other, as Antigone did, is to risk a situation in which the friendly neighbor coincides with the monstrous thing whom nobody can understand. In the terms of Derrida's plural logic of the aporia, one can articulate the resulting aporia as follows: this suspension of the symbolic order is the necessary condition for the very life of a social system. Why? It enables such a system to resist its own tendency toward economic inertia and opens it to the life-giving advent of an economic otherness, chance. Anomaly, etc. Without such suspension, then, rigor mortis sets in and one risks the aporia of inertial stasis or paralysis. Yet it simultaneously breaks the cultural bond. In this moment of suspension, nobody can communicate, necessarily leaving an individual as alone as Antigone was to face the singularizing trauma of the ethical act, genuinely decisive action. In this case, one risks not inertial stasis but the entropic dissolution or fragmentation of community, which amounts to another kind of paralysis. Zizek next addresses what would happen if neighborliness is suspended, arguing that if there is no neighbor to whom I can relate as a human partner, the symbolic order itself turns into the monstrous thing that directly parasitizes upon me. Here, the Derridian aporia may be described in terms of the following example. The suspension of neighborliness is the necessary condition for fair labor practice in an institution such as a university. There must, of course, be administrative structures and measures in any institution, for instance, to prevent nepotism. In the absence of such structures, the institution risks falling prey to entropic dissolution. Yet the suspension of neighborliness means that there is no call upon me for an empathetic response, and in this case, ethical action is reduced to mere calculation based on a cold-hearted system of specific duties and obligations. The consequent destruction of a tradition of collegiality opens a university to the tyrannical dictatorship of impersonal administration and risks the inertial paralysis summed up in the phrase "rules are rules." Finally, Zizek addresses what would happen if the traumatic thing is suspended. In his words, if there is no thing to underpin our everyday, symbolically regulated exchange with others, we end ourselves in a aseptic, Habermasian universe in which subjects are deprived of their hubris of excessive passion, reduced to lifeless pawns in the regulated game of communication. Again, the Derridian aporia emerges in the following: one must suspend an economic insecurity as the necessary condition for securing our law-bound institutions or face entropic paralysis. Yet if the savage soul is destroyed, humanity is indeed rescued from multiple insecurities, associated with all excess, secrets, passions, mysteries, etc., but paradoxically the security is simultaneously threatening, for the tyranny of absolutely clear, systematic regulation, of inertial paralysis, is consummately dangerous. On the basis of this spectral analysis, Zizek argues that the ethical act in the Lacanian sense, the moment of decision, is made possible in the RST scenario, when the symbolic order is suspended and the actual Antigone becomes the thing. In this moment of collapse, she herself becomes singular, unfathomable, inimitable. To repeat Zizek's words, for a brief, passing moment of decision, she is the thing directly, thus she is the one for whom there is no mirroring neighbor, and she excludes herself from the network of rules that constitutes communal life, becoming the traumatic cause of her own framework of value. I do not see Derridian discourse engendering contrary claims concerning what it means for someone like Antigone to become the thing in the temporary moment of decision. As Caputo, for example, notes, the only thing that can be called just is a singular action in a singular situation, and this only for the while that it lasts, in the instant of decision. The warm glow of justice never settles over the law, the rule, the universal, the maxim that can be drawn from this singular event, or still less over the person deciding, who can never say, I am just. Notably, both emphasize that the moment of decision is eating, for were this not the case, no intersubjective life would be possible at all. To re-establish intersubjective life subsequent to the moment of decision, the Antigones of the world and all those around them must confront such a singular, traumatic reconfiguration of value, and in some way or another come to terms with it, that is, make sense of it, domesticate and codify it, and therefore face again the aporia of inertia that the moment of decision originally served to disrupt. Thus, the human condition remains an irresolvable predicament, since it is suspended between the aporias of either inertia or entropy. Recognizing the human condition as a predicament recalls philosophy to questioning vigilance in face of what Nietzsche, long before Levinas, exposed as its centripetal tendency toward ideological closure, and it keeps it open toward the unforeseeable to come. In other words, the logic of the predicament serves as a reminder that philosophy, and mutatis mutandi law, ethics, politics, psychoanalysis, and all other institutional practices, are paradoxically required to resist death by risking their very lifeblood. For the sake of philosophy, the question of philosophy, that is, philosophy's question of its very possibility, must forever remain a question to be answered, certainly, but without null answer. Likewise, no institutional practices can afford to close off the question of their very possibility, for in refusing to risk their foundations, which is indeed genuinely the risk of paralyzing anthropic destruction, these practices submit themselves to the equal risk of inertial destruction, which is just another word for death. In conclusion, to acknowledge the human condition as an aporetic predicament, which emphasizes irreducible undecidability, is hardly to doom us to indecisiveness and therefore practical impotence, apathy, and abdication. Indeed, Derrida insists on the precise opposite. For him, the incoherence within law, marked by justice, or the undecidability within politics, marked by ethics, has never been an excuse for staying out of juridico-political battles, but is rather precisely the reason for entering into them. Right from where we end ourselves now, he insists, we remain under a constant obligation to negotiate the relation between the calculable and the incalculable, without the kind of rigid rule that cannot be reinvented. This requirement indicates a double movement. First, there is an unlimited responsibility for constant learning, reading, interpreting, interrogating what justice is, has been, and can be, its origin, grounds, and limits. It is essential to make decisions, on the basis of particular analyses, involving actual people in actual circumstances, which respond to the letter of the law, with determinate economico-political proposals, revolutionary or otherwise. But this responsibility must be tempered by a structurally necessary anxious moment, for, inevitably, the justice called possible or determinate will always already be contaminated by the injustice that haunts this possibility. This recognition, in turn, will not let anyone rest content, since the idea of justice, which understands justice as impossible in the sense that it is always to come, will always call, unsatisfied, from beyond its determination. This idea of justice opens up the space in which law may be recast or transformed, for it acknowledges that there is no justice, only law, unless some event is possible, which exceeds knowledge, calculation rules, programs, anticipations. This amounted to a very brief preliminary sketch of how one may begin to read Derrida and Lacan together. What follows is a formalization of the above attempts to rescue the quasi-transcendental complexity of Derrida's thinking from the inutial misreadings just addressed, both of which, in their own ways, reduce deconstruction to its aneconomic moment. To do this, I shall in a sense return to the beginning, to one of Derrida's early seminal texts, Difference. Difference and the plural logic of the aporia in difference. Derrida's introduction of his well-known neologism takes as its point of departure a semantic analysis that, while simple and approximate, was intended to lead readers to within sight of what is at stake. Here he links difference to Latin rather than Greek roots, since, alongside its obvious sense, to differ, the Latin root has an additional motif, not found in the Greek, which he equally wishes to exploit. Namely, to differ in light of the typical oversimplifying misinterpretation just described. It is important to emphasize here that difference is always the articulation of difference and deferral, but that both notions, in turn, harbor incompatible economic and aneconomic senses. On this basis, Derrida goes on to argue that there are always two economies of difference. As temporization, it names the productive work of economic difference and deferral, a restricted economy. As spacing, it names the disseminative play or drift of an economic difference and deferral, a general economy. Derrida later replaces these terms with the more accurate economic/aneconomic distinction that I give preference to here. Unfortunately, the problematic of the sign and of writing with which he merely began his essay has proved to be something of a straitjacket, for it tempts many readers to view difference as pertaining solely to language and texts rather than standing as a nickname for his theory of constitution. It is to escape the strictures of the reception that binds his thinking to a theory of language that, as mentioned earlier, he proposes the plural logic of the aporia as a better mode of access to the double bind that difference improperly names. Difference, in short, is one way of saying that all phenomena are constituted by equally imperative economic and aneconomic aporias, between which, as I shall repeat compulsively, it is never a question of choosing but of articulation. If the constitution of phenomena happens as difference, then, in his words, it would be necessary to recognize both the typical or recurring form economic and the inexhaustible singularization aneconomic, without which there will never be any event, decision, responsibility, ethics, or politics. Difference as temporization and the economic aporia Saussure's diacritical model of signification supports both economic and aneconomic difference, for Saussure notes a rather paradoxical situation in which the fundamental principle of arbitrariness in the signior/signed association is the condition of both the immutability and the mutability of the sign. He argues that the relative immutability of the signior/signed relation is not only due to a pragmatic, inertial conservatism. Rather, signification resists change in principle, again not because of some natural or rational bond between signior and signed but precisely because of the arbitrariness of their association. On the basis of such arbitrariness, Saussure came to his famous conclusion that terms are constituted within a complex network of differential relations. But the terms within this network are determined not only by coterminous associative relations but also by linear relations of antecedence and anticipation. It is this equally fundamental principle of linearity that restricts the free play of coterminous associations without arresting the movement by which meanings shift. This is the case both syntagmatically, for example. In the linear chain that forms a sentence, words prefigure what follows and confer sense on what has gone before, and paradigmatically, in the sense that a term cannot but retain traces of its heritage and engender expectations. What a term has meant historically, then, co-constitutes its present sense vis-a-vis this heritage, as, for example, the same as ever, an alteration of some kind, or a radical break. Whatever the case, such traces already co-constitute the sense of a present term, and for Saussure, this effect of convention ensures that signification remains in principle resistant to change. In its economic guise, then, constitutive activity strives to incorporate and systematize every component in a calculable network of differential interrelations. Here, nothing ought to be wasted, there should be neither incomprehensible excess nor unrecoverable loss. In other words, the risk that a term faces in the play of relational differences is merely the risk of losing a particular position or identity but not the loss of identity or meaning as such. The negation, repression, or deferral of a term, or its fall from privilege in a hierarchy, therefore, remains meaningful insofar as it is accommodated within the economy as an investment in the service of a better arrangement. Here, there is nothing but meaning, even what is still to come can be made to make sense as a future that is always already anticipated. Further, consciously invoking Freud's reality principle, which, while still serving pleasure, requires its suspension or deferral as a protective mechanism for the sake of achieving proper gratification at a more appropriate moment, Derrida describes difference as temporization as an economic detour whereby something is deferred, made negative or other, repressed and held in reserve, in order to work toward proper presence in the future. Deferral in its economic sense, then, consists of two moments. Derrida describes the RST as the effort of life to protect itself by deferring the dangerous investment or, again, the action of putting off until later, of taking account of time and of the forces of an operation that implies an economical calculation, a detour, a delay, a relay, a reserve, a representation. Importantly, then, it is difference as spacing, marked in the proliferation of differences, that is here deferred. In alternative terms, the all is deferred for the sake of the present. The second moment consists of the concomitantly produced teleological hope for its future restitution, marked by a movement that always aims at coming back to the pleasure or the presence that have been deferred by, conscious or unconscious, calculation, contrary to those accounts that understand difference only in terms of dispersion, difference as temporization, in Derrida's words, conserves the stakes, remains in control of the play, limiting it and elaborating it by giving it form and meaning. This economy of life restricts itself to conservation, to circulation, and self-reproduction as the reproduction of meaning. Again, economic difference designates a constitutive, productive, and originary causality, the process of scission and division which would produce or constitute different things or differences. This economic account of difference accords with Derrida's economic account of the relation between structure and play, whereby structure is said to come before and condition, regulate, or limit the relational play of elements in a system. Notably, structure here has always designated a centered system in which each element acquires value relative to a XED point of reference that regulates the elements in play without itself becoming part of the play. A centered structure, then, designates an actual or projected systematic totality, whether this closure is thought of as architectonic. A transcendental principle regulates the play of elements. Genetic, the system, even if open-ended, has an arche or beginning that dominates and directs what comes after, or teleological, what closes the system is projected as a goal that directs activity toward its achievement. Its XED point of reference, determined independently of the other elements in a system, is named the transcendental synod, which in its full, albeit impossible, power designates the philosophical dream of ending the basic metaphysical principle that could regulate all elements in all systems in all contexts. To awaken from this dream of absolute presence is to have accepted the impossibility of any absolute in any domain, be it absolute justice, scientific truth, unimpeachable principles, or rules, a completed philosophical system, true beauty, pure goodness, etc., and to have given up on the dream of projecting any program for the perfection of knowledge, such as Leibniz's universal characteristics, or for the totalization of political, ethical, religious, and social systems. Having awakened from this dream, the term transcendental is still used, but now to describe the conditions that make specific systems or economies possible, where otherwise diverse elements can be related to one another because of the value conferred upon them by their relation to elected transcendental constants. Lacan's term for such elected transcendental constants is the point de capitan, which Zizek describes as the ultimately fake quasi-transcendental master signier that guarantees the consistency of the big other. This economic relativity, which accords with economic difference, suggests that there is a way of making relatively responsible knowledge claims. One may calculate, evaluate, order, and regulate terms insofar as each can acquire comparative value through its relation to an elected standard, and thereby to other terms, within the enclosed bounds of a speciate system. Economic difference also accords with the notion problema, that which one poses or throws in front of oneself, which for Derrida has a double signification. It signifies projection, the projection of a project, of a task to accomplish, and protection, the protection created by a substitute, a prosthesis that we put forth in order to represent, replace, shelter, or dissimulate ourselves, or so as to hide something unavowable like a shield, behind which one guards oneself in secret or in shelter in case of danger. In posing a problem, one implicitly accepts that a solution is possible. The problem can be worked out in the near or distant future, given the right circumstances, instruments, formulas, etc. Therefore, in posing a problem at all, one has substituted for the ux of events or meanings a prosthetic device of manageable proportions. For example, in this protective gesture the call for justice becomes the problem of applying appropriate laws in a given situation. But any legal system acts as a prosthesis that we put forth in order to represent, replace, shelter, or dissimulate justice, so as to hide the fact that justice, which must do justice to the singular too, is never quite nally done in the application of law. As this example suggests, without ever denying their necessity, Derrida insists that constituted systems will never be adequate to the inexhaustible singularization of that which they aim to systematize. Every time the singular is reduced to the economic articulation it exceeds, as Derrida puts it, error, recklessness, the unthought, and irresponsibility are given the so very presentable face of good conscience. Economic difference, therefore, involves a certain kind of aporia. The economic constitution of any closed or regulated system, in any domain, necessarily goes hand in hand with the suppression of the uneconomic, or that which in relation to a system remains errant, disordered, resistant, aleatory, unexpected, or nonsensical. Any kind of constitution or institution, therefore, cannot avoid the violence of exclusion. This aporia of limiting borders, allowing no free passage in or out, describes the dangerous logic of all ideologies, that of closure, stasis, security, protection, unity, gathering, nationalism. Here, the non-passage of the aporia, Derrida insists, resembles an impermeability. It would stem from the opaque existence of an uncrossable border, a door that does not open or that only opens according to an unlocatable condition, according to the inaccessible secret of some shibboleth. Such is the case for all closed borders, exemplarily during war. Difference as spacing and the uneconomic aporia to avoid the tendency toward terror inherent in economic difference. A theory of constitution must also do justice to the singular, by refusing to reduce it to what it must exceed, by suspending all borders and limits to accommodate the unthought excess. Thus, and this constitutes the enigma of difference, Derrida argues that it is simultaneously necessary to allow for the unproductive, uneconomic terms of what he calls difference as spacing, which is placed alongside difference as temporization, since it commands equal, but not greater, necessity. I shall address the question of their articulation below. Difference in its uneconomic sense, whether this is a question of dissimilar otherness difference or of allergic and polemical otherness difference, again takes its cue from the arbitrary nature of the synear/synod connection. Although the principle of linearity favors a certain historical continuity, it does not necessarily interdict abrupt and wholesale changes in the synear/synod associations. For Saussure, as a second consequence of the arbitrary nature of the sign, language is radically powerless to defend itself against the forces which from one moment to the next are shifting the relationship between the synod and the synear. In the referential models of language he sought to supplant, arbitrariness attaches itself to the relation between name and referent, which means a shift in synear should be of no great import, for the meaning would remain intact no matter what synear is used. But in a diacritical model, a shift in synear changes the synod too, since the meaning is constituted in their relationship. In this case, there is no guarantee that the synod will remain intact from one context to the next. Taken in its uneconomic sense, then, the Saussurian dictum that there are no positive terms, only relations of difference, marks an endless proliferation of differences, marking the impossibility of null definition, since the number of Denning differences to consider has no natural, non-selectively imposed limit. Accordingly, because no imposed limit has the ultimate power to curb a restless, playful, disseminative drift in which differences, and, therefore, terms, proliferate relentlessly in an unregulated, anthropic, play without gain, deferral takes on its opposing sense as the deferral of meaning. An economic difference designates a situation in which something singular and inconsistent has taken the place occupied by the constant, shareable, transcendental standard described above. In this case, what confers relative value may be the singular judging subject, for example, or a unique group that is contingently determined by a specific, historical, cultural, social, and linguistic background. Here, there are as many measures of value as there are subjective positions from which relative values are conferred. There is also no basis for choice among these positions, for every preference is itself merely a similarly subjective evaluation. Further, nothing in this subject prevents contingent, often capricious, changes of mind. This implies not only that nothing has an absolute, intrinsic, essential, value, but also that no system of relativity, no relational structure or context, no transcendental telos or arche can be constituted that would plausibly, for the most part, be valid from multiple different standpoints and could, therefore, confer relatively stable, shareable values on the relevant elements. According to Derrida, then, the uneconomic imperative of difference requires a shift from the notion of centered structures to that of discourse, by which he means a system in which the central synod, the original or transcendental synod, is never absolutely present outside a system of differences. In other words, if the center is caught up in the play of differences, we are bound to conclude that play comes before and conditions structure. Yet a diacritical relationality unregulated by the presence of a transcendental synod inevitably extends the domain and the play of synication innately, making it impossible to see how one could constitute enduringly present things at all, or, that is, institute scientific, legal, political, economic, ethical, or religious systems. In an uneconomic sense, then, a different kind of aporia arises. Here, as Derrida puts it, the non-passage, the impasse or aporia, stems from the fact that there is no limit. There is not yet or there is no longer a border to cross, no opposition between two sides, the limit is too porous, permeable, and indeterminate. Here, then, it is not merely that one cannot nd the solution to a problem. Rather, as Derrida notes, it is because one could no longer nd even a problem that would constitute itself and that one would keep in front of oneself, as a presentable object or project, as a protective representative or a prosthetic substitute. Unlike posing a problem, which depends on this, the aporia here strips us of any recourse to generalities, to shareable standards, formulas, values, and so on. Facing this aporia, we are in Derrida's words singularly exposed in our absolute and absolutely naked uniqueness, that is to say, disarmed, delivered to the other, incapable of even sheltering ourselves behind what could still protect the interiority of a secret. The aporia of the aporias, paradoxical articulation. Economic difference operates in the domain of the possible, in the sense not only of what is already apparent but also of what can be imagined or teleologically projected. In other words, the possible is that which can become a problem or the object of a project. It is that for the sake of which one develops a program of research or activity. On the other hand, without disputing the necessity of drawing the encircling border that encloses the possible within any economy, structure, or research program, Derrida notes that one simultaneously co-constitutes what remains unspeakable or inconceivable within it. For example, all legal systems represent the possible, the element of calculation, in any juridical discourse, in relation to which justice itself remains incorrigibly elusive, an experience of the impossible. In Derrida's words, every time that something comes to pass or turns out well, every time that we placidly apply a good rule to a particular case, to a correctly subsumed example, according to a determinate judgment, we can be sure that law, droit, may nd itself accounted for, but certainly not justice. Law, droit, is not justice while opposing and negating one another. Economic and uneconomic imperatives command equal force. Concerning justice, to continue the example, the task, the impossibility, we face is of reconciling the act of justice that must always concern singularity, individuals, irreplaceable groups, and lives, the other or myself as other, in a unique situation, with rule, norm, value, or the imperative of justice which necessarily have a general form. It is therefore the question of conjunction that nally imposes itself. Mimicking the pattern of questioning that opens the force of law, one may ask whether the logic of their interconnection in Derrida's thinking is economic. Does it ensure, permit, authorize the possibility of meaning in general? Does it enable a discourse of consequence on meaning, that is, an economic account of the conditions of its possibility? Yes, certain people would reply. No, replies the other party. On the other hand, isn't this logic uneconomic? May one legitimately insist that it does not permit any making of sense, any sensible discourse on meaning in general, but instead threatens sense because it ruins its very condition of possibility? Yes, certain people would reply, no, replies the other party. Derrida's own response, as mentioned repeatedly, is to challenge the style of questioning. I can offer no response, at least no reassuring response, to any questions put in this way, either or, yes or no, to either party or to either party's expectations formalized in this way. The aporetic logic that makes it necessary to avoid a choice between economic and an economic difference does not fall from the sky but emerges in dialogue with other options in the transcendental tradition. Derrida NDS his thinking persistently haunted by what could, up to a certain point, be called antinomial antagonisms between equal economic and uneconomic imperatives, or, if you like, between law and justice, ethical systems and responsibility, institution and invention, truth and action, present and gift, philosophy and literature, and so on indefinitely. Yet, in the end, he denies the interchangeability of antinomy and aporia, insisting instead on aporia rather than antinomy to describe the impasse he regularly faces in the course of his own thinking. The difference is this: the impasse in metaphysics wreaked in the antinomies of Kant's first critique is closer to Derrida's articulation of the concept problema. Kant was convinced that these antinomial conics were resolvable, since they were the consequence of faulty logic operating in tandem with a faulty ontology, which had led old-style metaphysicians into the trap of illegitimately attributing excessive powers to speculative, or theoretical, reason. In his view, therefore, one could cut a passage through this metaphysical impasse by virtue of an alternative, more correct, transcendental way of thinking. Derrida grants Kant's transcendental turn, but in the shift to quasi-transcendental thinking, he still NDS himself tied up in aporetic predicaments, since inescapable paradoxes persist after one has circumvented, via the transcendental turn, the logical and ontological errors Kant detected. In short, unlike Kant's antinomial conics, which are resolvable not indeed through either or logic but through an alternative philosophical path, the antagonisms that haunt Derrida's thinking remain irresolvable and present instead an interminable experience that is not simply antinomial but incorrigibly aporetic. If such antagonisms, for Derrida, are not linked as resolvable antinomies, just as little can they be linked and resolved through the dialectical synthesis proposed by Hegel, which rejects Kant's transcendental turn outright. Hegel credits Kant with an all-pervading philosophical principle of synthesis, but he criticizes him particularly for his resolution of the antinomies via the transcendental turn, with its correlative scandal to philosophy, which, unhappily according to Hegel, constitutes human consciousness as structurally lacking and doomed merely to desire what it is constitutionally unable to achieve, namely a speculative grasp of the unconditioned. In his view, the gap left in reason by Kant's transcendental turn, improperly mediated by an unsatisfactory teleological bridge, blocks the true dialectical mediation of one with all in the encompassing unity of absolute knowledge. Instead, he insists that a true synthesis, as opposed to an architectonic, where mutually opposing domains remain inescapably separate and require a bridging device, requires the work of dialectical negation. Following Rudolf Gask, one can ND in the Gur of the Simploke, interweaving, synthesis, an indication of what Hegel, after Plato, understood by the dialectical interweaving of opposites through the work of negation. For Plato, the desired interwoven unity of a soul or community is achievable precisely because opposites negate each other, which means that they can be linked dialectically, or in active harmony, whereby one moderates the other. Plato's true statesman acts as a sovereign weaver, that is, as a philosopher, who constitutes the city-state by plaiting together warring opposites in souls and communities. Such a statesman has to know just the blend of clashing virtues that would, for example, make for courage rather than arrogant recklessness or weak cautiousness. Implicitly, Hegel takes the Simploke to be the Gur par excellence of the philosophical enterprise, although he gives it a teleological aspect. For him, the interweaving of mutually negating opposites, for the sake of constituting an ultimately unid, harmoniously mediated whole, is the very principle governing world history. An originally absolutely internal, self-contained spirit undergoes an originary alienation whereby it is externalized as the dark matter of the world. The teleological movement of world history is directed, through an intricate and elaborate series of dialectical linkages, toward the circular return of spirit to spirit through the detour of matter. The dialectical struggle to achieve this telos occurs as the cyclical repetition of diremption, the splitting of a unity into opposing but interdependent terms, and Aufhebung, that is, the mutual negation of opposing terms, which turns out to be self-negation, for the terms are interdependent, leading to the collapse from whose ashes will arise a higher unity that immediately generates a new diremption. I suppose the point, for Hegel, of this Ulyssean journey to the outer limits and back again is that through it spirit will have gained self-awareness. Instead of just being the unity of all with all, it will now know itself as this unity. Yet, as Derrida has argued, it is only by repressing contingent and capricious interconnections or, that is, relations that are not proper dialectical oppositions, that Hegel can privilege dialectical mediation as a viable principle for interweaving elements into a unit whole. Derrida, in contrast, is not willing to effect this reduction, although he is equally unwilling to give philosophical interweaving up entirely to the unregulated play of such connections. In his view, the philosophical task becomes one of interweaving the kind of economic interconnections that fall within the scope of the simploque with unpredictable or non-systematic linkages. However, in answer to the teleological movement of Hegel's dialectical interweaving, he insists that system and non-system, while indeed facing one another as reciprocally negating opposites, nevertheless constitute two necessities that do not mediate one another in a progressive movement toward the elevated condition of a higher synthesis. Both Kant and Hegel, still working in the blinding light of the principle of reason, found an asymmetric, incomplete architectonic or system intolerable. In the wake of the later Heidegger's appraisal, however, there is good reason to suspect this principle of all principles. Heidegger argues that faith in the principle of reason has directed the movement of Western philosophy toward extreme impoverishment, whereby the truth of being, which is its restlessness, or its tendency to withdraw from presence, is progressively suppressed for the sake of static or abiding congruations of present beings. Indeed, many traditional philosophers, including Kant, Hegel, and Husserl, dreamed of nally arresting philosophical thinking, leaving all others to come only the amusements of teaching, applying, and elaborating their systems, without grounds to challenge its foundational RST principles. Heidegger, in contrast, aims to recover a future for thinking from the prospect of a pre-programmed repetition of the same, by questioning the very coherence and therefore legitimacy of the principle of reason. He notes that this principle seems self-evident to modern minds. The insistence that nothing is without reason suggests a natural dissatisfaction until reason has reached the unconditioned in a regressive quest for conditions. But pressed harder, this self-evidence becomes enigmatic. The principle that requires an adequate reason for everything must by that token offer an adequate reason for itself. But this, Heidegger points out, is precisely what cannot be done. One cannot offer an adequate explanation for why there must be the principle of reason itself. If we apply the principle of reason to itself, then, we are cast into the obscurity of an abyss, where the foundation of all foundations itself lacks a foundation. In other words, the principle of reason, when turned upon itself, becomes, paradoxically, a little irrational. Moreover, if this enigma is its truth, then, for Heidegger, what we call the truth is conceivable not as self-evidence or systematic clarification but as enigma or paradox. It is abundantly clear that Derrida takes to heart Heidegger's insistence upon truth as paradox and that it forms the basis of his refusal to choose between economic and an economic difference. Remaining for the present within the domain of signification, Derrida points to a paradox or incoherence that unsettles, without being able to dismiss, the revision of the concept sign on which Saussure's diacritical model of language is based. Instead of sign designating the material mark that represents a predetermined referent, Saussure shows sign to be the concept that always already unis mark and referent, or, in his revision, signier and signed, such that one implies the other, just as one side of a sheet of paper implies the other. As mentioned earlier, this unity, along with the arbitrary nature of the connections between all signiers and signeds, means that it is impossible to prevent a certain slippage not just between mark and referent, which does not matter, but in the signed concept itself, since any shift in the signier is automatically a shift in the signed. By extension, no concept is in principle immune to such slippage. But, Derrida argues, this is precisely what cannot happen. In his words, as soon as one seeks to demonstrate in this way that there is no transcendental or privileged signed and that the domain or play of signification henceforth has no limit, one must reject even the concept and word sign itself, which is precisely what cannot be done. That is, if we hope to defend the idea that Saussure's diacritical model of language unsettles the so-called metaphysics of presence, the concept sign, which lies at its basis as the condition of the possibility of such sliding, cannot itself slide. Instead, one requires sign to have the xed sense sign of, which indicates the unity of signier and signed as well as the arbitrary nature of their connection. A xed signification, then, is paradoxically the very condition of the possibility of unregulated diacritical relationality. A wholly unregulated, anchorless free play of differences is self-annulling, since the play of differences itself implies and requires the very constitution and preservation of different terms that it simultaneously threatens. But to constitute and preserve present terms, then, it becomes necessary to put difference as spacing out of play, to suspend it in favor of difference as temporization, by subjecting the play of differences to calculated economic or structural decisions about where to draw the lines and on what basis. There is, then, an incoherence or double bind at the heart of the uneconomic concept of play. For there to be a play of differences at all, rather than formless chaos, such play must be put out of play. But play that is made possible only on the basis of economy or structure, a center, standard, constant, or transcendental condition, cannot be play in any strict sense of the term. From this circularity one cannot but conclude that there is something incoherent at the heart of an economic difference, and one might consider rejecting it altogether in favor of its counterpart. Yet, as Derrida has argued, the concept of the center, which lies at the basis of economic difference, system, structure, problem, possibility, equally engenders a paradox, for if it is the xed center, or selected constant, that makes the play of permutations possible at all, it is also the notion center that, as Derrida puts it, closes off the play which it opens up and makes possible by regulating the play of elements without itself playing. The center is included within a relational system as regulator and remains external to it as an independently determined point of stability outside of it. As Derrida puts it, the concept of centered structure is in fact the concept of a play based on a fundamental ground, a play constituted on the basis of a fundamental immobility and a reassuring certitude, which is itself beyond the reach of play. However, as Derrida notes, the economic conception of the center as a point of presence determined independently of the relations of difference within a system is disrupted by the unsettling recognition that it has a history, demonstrated by the substitution of one center for another. In sum, just as Heidegger and DS an incoherence at the very heart of the principle of reason, namely that the ground of all grounds cannot itself be grounded, so there is an incoherence that unsettles economic difference, for the zity that is required to come before and condition a differential play of permutations both must and cannot avoid playing. By listening for the enigma that sounds in the principle of reason, Heidegger suggests, we come to the awareness that there is always a double movement going on. On the one hand, there is the active articulation or conjuration of the being of beings, associated with research, where, in accordance with the principle of reason, one tirelessly seeks the fundamental reasons for what is given. On the other hand, there is a passive, receptive movement of give and take, whereby ever restless being gives what it gives, like the rose, and those who are surprised by the gift receive it without the power of knowing its why or anticipating its when. In this case, the recipient steps back from the question why, resting content with appreciative contemplation. Following in Heidegger's wake, Derrida articulates the logic of just such a double movement, which interconnects the economic attitude that promotes active, research-oriented questioning with an economic attitude that celebrates what comes our way by chance or takes us by surprise. For Derrida, what is nally at stake in the plural logic of the aporia is the experience of what happens when, in trying to determine certain notions as practical concepts, we end ourselves facing a kind of paralysis, for example, the double bind, dilemma, the undecidable, or the performative contradiction. He describes this third type of aporia, associated with the gore of the impossible, as the impasse of paradox. Derrida does not strive to overcome such incoherence but insists upon its inevitability. As he puts it, when dealing with names, event, decision, responsibility, ethics, politics, Europe, of things that can only exceed, and must exceed, the order of theoretical determination or, that is, the order of the present or of presentation, we end that such names gather together under a single notion equally necessary but mutually ruinous senses. Since such notions are ruined by an irremediable internal dilemma regarding their very definition, they cannot, in principle, cohere or be unit. Moreover, this plural logic appears to be paradoxical enough so that the partitioning partage among multiple gers of aporia does not oppose gers to each other, but instead installs the haunting of the one in the other. In other words, one is not here dealing with straight contradictions but economic and uneconomic senses that are bound together in a knot such that loosening one side tightens the other, in a movement Derrida calls stricture. This plural logic of the aporia, according to Derrida, is at work in all the gers called undecidable that imposed themselves under the names of pharmakon, supplement, hymen, difference, and a great number of others, which carried with them predicates that are contradictory or incompatible between themselves, in their very between, in their interlacing, their chiasmatic invagination, their sumploke, or their geacht. The analogy of the gift. Derrida demonstrates this vertiginously circular plural logic of the aporia in relation to something ostensibly simple and concrete, namely the giving of a gift. Ordinarily speaking, as Derrida points out, it seems to go without saying that in giving a gift, someone, some recognizable unity, be it a person or group, gives some identifiable thing, which could be material or symbolic, to someone other, singular or collective. These basic transcendental conditions of their being a gift, he notes, seem innocuous enough, even tautological. Yet if one looks at them more closely, these conditions of possibility give rise to a paradox, for they are simultaneously the very conditions that make the gift impossible. The same conditions that produce the gift simultaneously produce its ruin. In his words, for this is the impossible that seems to give itself to be thought here, these conditions of possibility of the gift, that someone gives something to someone other, designate simultaneously the conditions of the impossibility of the gift. And already we could translate this into other terms. These conditions of possibility deem or produce the annulment, the annihilation, the destruction of the gift. Derrida argues as follows: for there to have been a gift, strictly speaking, the giving of something to someone cannot be taken up in any way into a circular economy of reciprocity or exchange. Yet, by simply recognizing the gift for what it is, one seems to destroy it as such, since this recognition binds the giving into just such an economy. In recognizing and keeping a gift, the recipient becomes caught up in a circle of debt, gratitude, and reciprocation, where she feels obliged somehow to repay the giver, even with a simple word of thanks, either now or sometime in the future. And even if she refuses the gift, it still remains that she has perceived or recognized the meaning of the giving and offered this acknowledgement in return. Thus, instead of simply gaining by receiving something, the recipient ends herself equally a debtor. But even before such acknowledgement or recognition turns the recipient into a debtor, it is enough for it to be annulled as a gift that the gift be perceived, intended, or recognized as such by the giver, since the giver, as soon as the intention to give is made clear, begins to repay herself with approving recognition. In this case, instead of simply giving, and incurring the loss, the giver becomes just as much the receiver. In view of this, one might want to suggest that if there is to be the giving of the gift, instead of the mere exchange of presents, it would only occur in a way that escapes the circular economy of exchange. This giving, then, would have to be a sharing without return, where the receiver does not owe anything, not even recognition, and the giver is not in a position to expect or desire restitution. For there to have been a gift, a giving that entirely escapes the economy of grateful or self-congratulatory recognition, neither the recipient nor the giver must be able to recognize the thing given or the giving for what it is. By extension, then, for a gift to be possible, there cannot, strictly speaking, be a recognized recipient or a recognized giver either. In other words, the giving of a gift can only happen if everything about the event is hidden or withdrawn. But this means that the gift as such cannot ever appear, it can never be present as a phenomenon. One could say that in this case, the gift could never be converted into a mere present. We are, in sum, caught up in a double bind. For there to be the giving of a genuine gift, a gift that lives up to its definition, the gift as gift, the gift itself, which exceeds its recognition as a present, the giving cannot be caught up in any economy. It must, instead, remain utterly uneconomic. Yet, if the giving of a gift must remain uneconomic, then, paradoxically, the only way a gift can be a gift is if it were not present as a present. For the gift to be what it truly is, it cannot be. In both cases, then, of economy and of the uneconomic, there is no gift. In other words, Derrida's analysis of the gift takes the form of a dilemma. If the gift has to be recognizable in order to be a gift, then the gift is impossible, for the recognition destroys it by converting it into a present. On the other hand, if the gift has to be unrecognizable in order to be a gift, then the gift is again impossible, for in the lack of recognition there is no gift. The gift, therefore, is impossible. In face of this impossible, however, Derrida by no means allows one simply to throw up one's hands in frustration or give in to paralyzed inactivity. Giving still happens all the time. Derrida's point is simply that as soon as it is recognized as such, or made present, the giving is ruined by the gift. Further, he insists that one must still give recognizable gifts, but without naivete. One must give, but in the knowledge that the gift is ruined by the giving. For Derrida, it is a matter desire beyond desire of responding faithfully but also as rigorously as possible both to the injunction or the order of the gift, give done, as well as to the injunction or the order of meaning, presence, science, knowledge. Know still what giving wants to say, know how to give, know what you intend to give, know how the gift annuls itself, commit yourself, engage toy even if commitment is the destruction of the gift by the gift, give economy its chance. Thinking in terms of Derrida's theory of constitution, one may say analogously that the uneconomic aspect of difference submits to the injunction of the gift while its economic aspect respects the injunction of meaning or, that is, the present. Derrida insists that one ought to be serious about economy, one should not abdicate the responsibility for economizing, taking decisions, drawing boundaries, and actively inventing economic or relational systems, in the name of an economic free play, since this, in any event, remains impossible. But even if, as he remarks, economy cannot abide laughter, the uneconomic will nevertheless not fail to show itself in the return of the repressed, in the symptomatic laughter that rings out whenever one takes an economy too seriously. One must constitute recognizable phenomena, but without naivete, in full awareness that they are already relatively ruined in the violence of the constitutive process. If one must economize on the play of the world, such economic putting out of play can only ever be a temporary suspension, for one is also acted upon by the uneconomic play of differences, which always resists and interrupts the work, sways an economy off course. The play of the world, which goes on relentlessly, without why and regardless of our decisions, will inevitably ruin anything dreamed of as possible. Chance events unspeakable and unpredictable within the economy make an absolute institution impossible and compel one time and again to reinvent its bounds and project its aims anew, which is a good thing. Thus, the uneconomic movement of difference still happens all the time as the virus in any system, but as soon as it is recognized as such, or made present, the rebellious power of an economic difference is ruined in the recognition. We are, then, again trapped in an aporia whereby on both economic and uneconomic accounts of difference, the happening of difference as such, and what it gives are lost. Like the gift, both difference and what it gives are, strictly speaking, impossible. In the interweaving of active constitution and the passion of going through the ordeal of the impossible, which ruins all that is constituted, Derrida acknowledges the necessity and inevitability of the plural logic of the aporia and insists on the value of learning to live with it. Concluding remarks, deconstructive reading. By uncovering the aporias that inevitably arise whenever we try to convert ethical, political, aesthetic, and theoretical issues into problems, Derrida gives those who come after him a logic to work with, which offers a suitably complex and sophisticated way of making sense of the incorrigible persistence of interpretative differences across the spectrum of human practices. But at the same time, his gift does not take the responsibility for thinking and decision-making out of another's hands, for the logic he offers can never be reduced to the mere application of a predetermined method. Instead, it is precisely the aporias, which announce the impossibility of justice, ethics, meaning, and so on, conceived in terms of a pre-programmed set of a priori rules, that make a genuine experience of justice, ethics, or meaning possible, for it is the lack inherent to thought-numbing rules that calls one to engage seriously in the never-ending, difficult, but liberating task of thinking and rethinking what makes for an ethos, what responsibility enjoins, what the text desires. Concerning the question of reading, Derrida describes two styles of deconstructive reading. The more historical, or more anamnesic, style proceeds through close readings of texts. If one reads a text that claims to have uncovered the ultimate foundations of anything or the systematic interconnection of everything, philosophy's favorite themes, one can be sure to end gaps, logical leaps, and moments of ambiguity or vagueness, which function as symptoms of the fact that the impossibility of ultimate foundations or null systemizations has had to be dissimulated. The other, more demonstrative, and apparently ahistorical style concentrates on demonstrating logico-formal paradoxes in the formation, institution, or making present of concepts, ideas, or systems, such as law and justice, ethics, and obligation, economy, and gift, and so on. Derrida's reading of Freud's texts, to which I shall now turn, employs both strategies. Notably, this places his careful and detailed deconstructive reading of Freudian psychoanalysis in marked and curious contrast with his sparse and unjustly dismissive treatment of Lacan's texts. Derrida reading Freud. The paradoxes of archivization. Freud advanced only by suspending, without any possibility of stopping, all the theses at which his successors or heirs, his readers in general, would have liked to see him stop. While, no doubt, countless other pathways may be broken through the thickets of Derrida's encounter with Freud, my reading here is organized around the theses that Derrida risks in archive fever, but it will, in turn, draw from the material of other essays where relevant. For Derrida, the theme of archivization is intimate to psychoanalysis because it ties itself directly to the acts, processes, and places of memory both as individual psyche and as documentation. Addressing the Freudian legacy in these terms, he risks 3+1 theses, or prostheses, on the subject of Freud's theses toward the end of archive fever. 3 of these theses, he remarks, have to do with the concept of the archive, but, as he aims to show, what is the concept of the archive, is the wrong question here. To approach the theme more obliquely, he begins not at the archive itself but with the name arc that it shelters. This word, he notes, brings together two principles, one of commencement, but also a nomological principle of commandment. One may wish, as a start, to order Derrida's theses along the lines of these two principles. The RST2 theses, which address psychoanalysis in its theoretical exposition, refer to, as Derrida puts it, the arc in the physical, historical, or ontological sense, which is to say to the originary, the RST, the principle, the primitive, in short to the commencement. The RST addresses psychoanalysis as a sustained and sophisticated study of memory, mneme, and faces precisely the question of its origin in the psychical apparatus. The second addresses psychoanalysis as a theory of the archival process and concerns itself with the role of the death drive and related notions, such as repetition, in the processes of transcendental constitution, and, grafted onto this, those of deconstitution in analysis, anamnesis. The third thesis is directed toward archivization as documentation, hypomeme. It therefore has more directly to do with psychoanalysis as an institution and gathers together related questions that concern the archivization of psychoanalysis itself, of its life, if you will, of its acts, of its private and public procedures. Unlike the RST2 theses, then, at least apparently, this thesis refers to the arc in the nomological sense, to the arc of the commandment, but there is one other, deconstructive, thesis, having to do with the concept of concept, which disrupts the neat order of division just articulated. According to this thesis, the word arc, sheltered in and remembered by the word archive, is already fractured by a multipulsion that makes it impossible to gather up a unit concept of the origin. For example, Derrida notes, even before the word marks the split between the physical, historical, or ontological principle of an occasioning event and the nomological principle of its constitutive and protective recording, the very notion of the arc as an occasioning event is already split between nature and history, that is, between physis as gift, implying the chance of surprise or unexpected events, and thesis, techne, nomos, etc., in the form of the constituting recognition that is caught up in the ecstasis of time, of past and future, memory and anticipation, and, therefore, the authority of history, convention, prior knowledge and tradition. The principle of commencement is already contaminated by what is at work in the principle of commandment. This difficulty at the origin, announced in the word arc, accordingly, is the ruin of any attempt to conceptualize the archive, which is traditionally supposed to come after the originally present event as its record. Archival violence is, therefore, in Derrida's words, the rstgur of an archive, because every archive is at once institutive and conservative, revolutionary and traditional. An economic archive in this double sense, it keeps, it puts in reserve, it saves, but in an unnatural fashion, that is to say in making the law, nomos, or in making people respect the law. A moment ago called it nomological. It has the force of law, of a law which is the law of the house, oikos, of the house as place, domicile, family, lineage, or institution. In other words, what one may call for short the archontic principle, the principle of commandment, is the condition of the possibility of the archive. But, because it is unnatural, that is, an imposition of law or artis upon physis, event, this very condition, while necessary, simultaneously makes the archive strictly impossible. This apparatic vacillation means that, as Derrida notes, nothing is less reliable, nothing is less clear today than the word archive again, nothing is thus more troubled and more troubling today than the concept archived in the word archive. Further, Derrida implicates Freud at the core of this trouble. He argues, on the one hand, that an economic archive fever is the direct consequence of much that Freud wrote. If nothing is less clear than the word and the concept archive, then, in Derrida's words, what is more probable, on the other hand, and more clear, is that psychoanalysis is not without responsibility in this trouble. Again, in naming psychoanalysis here, one refers already, in any case, to the archive which is classified, at least provisionally, under the name of psychoanalysis, of Freud, and of a few others. In other words, if we no longer know very well what we are saying when we say archive, Freud is undoubtedly not without responsibility. But the name of Freud, the name of the Freuds, itself becomes plural, thus problematic. In many ways, what Freud writes implicitly or explicitly challenges what Derrida calls the logocentric closure of traditional Western metaphysics, for the syntax and labor of Freudian discourse slips apart from and is not reducible to the concepts, all of which, despite themselves, retain residual metaphysical commitments. Or, put in another way, Derrida also argues that Freud's insights, his intuitions, exceed both his concepts and his discourse or, that is, certain performatives in the construction of his texts. In short, part of the Freudian legacy, according to Derrida, is to have undermined the very possibility of forming coherent concepts and thus to have ensured that every word and every concept, beginning with the word arc and including all those that make up the corpus of psychoanalysis as a science, are inherently divided against themselves. Concerning the archive, Derrida notes, Freud never managed to form anything that deserves to be called a concept. Neither have we, by the way to the word concept, which would be too rigorous, he opposes the word notion, by which he aims to indicate the open imprecision or relative indetermination of a series of impressions insistently associated with a word through the unstable feeling of a shifting gur, or of an in-night or indenight process. He insists that this imprecision does not indicate a theoretical feebleness destined to be rectified by further clarification. On the contrary, he argues, I consider it to be the possibility and the very future of the concept, to be the very concept of the future. In other words, there are essential reasons for which a concept in the process of being formed always remains inadequate relative to what it ought to be, divided, disjointed between two forces. Yet, on the other hand, Freud also betrays the radically uneconomic tendencies in much of his writing. In the construction of his theoretical texts, in his conceptualization of psychoanalytic practice, or in his concern for his own legacy, he repeats certain metaphysical gestures that he has already subverted. His insights, then, are also threatened by the fact that his discourse does not shake entirely free of certain metaphysical residues. There are, therefore, incessant and unresolved conics and slippages in Freud's texts. In Derrida's words, the principle of the internal division of the Freudian gesture, and thus of the Freudian concept of the archive, is that at the moment when psychoanalysis formalizes the conditions of archive fever and of the archive itself, it repeats the very thing it resists. Accordingly, he argues, Freud's discourse on the archive, and here is the thesis of the theses, seems thus to be divided. As does his concept of the archive. It takes two contradictory forms. That is why we say archive fever in sum. His fourth, deconstructive thesis of these theses, disorganizes the RST3, spreading them across economic/uneconomic tensions according to the circular logic of paradox. In his words, one should be able to nd traces of this contradiction in all Freud's works. Derrida's three theses on Freud are bound together by a common thread, namely the divisive specter of death at the heart of life. The RST concerns the paradoxically disintegrating centrality of death, hypomema, at the core of the so-called living psyche. Derrida argues that Freud outlines a theory of the psyche in which the traditional gers of death, repetition, writing, are found to be crucially intrinsic to psychical life, making it irreducible to mneme, living memory, or anamnesis, the act of recollection rememoration. One assumes naively that the archive begins with the force of impression, that the beginning or commencement is a past-present, at once institutive and conservative pressures imprint on substrates, making for the RST time recognizable marks, traces inscribed in the psyche, circumcisions traced on the skin, footprints left in ash leaving lasting impressions, records, which condition the archivization to come and to which one may dream of returning, via the archive, here reduced to a mere hypomnesic supplement, at which point the archive becomes redundant. But it merely raises a difficulty to note that the archive begins with the force of impression. At what point precisely does the pressure of the impressing force become an imprint left behind? What if the space that supposedly clearly separates the original from the archival trace that indicates it turns out to be an impossible cura? What if the difference that must be in order to make an impression or copy possible also, without remedy, makes it impossible? What if the print, the trace, copy, citation, or interpretative recognition, is the rst-gur of the archive? And what if Freud both recognized and refused this? For, in the end, Derrida argues, despite all the difficulties associated with establishing where the so-called living psyche ends and the supposedly dead archive begins, Freud does ultimately resort to this distinction. In chapter, I amplify this thesis by reading it together with an earlier text, Freud and the Scene of Writing, where Derrida considers three of Freud's metaphorical models of the psyche, demonstrating that each successive model shifts closer to the thinking of difference, yet metaphysical residues still remain. Derrida's second thesis, addressed in chapter, has to do with the reinterpretation of Freud's concepts in terms of the death drive as the non-originary motivating force behind psychical, synthetic, processing. Derrida argues that the quasi-conceptuality of the death drive, which coordinates the divergent thematics of conservation, return, aggression, destruction, and dissolution, entangles the psychoanalytic theory of constitution in the double bind of economic and aneconomic aporias, so opening it to the multiple risks, but also the chances, option, fabrication, prosthesis, and delusion, which are brought together, in archive fever, in the quasi-gur of the spectre. Yet simultaneously, Freud resists his own radical insights, since the Enlightenment gur in him does not, apparently, always want to speak with phantoms. He does not always believe in the fundamentality of fabrication but sometimes resorts in the null analysis to the originary effectivity of a base of immediate perception. Paradoxically, he does not always believe in belief but sometimes believes in knowledge, truth, and reality. I have grafted onto this thesis the related dilemma concerning the deconstitution or analysis of the psyche imposed by the isomorphism of analysis and the death drive, or repetition compulsion. The second part of chapter addresses similar aporetic entanglements associated with Freud's conception of the task of psychoanalysis. Chapter addresses Derrida's third thesis, which concerns the double bind of return and destruction, killing and repeating the name of the Father, which disorganizes all of the notions that are essential to establish a living tradition, institution, interpretation, invention, convention. According to Derrida, Freud's genius, here, is to have uncovered the sting economic structure of what I shall call for short the archontic circle. Freud shows that the rebellion of a group against a strongly authoritarian tyrant leaves the group in a power vacuum where, due to a powerful residual need for authority, ambivalent forces of pride, guilt, and fear predominate. This intolerable ambivalence, if left unresolved, leads the group to impose upon themselves the very restrictions they have just thrown off. The prohibitions once imposed on them by the tyrant are now internalized and self-imposed. Moreover, he tacitly uncovers a way out of it via the aneconomic feminine Oedipus complex. But Freud of all people, after all he has demonstrated concerning the circular trap of authority, remains within the archontic circle, not only in his insistent patriarchy but also in his attempts to institutionalize psychoanalysis. This in turn opens up the question of the status of any reader or interpreter of Freud. Here, then, apart from demonstrating that Derrida reads the tension in Freud in terms of an aneconomic moment and an economic recapitulation that resists it, I also hope to give the necessary background reading to come to grips with Lacan's revision. One should bear in mind that Derrida clearly does not highlight these traces of contradiction, in the weak sense, for the sake of forming better psychoanalytic concepts or to demonstrate how to escape the aneconomic and economic demands placed upon readers of Freud. The point is to show that psychoanalysis, if perhaps without Freud's explicit blessing, demonstrates that concept formation as such, while always necessary, is nevertheless aporetic, violent, paradoxical, contradictory, in a word, impossible. And this applies to Freud's own concepts too. When pressed to their logical conclusions, they too reveal their aporias in the form of paradoxical or contradictory theoretical requirements or in the form of performative contradictions. In other words, as Derrida insists, the contradiction in the Freudian corpus is not negative, it modulates and conditions the very formation of the concept of the archive and of the concept in general right where they bear the contradiction. Introductory remarks. Derrida's first thesis in outline addressing Freud's theoretical exposition of the psychical apparatus, Derrida proposes on the one hand that Freud's theorization in both content and structure moves increasingly toward a radically aneconomic archwriting, or difference, so subverting the dominant Cartesian commitment that shapes conceptions of the psyche in Western philosophies. This commitment may be understood in terms of the relation between mneme, anamnesis, and hypomneme. Mneme, living memory, designates a place of storage in the ich. Lacking intrinsic agency, it belongs with a constellation of concepts related to nature, passivity, materiality, extension, blind force. The power of anamnesis, the revivification of memories through conscious recall, therefore, is attributed to a conscious agency external to mneme and essentially different from it. Anamnesis belongs with a constellation of concepts related to spirit, the spoken word, and other traditional gears of life, activity, intentionality, spontaneity. Ostensibly, subjective awareness, as simple, conscious, present perception of the thing itself, is RST on the scene, registering impressions and experiences, which are only then laid down in memory and stored for future reactivation. Finally, the psyche proper, divided between mneme and anamnesis, may be extended artificially by various recording and archiving machines, it may be supplemented by hypomnesic devices, or external prostheses, condensed in the gur of writing, a traditional gur of death. Derrida argues that Freud, in contrast, made it possible to think of the psyche as an active process of inscription or encryption, archivization, psychic spacing, or synthetic processing, that, in his words, cannot be reduced to memory, neither to memory as conscious reserve, nor to memory as rememoration, as act of recalling. The psychic archive comes neither under mneme nor under anamnesis as he demonstrates. The implications of this are incalculable, for Freud here risks the traditional borders between the gears of life and death, whose order of priority is girded in the privilege accorded to the RST term in dichotomies such as internal/external, originary/secondary, mind/machine. Indeed, he argues, Freud's incessant and increasingly radical invocation of the principle of difference pushes his thinking past the metaphysics of presence, beyond either positivism or phenomenology, toward a rethinking of the psychical apparatus along the lines of what can be offered for thought under the nickname difference. On the other hand, Derrida also calls attention to discrepancies due to residual metaphysical commitments that belie Freud's radical insights. These, paradoxically, conream the very reduction of psyche to mneme and anamnesis that the other side of Freud's thinking has already subverted. Although it should, his modeling of the psychic apparatus does not ultimately divert him from the classical metaphysical gesture of sharply separating technical archiving devices, such as writing in the ordinary sense, from the psychical archive, or, as Derrida puts it, holding the technical prosthesis to be a secondary and accessory exteriority and maintaining a primacy of live memory and of anamnesis in their originary temporalization. In other words, he sees the living psyche as prior to and constituted independently of the dead prosthesis, or the technological apparatus that merely records events. Derrida shows that Freud as a result faces insurmountable difficulties associated with establishing where the so-called living psyche ends and the supposedly dead archive begins. Consequently, if his theoretical exposition of the psychical apparatus ought to forbid this, psychoanalysis, in its archive fever, always attempts to return to the live origin of that which the archive loses while keeping it in a multiplicity of places. Freud still dreams of a psychoanalytic archaeology of returning, via the archive, to the proper origin of an original impression, at which point the archive is in effect effaced, transparent, redundant. Here, then, after theorizing memory, in its aneconomic sense of active synthetic processing, As the irreducible essence of the psyche, Freud paradoxically reduces the archive to a mere supplement, a secondary, dead, and external ladder, there only to throw away once the analytic goal has been reached and the original impression comes alive and speaks by itself. Derrida lays the basis for this two-part thesis in an earlier essay, Freud and the Scene of Writing, in which he studies Freud's theoretical modeling of the psyche from the Project for a Scientific Psychology, through the interpretation of dreams, to the note upon the mystic writing pad. Following the paths of two serial metaphors, text and machine, which describe respectively the contents/functioning of the psychical apparatus and its structure, Derrida notices a strange progression in each series whereby from a system of traces functioning according to a model which Freud would have preferred to be a natural one, and from which writing is entirely absent, we proceed toward a configuration of traces which can no longer be represented except by the structure and functioning of writing. However, the movement toward writing is not parallel. If Freud describes the content and function of the psychical apparatus in terms primarily associated with writing, he describes its structure in topographical or spatial terms. It is only by analogy with the mystic pad that the apparatus nally becomes, in Derrida's words, a writing machine of marvelous complexity into which the whole of the psychical apparatus will be projected. Here, long disjointed and out of phase, the two series of metaphors will then be united. Why should the vicissitudes of Freud's metaphorical investments matter? Derrida has persistently argued that metaphors are hardly innocent, while they enable and direct thinking, they also constrain and limit it. This is amply demonstrated in Freud's writings. His mechanical metaphors for the psychical apparatus persistently belie the radical insights produced by the textual metaphors that describe psychical content. Moreover, Derrida in the end troubles the very sense of metaphor here, by setting into play the tension between its sense as representation and its more literal sense as resemblance. Drawing out the implications of Freud's metaphorical investments, Derrida emphasizes the ambivalence of Freud's legacy born of a tension between his courageous theoretical openness and a residual Cartesian commitment. In the exposition to follow, I shall take the path Derrida traces from mneme through anamnesis to hypomnesis in Freud and the Scene of Writing. Before I begin, however, I should make a few observations. First, I cannot avoid passing over many complex byways in this multilayered essay, which, in the name of a justice I am not equal to here, call for more intricate studies. Second, Derrida's assessment presupposes some familiarity with Freud's texts. Without this background, his already complex arguments become dishearteningly opaque. At various points, therefore, I have tried to lay out the essentials of the Freudian models under discussion. Finally, in light of today's textbook Neurophysiology, which reveals inaccuracies in his neurological speculations, Freud would have been obliged to make significant modifications to his models. Freud, for example, thought that the transmission of impulses through the neural network resembled the movement of an electrical current, whereas it is now understood in terms of chemical propagation. However, as Derrida notes, physiological inaccuracies notwithstanding, it remains philosophically interesting to study the presuppositions, metaphorical gers, and theoretical exigencies that govern Freud's efforts to model the psychical apparatus. The project, Freud's Psyche, is irreducible to mneme. A reconstruction of Freud's model. Freud's problem in the project is to explain how the psychical apparatus can be permanently altered by single occurrences, a requirement for memory, and simultaneously perpetually virgin, as required by conscious perception. Rejecting hypotheses that attribute this difference to intrinsic material differences in the neural substrate, he proposes instead that developmental and structural factors affect the permeability of neurons and consequently the relative amounts of excitation they can resist, retain, or discharge. For Freud, then, nervous tissue forms a single system, whose functioning is divided into primary and secondary levels. The Rex arc, obeying the principle of inertia, describes the primary function. Neural excitation from sensory stimuli immediately discharges itself fully in motor activity. In contrast, the secondary function involves the effort, work, labor, of securing discharge for endogenous stimuli through independent, specific, rather than actions. Because the secondary function necessitates a delay between stimulus and action, he hypothesized that the nervous system must abandon the principle of inertia for that of constancy. It must accumulate and retain a constant, basic, optimum level of cathexis, neural excitation or energy, to meet the demands of specific actions. Since neurons receive excitation through dendrites and discharge it through axons, their structure, he thought, accords well with the requirements of both primary and secondary functions, for the accumulation of excitation in the neurons required by the secondary function could be explained in terms of contact barriers, synapses, between interconnecting neurons, which can be understood as gateways that resist incoming excitation and outgoing discharge. Freud, therefore, thought he could resolve the apparent paradox, that the passage of excitation must both permanently alter the neurons and leave them unnuanced, by positing two classes of neurons. The RST class consists of relatively permeable neurons, serving perception, which allow excitation to pass through as though they had no contact barriers and which, accordingly, after each passage of excitation are in the same state as before. The second class consists of relatively impermeable neurons, where resistance in the contact barriers makes the passage of excitation difficult or partial. This partial passage explains how these neurons may, after each excitation, be in a different state from before. It makes sense, then, that these neurons would be the vehicles of memory and so probably of psychical processes in general. These are, moreover, arranged in three neural systems, designates permeable or perceptual neurons, designates impermeable or psychical/mnemic neurons, given that permeability and impermeability are never absolute, and designates consciousness. I have named these systems throughout as the perceptual system, the psychomnemic system, and consciousness. Freud goes on to argue that the neurons constituting the perceptual system, due to their permeability, are not affected by the magnitude of the excitation passing through them, but respond to its quality, olfactory, tactile, visual, etc. Further, the neurons that constitute the psychomnemic system, in direct contrast with the permeable neurons, are affected only by the magnitude of the excitation passing through them, not by its quality. Memories, he insists, are essentially devoid of sensory quality. His model therefore demands an explanation of the effect of repetition on our mnemic capacities in terms of pure quantities of force. We know that solving a complex equation, for example, may be difficult the RST time. But, solving the same equation again, even a few months later, is much easier, and solving it a third time the very next day is the least difficult of all. Further, solving a similar equation on RST encounter is easier than solving the very RST one. Solving an equation that is not similar but is nevertheless still an equation is easier on RST encounter than solving the very RST one. But these computational efforts will not make it easier to learn to ride a bicycle. As noted in the RST chapter, diverse stimuli affect the psychomnemic system from various sources. Contact barriers, Freud speculated, incorrectly, allow for energy storage, which, in turn, offers some degree of resistance to excitation, tonic cathexis. If impulses from external sensations and endogenous stimuli are to register here, they must be strong enough to overcome such resistance or, that is, break down contact barriers, and, so to speak, LL up the psychomnemic neurons with freely mobile cathectic energy, which is associated with heightened tension. In accordance with the pleasure principle, heightened tension in the system is registered as unpleasure and its binding or conversion into tonic cathexis, the process by which memory traces are forged and retained which brings relief registered as pleasure, becomes a priority. This binding occurs as an outward passage that again breaks through barriers, tracing an associative pathway through the system toward discharge. His incorrect physical speculations aside, Freud correctly understood that the psychomnemic system registered and retained discrete traces, or sensory fragments, and that discharge is a matter of forging links between trace-retaining neurons. Contemporary neurophysiology estimates a GUR of 10,000 or more connections per neuron. In other words, To form perceived memories, these traces require synthetic processing, literally remembering or articulation, to form the projections that will eventually be presented to consciousness. Proposed as a theory of Bonung, facilitative breaching, in the psychomemic system, Freud argues that the force of this effraction alters the contact barriers in its wake, leaving them more capable of conduction, less impermeable a scar or trace, then, remains as a permanent neural pathway, an acquisition that, in turn, facilitates the passage of similar stimuli but still resists different or novel stimuli. Memory, then, on his account, as an active system of synthetic processing, would be one of the powers which determine and direct the outward pathways of excitations. Different pathways are traced in three possible ways. First, large quantities of excitation under particular circumstances tend to batter the related series of connected neurons into further permeability, thereby reinforcing those pathways and not others. Second, excitation does not occur as a uniform O through a neuron but may selectively trace alternative pathways through any of its multiple contact barriers. Differences in facilitated pathways through the interconnected network of neurons, then, can be attributed to varying levels of resistance at the synapses, for Freud adds that the simultaneous cathexis of adjacent neurons affects the contact barriers between them and may reinforce or compete with paths offered by other contact barriers. Leaving aside for now the difficulty of seeing why one or another pathway should be preferred on any purely quantitative account of facilitation, it is notable that memory can only operate insofar as there are differences between facilitations. Already in the project, then, as Derrida puts it, quantity becomes psyche and mneme through differences rather than through plenitudes. Finally, consciousness, Freud argues, is a matter of pure quality to the exclusion of quantity, besides a minimum tonic cathexis. In his words, consciousness gives us what are called quality sensations which are different in a great multiplicity of ways and whose difference is distinguished according to its relations with the external world. Within this difference there are series, similarities, and so on, but there are in fact no quantities in it clearly. The seat of consciousness is not to be found in the psychomemic system, since the process exclusive to the system, reproducing or remembering, is without quality. Consciousness is something not inherent in, but added to, the processes in the psychomemic system. Freud considers placing the seat of consciousness in the perceptual system. However, while this accords with the fact that qualities are linked with sense perception, he rejects the idea that consciousness is reducible to perception, which is a primary function operating according to the Reich arc, and favors seating consciousness in the upper stories of the nervous system. If the only alternative, then, is to posit a third neural system, we immediately meet with a difficulty. Given that the permeability of the neurons is the result of constant battering by excitations of high magnitude, Freud argues that the almost total exclusion of quantity in the consciousness system would leave the neurons constituting consciousness highly impermeable. However, he continues, this is contradicted by the mutability of conscious content, the transitory nature of attention, and the easy linking of qualities simultaneously perceived, which is compatible only with complete permeability of the neurons and total restoration of their former state. Here we face complete facilitation, which does not arise from quantity. There must, therefore, he speculates, be more to the passage of excitation than the transference of quantity. It must have another characteristic, namely periodicity, frequency. Further, the contact barriers must resist the transference of quantity but not periodicity. Thus, we can say that the neurons of consciousness do not respond to quantities of excitation but appropriate the period of the excitation. In his words, this state of being affected by period while LLED with a minimum cathexis is the fundamental basis of consciousness. Freud's model undergoes various modifications as he tries to accommodate these specifications to his fundamental quantity/quality division. What emerges now is the following: in the perceptual system, which by nature involves consciousness, the neural paths from sensory organs directly to consciousness do not conduct quantity at all, but they encode differences, qualities, by matching them precisely to different periods, frequencies, of neuronal motion. This transmission of quality, encoded as periodicity, is not durable, it leaves no traces behind and cannot be reproduced in the absence of the actual stimulus. The paths from internal sources, by nature unconscious, example instincts, do not directly affect consciousness but pass through the psychomemic system, which conducts only differences in quantity. There is neuronal motion here, but it remains constant and therefore monotonous in character, that is, without quality. The two-way transmission between consciousness and the psychomemic system presents difficulties. First, Freud places the neurons of consciousness between the perceptual and psychomemic systems, so that the perceptual system transfers its quality to consciousness, which, in turn, somehow, transfers neither quality nor quantity to the psychomemic system but merely excites the system, that is, indicates the pathways to be taken by free energy. Second, while certain psychomemic processes themselves remain unconscious, they do subsequently acquire a secondary, artificial consciousness through being linked with processes of discharge and perception, speech association. However, his explanation, namely that deviations from the monotonous psychical period that is specific for the psychomemic neurons come to consciousness as qualities, presents clear difficulties in relation to his initial division of these systems along the lines of a quantity/quality opposition. Freud remained eternally dissatisfied with his attempt to map the structure of psychical functioning onto a neural substrate and soon gave it up, conceding that the science of neurophysiology was, at the time, not up to the demand. Derrida's response. Broadly speaking, Derrida's response to the model outlined in the project turns on the difficulties for Freud that arise from the irreducible mutual implication of the notions facilitation, repetition, and periodicity. If Freud aims to reserve facilitation, linked to quantity, for the psychomemic system and exclude time, periodicity, from it, and conversely, to reserve quality for the perceptual system and exclude facilitation from it, then introducing a third system to explain consciousness produces entanglements that sabotage these aims. His model runs into difficulties because it depends on a conceptual division between quantity and quality that, due to the entanglement of the three notions just listed, cannot be made decisively. Derrida notes that it is already tricky to explain facilitation in terms of pure quantities of force if, as he puts it, trace as memory is not a pure breaching that might be reappropriated at any time as simple presence, it is rather the ungraspable and invisible difference between breaches, for how is a path selected, all forces being equal? Implicitly, then, if the power within the psychomemic system to determine pathways of discharge for endogenous excitation, in dreams, for example, does not reach the transparency of meaning, it nevertheless involves the delay of selective activity that cannot entirely be reduced to the opposite of meaning, namely the opaque mechanics of natural forces. Further, difficulties arise concerning the role played by repetition in reinforcing facilitations. Repetition of the same stimulus should not contribute to the further weakening of contact barriers that leads to increased permeability, for, as he notes, frequency, periodicity, supposedly adds no quantity of present force, no intensity, yet repetition does have the power of breaching. The more often a stimulus is repeated, the clearer and more permanent the memory trace, and Freud acknowledges that the frequency of repetition supplements the magnitude of an impression. But, Derrida argues, what supplements its breaching force, then, is not pure quantity but a measure of an absolutely heterogeneous type, periodicity, the diastem that separates discrete repetitions. In short, Freud cannot explain the breaching power of repetition in the psychomemic system without recourse to the very measure of quality that he has already excluded from it. Derrida concludes that neither the difference between full quantities, nor the interval between repetitions of the identical, nor breaching itself, may be thought of in terms of the opposition between quantity and quality. Memory cannot be derived from this opposition. These difficulties are merely compounded when Freud, adumbrating what comes out explicitly in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, explains facilitation not only in terms of the movement of differential forces but in terms of deferral, or, in Derrida's words, as the effort of life to protect itself by deferring a dangerous cathexis, that is, by constituting a reserve. Freud explains that the psychomemic system is breached repeatedly due to the exigent stresses and pains of everyday living. Although it aims to avoid the burden of excess excitation, by immediate discharge through existing facilitations, it is regularly compelled to deal with the overo by deferral, that is, by deferring excesses through the deters of side cathexes, in the process enlarging the system's capacity. This excess, therefore, is the very condition of its growth and development, that is, its life. In its development, it manages the excessive cathexis from traumatic breaches, which, in extreme terms, would mean death, by incorporating them, that is, by repeating or copying them as new facilitations. Thus, when resistances are again overwhelmed, threatening excitations, from surprise or pain, for example, may again be deferred along the defensive deters of newly formed paths in an effort to attenuate the threat of overload and facilitate the most expedient discharge. Here, one might assume that facilitation is the process by which repetition happens to an initial perceptual impression in the standoff between two opposing present forces, external stimulus and psychomemic resistance. A facilitation would represent the track of footprints left behind by an initial perceptual impression, marking out a path in the psychomemic system for future use. Facilitation, in short, would be the secondary repetition of an initial impression. However, if Freud's theory of facilitation is pressed, Derrida argues, difficulties arise that unsettle this priority of perceptual presence over archival repetition. Facilitation, as Freud insists, presupposes an initial resistance in the psychomemic system. But, even without posing the problem of where the initial resistance originates, of phylogenesis and of hereditary breaches, it is already impossible to establish whether it is originally the repetitive forces of perceptual impressions that produce the differential resistances in the psychomemic system or whether it is originally the resistances that predate and enable the repetition. In other words, do perceptual impressions shape processing or does processing shape the perceptual impressions? According to Derrida, it is the very idea of ARST time which becomes enigmatic already. Then, facing this enigma of ARST time, one must be wary of formulating facilitation in terms of the deferral of an already constituted perceptual experience. In Derrida's words, to defer cannot mean to retard a present possibility, to postpone an act, to put off a perception already now possible again. There is no life present at RST which would then come to protect, postpone, or reserve itself in difference. Rather, Freud's conception of facilitation already tends toward the argument that presence requires facilitation, deferral, as a support. In other words, a conscious perceptual experience is the constituted product of synthetic processing. Already, then, a note has crept into Freud's account that poses a challenge to the traditional priority of life in the form of presence. In Derrida's words, is it not already death at the origin of a life which can defend itself against death only through an economy of death, through deferment, repetition, reserve? In other words, to suggest that the presence of life depends on the traditional gers of death for its own protection, that life occurs as difference, differentiation and deferral, is as much as to suggest that life is death and that repetition and the death drive are native and congenital to that which they transgress. To sum up, because he insists upon a quality/quantity division despite its difficulties, one may suspect that Freud's thinking is guided by a metaphysical prejudice that still hopes to divide mental life along the lines of spirit and nature. At the very least, however, what was begun in the project leads inexorably to the conclusion that there is more to memory than mneme, the opacity of merely natural forces. It suggests that memory is not a mere receptacle but an active spacing, a process of difference and deferral, which exceeds the neat structure of separable systems by which Freud RST tries to contain it. Derrida argues, however, that Freud cannot explain facilitation in the psychomemic system, nor indeed consciousness, insofar as it is a matter of pure periodicity, without recourse to something like difference and deferral, and that this common recourse to difference unsettles, without destroying, the borders between systems and, therefore, between conscious/unconscious, mind/body, inside/outside, life/death, with, of course, formidable implications for metaphysics. Freud, in fact, very soon begins to rethink the entire system of the project. The interpretation of dreams. Freud's psyche is irreducible to anamnesis. Freud's reconception of memory as a straight-edged system of at least three powers of registration and transcription in his interpretation of dreams continues a transition from the neurological to the psychical begun in a letter to Fliess. If I could give a complete account of the psychological characteristics of perception and of the three registrations, Freud announces in this letter, I should have described a new psychology. He argues that the RST essentially unconscious registrations of sensory stimuli in the psychomemic system, arranged according to associations by simultaneity, are subsequently retranscribed by the different unconscious and preconscious powers of primary and secondary processing. According to relations described more fully in the interpretation of dreams as condensation, displacement, considerations of representability, and censorship. The novelty of this conception, he insists, lies in the thesis that memory is present not once but several times over, that it is laid down in various species of indications. Importantly, each of these synthesizing powers can subject the material present in the form of memory traces to a rearrangement in accordance with fresh circumstances, to a retranscription, the work of the psychomemic system. In other words, here becomes decidedly more than a process of registration. It becomes explicitly a matter of encoding and of translation between a number of agencies arranged in a series one behind the other. Freud's more complex account of the psychomemic system is developed in the interpretation of dreams, where, taking his cue from the dream work, the processes by which dreams are constructed, or written, he supports his method of dream interpretation with a description of psychical functioning as labor. Notably, this elaboration gains in significance in light of his claim that the interpretation of dreams is the royal road to a knowledge of the unconscious activities of the mind. Again, the study of dreams may be considered the most trustworthy method of investigating deep mental processes. Here, concerning content in the psychomemic system, Derrida notes, trace will become gram, an element in a system of writing. Further, if dreams play themselves out in a scene of writing, this is not, he insists, a writing which simply transcribes, a stony echo of muted words, but a lithography before words, metaphonetic, non-linguistic, alogical concerning psychical function. Therefore, the region of breaching will explicitly become a ciphered spacing. However, he argues, Freud attempts to map this content and functioning onto a conception of the psychic apparatus in its structure that lags behind his conception of the psychic text in its fabric. This, he shows, paradoxically rebinds Freud's thinking to a metaphysics he has already subverted. The dream work. According to Freud, dreams cannot be reduced to illusions formed from impressions made indistinct by sleep. Because these impressions are sometimes subjected in dreams to the most peculiar and far-fetched interpretations, he argues, there must be other, predominantly mental, factors that determine what memory images are activated in dreams. He therefore rejects attempts to explain dreams in purely positivistic terms, in favor of the popular belief that dreams are the result of significant mental work, and that their meanings, while cryptic, can be interpreted. But he is not uncritical of this popular tradition. He rejects a symbolical method of interpretation, which, as Derrida puts it, treats dream content as an indivisible and unarticulated whole, for which a second, possibly prophetic whole may be substituted. He prefers the decoding method found in dream books, since it treats dreams as a kind of cryptography. Here, discrete elements, signs, can be translated independently into other signs having a known meaning, and significance arises from the associative links between such elements. But he rejects the idea that the translation of one element into another can always occur according to the permanent code proffered by this or that dream dictionary. Also, as Derrida notes, popular methods of interpretation exhibit an excessive preoccupation with content, and an insufficient concern for relations, locations, processes, and differences. For Freud, in contrast, the manifest content of the dream has far less importance than the latent network of dream thoughts, uncovered in its analysis, that form its associative context. The dream thoughts and the dream content, Freud notes, are like two versions of the same subject presented in different modes of expression, and the dream work describes the character and syntactic laws of the processes by which dream thoughts are translated into dream content. First, he insists, dreams are brief, meager, and laconic in comparison with the range and wealth of dream thoughts. Since only a few elements from the dream thoughts appear as dream content, any element is chosen for the extent to which it can be overdetermined, that is, loaded with multiple meanings, which allude to a whole series of other gers. As he later adds, such condensation operates mainly by constructing collective and composite gers. Imagine, for example, the ger of a satyr whose face incorporates a husband's mouth and a father's eyes. Through condensation, Freud argues, the dream thought may be reduced to a minute, single detail that marks its essence. In dream displacement, by contrast, the essence of the dream thought may not appear in the dream at all. Displacement works both to reduce the intensity of certain elements and to create new values from elements that carry low psychical value. In consequence, a transference and displacement of psychical intensities occurs in the process of dream formation. Displacement, a major player in dream work, brings about the differences between dream content and dream thoughts and the distortion of unconscious dream wishes. Besides condensation and displacement, Freud names two further determinants of the dream content. First, if in the dream work, a colorless and abstract expression in the dream thought is exchanged for a pictorial and concrete one, then considerations of how to represent dream thoughts in images undoubtedly influence the choice of elements that constitute the dream content. Since the dream work does not have the immediate means to represent logical relations, if, because, just as, although, either or, etc., it tends to represent subject matter rather than connections. Also, among the subsidiary thoughts associated with the essential dream thoughts, the choice will fall to those most easily represented visually. But, he argues, exploiting the graphic and phonic materiality of words, the dream work does not shrink from the effort of recasting unadaptable thoughts into a new verbal form, even into a less than usual one, provided that the process facilitates representation. Finally, elements in dreams only appear subject to secondary revision or censorship. For Freud, criticism within a dream, example the critical remark "this is only a dream," is evidence that an agency beyond that responsible for primary processing may contribute to the dream content. In his words, the censoring agency, whose influence we have so far only recognized in limitations and omissions in the dream content, is also responsible for interpolations and additions in it. Such secondary revision is aimed at making a dream coherent, although it does not often or wholly succeed. Those dreams that exhibit the most coherence are, for him, dreams which might be said to have been already interpreted once, before being submitted to waking interpretation. That which nally appears in consciousness as the dream is above all discontinuous. Consciousness skips from node to node along a chain of associations, whose intermediate links are recognizable only upon reaction and with varying degrees of difficulty, for there are unconscious diversions in the chain of associations, due to the four factors just outlined, which substitute disguised references to unconscious wishes for fairly obvious associations. By this means, the fulfillment of an unconscious wish is hallucinated in a dream without that wish becoming conscious. Dreams, Freud warns, are not made with the intention of being understood. Nevertheless, concerning the art of dream interpretation, which involves a restoration of the connections which the dream work has destroyed, he insists that dreams present no greater difficulties to their translators than do the ancient hieroglyphic scripts to those who seek to read them. First reading, Economics of Anamnesis, Translation and Interpretation. The dream work supports the idea that the scene through which dreams regress, old facilitations, is a scene of writing in the broad sense of encryption, encoding, and substitution. In Derrida's words, Freud doubtless conceives of the dream as a displacement similar to an original form of writing which puts words on stage without becoming subservient to them, and he is thinking here, no doubt, of a model of writing irreducible to speech which would include, like hieroglyphics, pictographic, ideogrammatic and phonetic elements, but this does not necessarily spell a radical departure from the metaphysics of presence, for even if Freud acknowledges that in the production of a dream the displacements of an originary writing precede its reduction to logical coherence and discourse, it is still the verbal and logical that prevail at both the origin, the dream thought, and the telos, the dream interpretation. In their logical structure, Freud argues, dream thoughts are no different from waking thoughts. Their distinctiveness lies only in the fact that they have been repressed for some reason, example their perceived moral unacceptability or upsetting affective charge, beyond the reach of intentional conscious recall. The dream work, the character and syntactic laws of which have emerged in the course of comparing the original and the translation, becomes a process of transcription that converts abstract latent thoughts into pictographic manifest content. From this it would seem that a verbally articulated meaning is already there and that the dream work merely translates it, through identifiable means, from a verbal to a pictographic mode of expression. At RST brush, therefore, there appears to be nothing in the dream work that in principle belies the reversibility by which the analytical work of dream interpretation, anamnesis, translates dream content back into the dream thoughts that underpin it. In short, if the displacements of an originary writing merely amount to a coded process of transcription or translation, anamnesis can still prevail, in principle, as a telos. Second reading, the impossibility of translation, however, on the other hand, and here is the most radical form of the Freudian break with tradition, Freud insists that there is no pre-existing code governing how the dream elements might properly or meaningfully be related. There is no code to govern the substitutions according to which associations, condensations, displacements, representations, and omissions are made by the psychomemic system in the construction of a dream. Rather, as Derrida puts it, in its operations lexicon and syntax a purely idiomatic residue is irreducible and is made to bear the burden of interpretation in the communication between unconsciousnesses. The dreamer invents his own grammar because of this idiomatic residue. A single image or gur in a dream bears multiple meanings that are, certainly, different for different people but also at variance in the same person. Meaning, in short, is overdetermined by idiomatic residues that resist complete interpretation. At best, Freud acknowledges, a responsible interpretation can emerge from the context of a dream's associative interconnections. Extended to psychical operation in general, Derrida argues, this suggests that the way traced through facilitations by unconscious processes, such as repression, is idiosyncratic and inventive. In other words, unconscious experience in which facilitations are constituted, prior to the dream, produces its own signiers. In his words, it does not create them in their materiality, of course, but produces their status as meaningful, signiance. But since a signier presupposes its link to an intersubjectively conformed synod, they are no longer, properly speaking, signiers. However, given that a system of translation is possible only if a permanent code allows a substitution or transformation of signiers while retaining the same synod, this means that the possibility of translation, if it is far from being eliminated, is nevertheless in principle limited, and yet, as Derrida notes, this does not prevent Freud from persistently translating. One must not forget that Freud never stopped proposing codes, rules of great generality. This discrepancy is a symptom of residual metaphysical commitments on Freud's part, but, as Derrida's reading suggests, these should not blind one to the extent to which Freud's thinking has moved toward the thinking of difference. While Freud does not resist the temptation to venture a discussion of typical dream elements, he nevertheless stipulates essential limitations. The most important of these for Derrida concerns the transition by which unconscious thoughts become conscious via the preconscious. Whether speaking of the dream work or other psychical processes, he argues, the danger of describing this transition as mere translation is that it presupposes a text which would be already there, immobile, whose synod content might be harmlessly transported into the milieu of a different language, that of the preconscious or the conscious, but in the last chapter of the interpretation of dreams, he notes, Freud insists that this transition is not transcriptive in the sense that it generates a second conscious thought alongside the original unconscious one. Implicitly, in his words, the conscious text is thus not a transcription, because there is no text present elsewhere as an unconscious one to be transposed or transported. There is no unconscious truth to be rediscovered by virtue of having been written elsewhere. There is no text written and present elsewhere which would then be subjected, without being changed in the process, to an operation and a temporalization which would be external to it. The unconscious text is already a weave of pure traces. In other words, the unconscious text would consist of unarticulated wishes, urges, desires, intuitions, notions. These terms are too denied, that are only made concrete, that is, produced as denied, conscious events, through psychical work as hallucination and, later, verbal articulation. In this case, the transition from memory to consciousness, as Derrida puts it, is not a derivative or repetitive writing, it occurs in an original manner and, in its very secondariness, is originary and irreducible. It is a very short step from here to the paradox of the supplement. Before the supplementary repetition, the yes of confirmation, the delays and detours of retranscription via the agencies of the psychomemic system, the condensations, displacements, considerations of representability, and censorship, the present is not there. The happening of an event is only the call for the confirming supplement, the footnote or postscript that is both unnecessary and necessary for its completion. But this means that the delay, the repetition, is both extraneous and essential to make the present experience what it is and to keep making it what it is. This is, then, becomes unstable, infinitely vulnerable to the power of reconstitution or reinvention inscribed in the delay. Precisely here, Derrida insists, one must not shrink from Freud's insight by reading his texts through the metaphor of writing in its conventional sense. He must be read, on the contrary, in terms of the labor of the writing which circulated like psychical energy between the unconscious and the conscious. One could call such labor a matter of transcendental constitution, were it not that the transcendental tradition still remains caught up in the metaphysics of presence, that is, transcendental writing would necessarily be intersubjectively coded and, therefore, the same for everyone. But there is something irreducibly idiosyncratic about psychical writing, which Freud wants to respect too. Here, Derrida concludes, that the present in general is not primal but, rather, reconstituted, that it is not the absolute, wholly living form which constitutes experience, that there is no purity of the living present. Such is the theme, formidable for metaphysics, which Freud, in a conceptual scheme unequal to the thing itself, would have us pursue clearly. On this second reading it would be impossible to submit the psychomemic system to the authority and power of anamneses. If the involuntary thought activity that takes place in images were reducible to, or governed by, the power of anamneses, which is a function of the conscious system where voluntary thought activity takes place in concepts, then the possibility of proper decoding in anamneses must presuppose proper psychical encoding of the original. Proper encoding, which comes RST, would be precisely reversible in the form of proper decoding, which would trace its way back to the original, the true state of affairs, with nothing lost along the way. In this case, perfect translation between psychical agencies would have to be entirely possible. But since in the dream work we are dealing with a process of inventive substitution and disguise, this is not the case. As Derrida sums it up, in the sense that the gurative content of the dream is a signifying chain in scenic form. It summarizes a discourse, it is the economy of speech. But the reciprocal economic transformation, the total assimilation into discourse, is, in principle, impossible or limited. Freud's economic recapitulation to metaphysics. It is interesting to see what happens when Freud tries to tie the labor of the writing which circulated like psychical energy between the unconscious and the conscious to a model of the psychical structure. Concerning the relation between energy and place, Freud, as indicated above, has already made problematic the idea that translation is the transcription of an original text, which would separate force act and extension content, maintaining the simple exteriority of the translated and the translating, which would imply that meaning is there in its place and the agencies of transcription move it along through the psychical systems intact. On the contrary, energy cannot be reduced, it does not limit meaning, but rather produces it. This is the sense in which one can say force, energetics, agencies, and meaning are inseparable. And yet, Derrida argues that Freud's considerations of structure, which take the metaphorical form of an optical machine, will imply precisely the opposite conclusions to the ones just outlined. In short, Freud, who still insists on representing the psychical apparatus in an artificial model, has not yet discovered a mechanical model adequate to the graphematic conceptual scheme he is already using to describe the psychical text. Conscious perception, analogous to the aperture of a telescope, which allows a restricted number of light rays into the device, occurs in the perceptual system that in itself retains no trace of what has happened. Freud's three different registrations of perception within the psychomemic system are viewed as analogous to the various lenses of the machine, which focus light rays into an image and cast this image onto a surface. The RST registration of the perceptions is quite incapable of consciousness and arranged according to associations by simultaneity. The second registration of the perceptions occurs as the productive, inventive, synthetic work and tracing attributed to a kind of unconscious psychic writing. The third transcription involves its discursive reconstitution, or interpretation, in the verbal system of the preconscious. Finally, consciousness acts like the viewnder that enables one to see the image. Derrida argues, however, that this metaphor presents the danger of reducing energy, the spacing of difference and deferral, to a naive understanding of space and time, or, that is, system. The optical model leads one to think of the psychical text as somehow already there, significance intact, ready to be translated into consciousness via the agencies of the psychomemic system. An optical device suggests that one achieves an internal copy or translation of what is outside, via a series of transcendental or enabling lenses arranged successively in a localized, spatial order. These lenses may well also distort or disguise the image in the process, but, since the nature and extent of the distortion can be measured, interpretation can circumvent or overcome its effects. On the other hand, granted that a certain spatiality, inseparable from the very idea of system, is irreducible, Derrida argues that its nature is all the more enigmatic in that we can no longer consider it as the homogeneous and serene milieu of dynamic and economic processes. For Freud also insists that psychical entities, such as dream thoughts, are virtual. In his words, ideas, thoughts and psychical structures in general must never be regarded as localized in organic elements of the nervous system, but rather, as one might say, between them, in the virtual spaces of resistances and facilitations. Again, everything that can be an object of our internal perception is virtual, like the image produced in a telescope by the passage of light rays. The psychical text, in short, is never always already there but is produced or invented in the interstices between the agent forces. One may read Freud's metaphorics of delay as Nachtraglichkeit in support of this conclusion. Here, the traumatic memory of a primal scene is preserved in the unconscious, but it has no significance. It is only under certain circumstances, that is, after a delay, in this case, after the physical and psychical maturation of puberty, that the primal scene becomes what it is, granted that there is in principle no limit to such Nachtraglich constitution. In other words, it is the active force of the energies/agencies at work in the psychomemic system that produces, after the fact, the significance of this trace. The work of the psychomemic system, then, cannot be understood in terms of the topography of various discrete systems, which act differently on material traces always already there in their full significance. Admittedly, Freud argues that these agencies are not necessarily organized spatially, but temporally. However, Derrida notes that this specification changes little about the difficulties already raised, for this argument makes the supposed timelessness of the unconscious enigmatic. Freud has argued that the unconscious is timeless, but this would have to be the case only insofar as he identifies time with phonetic time in a way that already makes time problematic as a measure for differentiating unconscious and conscious systems. Phonetic time would designate the abstract, logical sequence of preconscious and conscious processes. Here one present now point follows another in irreversible succession, which would tend to repress all but a dominant, progressive line of connection. Presumably, then, the unconscious processes are timeless because they work like hieroglyphics, in terms of connections that do not follow on from one another in a progressive line. But according to Derrida, this spacing out of meaning is not a matter of timelessness. Here, he argues, there is synopsis, not stasis, not timelessness. But then again, this synoptic temporality of the unconscious processes does not, in turn, accord with the phonetic time of the optical machine just described. In short, whether Freud views the unconscious processes as timeless or in terms of a temporality different from that of linear succession, his model, understood in terms of phonetic time, connects with its subject. These connects, then, represent the dangers of trying to understand energy within the naive metaphorics of space and time inherent to the spatio-temporal system of an optical machine. Derrida argues that it becomes necessary, without abandoning the concepts of space, time, and system altogether, to rethink the topology of Freud's non-transcriptive, inventive, or productive, writing. It might make more sense to see the psychic apparatus itself as a writing machine, but one may in the end have to rethink the machine metaphor. To sum up so far, Freud's conjectures concerning facilitation in the project oblige him to attribute some kind of agency to the unconscious system. However, this obligation, with its uneconomic implications, remains incompatible with the quality/quantity distinction of an artificial model by which he still appears to reduce psyche to mneming. Further, what Freud calls dream work in the interpretation of dreams not only confirms that unconscious primary processing within the psychomemic system has an agency independent of and prior to conscious intentionality, but that both are productive and inventive. Thus, far from being reducible to the conscious power of anamnesis, proper translation, unconscious processes can indeed pose a threat to it. Yet, as Derrida notes, Freud's optical model runs counter to these insights. So far, then, the concept of inscription still remains simply the graphic element of an apparatus which is not itself a writing machine. We might think that the machine itself is subject to another principle of organization, another destination than writing. Indeed, Freud's structural metaphors have persistently tied his thinking back to a conceptual scheme ordered by Cartesian metaphysics. When the structural metaphor, in the form of the mystic writing pad, nally becomes a writing machine, it might seem that Freud has all in place for thinking the psyche entirely in terms of difference. The note upon the mystic writing pad. Freud's psyche and hypomnesis. According to Derrida, Freud's account of the mystic pad as a model draws the analogy between the psychical apparatus and writing at three progressively more complex levels, beginning with the straighted layers of the writing surface, then with the order of contact between the various layers, and, nally, with the temporality of its operation. Before he outlines these analogies, however, Derrida cites a passage from Freud's note and makes a preliminary observation that sets the scene for his deconstructive reading of these pages. Here, slightly abbreviated, is the passage cited: "If I distrust my memory, I am able to supplement and guarantee its working by making a note in writing. In that case, the surface upon which this trace is preserved is as it were a materialized portion of my mnemic apparatus, the rest of which I carry about with me invisible. I only have to bear in mind the place where this memory has been deposited, and I can then reproduce it at any time I like, with the certainty that it will have remained unaltered and so have escaped the possible distortions to which it might have been subjected in my actual memory." If, Derrida observes, Freud, like Plato, appears to take for granted the metaphor of writing as hypomnesic, writing as an external, auxiliary technique of psychical memory which is not memory itself, he simultaneously, if implicitly, subverts this assumption, for, unlike Plato, he sees what is written upon a surface as a materialized portion of a person's mnemic apparatus. The difference turns on a distinction between two senses of the term metaphor, which in turn generates incompatible readings of Freud's text. The RST, didactic or rhetorical, sense of metaphor is linked to representation in the modern sense, which implies an abstract link between two self-enclosed present entities, whereby something of one order can stand for something of an entirely different order. The use of a metaphor in this sense, then, allows one to link psyche and the note made in writing, the archiving device, while nevertheless opposing them on the basis of a life/death distinction. Here the presupposition underlying Freud's modeling process is that writing as hypomnesic might represent or double memory, but, as a mere device, it is, after all, of a different order to living memory itself. The second sense of metaphor, taken more literally, is linked to the pre-modern notion of resemblance. A relation of resemblance suggests a connection between things of the same order, where something in the one is repeated in the other. What grounds the relation of resemblance at issue here is what Derrida calls the solid metaphor, that is, metaphor in its literal sense as the actual transference of memory from the enclosure of individual minds to the written documents of an archive, or, in Derrida's words, the unnatural, historical production of a supplementary machine, added to the psychical organization in order to supplement its nitude. If one takes Freud at his word that a person's mnemic apparatus can literally be materialized, in part or as a whole, then, Derrida argues, the production of this literal transfer from mind to machine via technologies of writing is of an entirely different order to metaphor thought of in terms of representation. Resemblance, in contrast, therefore, would imply, as Derrida puts it, that a certain being in the world of the psyche did not happen to memory from without, any more than death surprises life. It founds memory, but if this is the case, Derrida argues, then the kind of materialization possible, from slate and sheet to email, should, reciprocally, have a bearing on the nature of the psyche. Here, already, he notes, questions arise concerning the status of this hypomnesic supplement. Although Derrida thinks it should have, Freud's interest does not turn in this direction but remains focused on demonstrating the superiority of the mystic pad, due to its stratification, as an analogy for the entire psychical apparatus. Brie, no other surface satisfies the double requirement of virginity and permanence. If it satisfies the former, example slate, it excludes the latter, and vice versa, example paper. Nevertheless, Derrida notes, by the end of his increasingly complex analogy between the mystic pad and the psychical apparatus, the gears of life and death are so interwoven that Freud really ought to have reconsidered the status of the hypomnesic supplement. The device he has in mind consists of a wax tablet covered by a sheet of wax paper protected by a celluloid overlay. For Freud, the celluloid overlay and the wax paper that it shields are analogous to the two layers of the perceptual/conscious system, which consists of an external protective shield against stimuli whose task it is to diminish the strength of excitations coming in, and of a surface behind it which receives the stimuli. Freud goes on to compare the wax slab with the unconscious system behind the perceptual/conscious system. The pressure of an implement applied to the outer celluloid layer affects the wax tablet through the celluloid and the wax paper. This pressure on the wax causes a reverse reaction whereby it sticks to the wax layer, producing a mark. Importantly, the writing will not appear on the wax paper, in consciousness, unless the wax slab, the unconscious, has already been affected by the pressure of the implement, and has, in the reverse reaction of synthetic processing, as it were, affected the wax paper. Perception, then, is a reconstitution on the basis of stimuli that have already passed through the detours or delays of the essentially unconscious facilitations traced out in advance by psychic writing. Writing, the traditional gore of death, as Derrida notes, supplements perception before perception even appears to itself. Further, if the double-layered covering sheet is lifted off the wax slab, then the writing vanishes from the wax paper and does not reappear on it. Here, in Freud's words, the surface of the mystic pad is clear of writing and once more capable of receiving impressions. but it is easy to discover that the permanent trace of what was written is retained upon the wax slab itself and is legible in suitable lights, example in the light of psychoanalysis. Until this point in the description, Derrida argues, it has only been a matter of the space of writing. But the movement by which writing becomes visible and is erased is inherent to the very structure of the mystic pad. In his words, the becoming visible which alternates with the disappearance of what is written would be the ichering up and passing away of consciousness in the process of perception here. Then, there is also a time of writing. The mystic pad includes in its structure permanence, succession, and simultaneity. In fact, he argues, Freud's discontinuous conception of time, writing as the interruption and restoration of contact between the various depths of psychical levels, wreaks the remarkably heterogeneous temporal fabric of psychical work itself with this third and, for Derrida, most interesting analogy. The model lends itself to the thinking of difference, for it reduces away neither time nor the multiplicity of sensitive layers, neither deferral nor difference, which are par excellence, notably, gers of death. Here, Derrida writes, we envy neither the continuity of a line nor the homogeneity of a volume, only the differentiated duration and depth of a stage, and its spacing. Moreover, Freud's metaphor does not describe the structure of an object but the structure of an operation. For the machine does not run by itself, it takes two hands to operate it, one that writes, while the other periodically erases this writing. Again, Derrida notes the irreducibility of difference in this description, from which we might conclude not only that pure perception does not exist, we are written only as we write, but also that the simplicity of the classical subject is a myth. In his words, a two-handed machine, a multiplicity of agencies or origins, is this not the original relation to the other and the original temporality of writing, its primary complication, an originary spacing, deferring, and erasure of the simple origin, and polemics on the very threshold of what we persist in calling perception. In proposing that subject and psyche are integrated as a complex of relations within a single order, or, that is to say, within the singular ordering/disordering of difference, however, Derrida acknowledges that he has taken Freud further than the latter would be willing to go. Freud does not read all of this into the qualification the machine does not run by itself. Instead, having presented a theory in which the traditional gers of death are found to be crucially intrinsic to psychical life, Freud insists, ironically, that the mystic pad, for all its marvelous complexity, does not resemble the psyche because the psyche, which is after all alive, is capable of spontaneity. As separate from the machine as life is from death, it is uniquely the living psyche that runs by itself for Freud. Then, this qualification merely points to the limitations that make of his metaphor a relation of representation rather than resemblance. This implies that the spontaneous, living psyche is already present before its representation and merely waits for science to end a suitable metaphor. Freud's repeated attempts to represent the psychical apparatus and its contents in a scientific model are motivated by the ostensible possibility of progress toward the ultimate, mature model, which would double the psychical apparatus in a representation. In the end, despite the greatly improved representative value of his null metaphor, Freud never nds a model perfectly adequate for its purpose. But the imperfection of the model, he insists, is not accidental but necessary, for the living psyche is, after all, essentially unlike any of the machines we can propose as its double. One of the assumptions underpinning his modeling process itself is a clear division between mneme and hypomneme. But this means that Freud's attitude toward the limitations of his mechanical models betrays the residue of an entirely conventional metaphysical distinction between life and death, mneme and hypomneme, that he has already undermined, at least intuitively, at the level of content, for the necessity of being alive in order to genuinely be psyche is precisely what Freud has enabled philosophy to bring into question. Derrida argues, therefore, that Freud, in light of all he had thought about the unity of life and death, should have examined the status of the materialized supplement, the writing surface, which is necessary to the alleged spontaneity of memory. If the spontaneity of memory is deemed as its power to reproduce a memory intentionally at any time, in the knowledge that it will not have been distorted, then it makes little sense to insist that the supplementary archiving machine and the living psyche are of entirely different orders, linked only through representation, on the basis that the machine, unlike the psyche, is a pure absence of spontaneity. It does not run by itself. For RST, the guarantee of spontaneity is said to lie in the supplement, the materialized portion, the hypomnesic archive, and second, the necessity of this guarantee bears witness to the nitude of actual memory, since it demonstrates that actual memory can by no means be perfectly spontaneous. Rather, the so-called spontaneity of actual memory is differentiated in itself, thwarted by a censorship or repression which, moreover, could not act on a perfectly spontaneous memory if the relation of resemblance implied by Freud's claim that the hypomemic supplement is a materialization of the psychical apparatus implies a certain externalization of the psyche. One might also foresee a certain internalization of the archiving machine. If the resemblance between the archiving machine and the psyche lies in the operation of psychical writing as spacing and timing, difference, it becomes impossible to establish a unique domain for psychical writing on the basis of oppositions such as spontaneous/mechanical, inside/outside, and living/dead. What is there, then, to prevent one from imagining that the archiving machine, reciprocally, is essentially psychical? It is precisely Freud, according to Derrida, who gives us to think the enigmatic difficulty of any sharp division between an inside and an outside. Is there, for example, a unique place where psyche happens? Is psyche strictly an internal matter of living ash, or can a psychical substrate also exist on the outside, for example in electronic media? In rejecting the necessity of a neurological substrate for the psyche, Freud has opened up the possibility of thinking that psyche/archive may be inscribed in the virtual space of a language or cultural tradition, for example. On the other hand, if the archive is always already implicated in the original impression, then what is supposedly outside the living psyche, all the prostheses of living memory, the so-called dead material collected in libraries, available on the internet or in other media, inscribed in languages, cultures, traditions, may be thought of as an essential constitutive element of the psyche itself, and, in this sense, the hypomnesic prosthesis is always already on the inside. Hence the question Derrida poses in Archive Fever, but where does the outside commence? This question is the question of the archive. There are undoubtedly no others. Moreover, to interpolate the related issue of technological change addressed in Archive Fever, Derrida notes that Freud makes it possible to ask whether changes in archival technoscience have any bearing upon the shape of the psychical apparatus. In his words, is the psychic apparatus better represented or is it affected differently by all the technical mechanisms for archivization and for reproduction, for prostheses of so-called live memory? Freud, Derrida argues, has given us the means to see that the archive is not merely the secondary recording and keeping of a past history whose events would have occurred just as they were whether or not there had been observers to record and conserve them. Instead, the technical structure of the archiving archive also determines the structure of the archivable content even in its very coming into existence and in its relationship to the future. This archivization produces as much as it records the event. It follows that a change in the technological means of producing the archive would coincide with a change not only in the production of content or events but also in the very structure of what we call the psyche. This is supported, for example, by Leonard Schlein, who argues that the advent of widespread alphabet literacy radically changed the general disposition of the psychical apparatus. Topographical brain specialization underpins the argument that the predominance of brain activity in a certain area, particularly if it is regularly repeated, would amount to training, development, and reinforcement of neural paths in that area. Once developed, we have a tendency to rely on these paths, or modes of processing, at the cost of others. Schlein argues that learning to write, in the ordinary sense of the term, because it amounts to a powerful and regular training program for the brain's left hemisphere, shifts the brain's disposition toward the modes of processing characteristic of this hemisphere. As a consequence of alphabet literacy, the brain's disposition, having relied on modes of processing characterized by Freud's primary process, shifts dramatically in favor of the secondary process. Derrida poses a related question: do the archival machines of today, of which Freud could hardly have dreamed, change anything essential in his discourse? Derrida invites one to consider the difference between traditional letter writing and email correspondence, which far more readily embraces a possibility, the radical destruction of the archive, that Freudian psychoanalysis opens up but also resists. Letters between notable scientists, for example, those collected and immortalized texts of the Freud-Fliess correspondence, are carefully worded documents, written with an eye to their future preservation in an archive. Email correspondence, by contrast, is predominantly written to be deleted, quickly, carelessly, and in abbreviation. As easily produced as eradicated, it circulates in an ephemeral electronic medium that, globally everywhere, universally open in principle, has no proper place and no archon. Email, then, more readily than traditional correspondence by letter, incorporates the notion of archivization as process rather than place. Derrida might arguably have been overimpressed by the ephemerality of this medium, but the point of the example remains valid. If technological upheavals can engender changes in the disposition of the psychical apparatus, then it becomes impossible for science still to envisage the psyche as a stable apparatus with essential, universal characteristics, already and inherently possessed by individuals, which can be represented in a model. As Derrida puts it, it would be a question no longer of simple continuous progress in representation, in the representative value of the model, but rather of an entirely different logic, which emphasizes the irreducibility of the gears of death in an account of the psychical apparatus and which sees in writing, in its broadest sense, the stage of history and the play of the world. The impossibility of the archive, properly speaking, points toward other texts by Derrida, where all the associated difficulties that make Freud's conception of the psychical apparatus enigmatic are condensed and repeated in questions concerning the very possibility of an analysis of the psyche. In Derrida's words, that which, in Freud's discourse, opens itself to the theme of writing results in psychoanalysis being not simply psychology nor simply psychoanalysis. In the chapter to follow, I shall take up the apparatic troubles that point to something beyond analysis in Freudian psychoanalysis, which is already both augured and resisted in the Freudian text. The death drive and the impossibility of psychoanalysis. Introductory remarks. The apparatic complexity of the death drive in Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Freud introduces the death drive at the most fundamental level in psychoanalytic theory and subsequently redescribes central notions in its terms. Again, Derrida NDS in this notion a reiteration of the quasi-transcendental complexities already described, for any null determination of the death drive is suspended by our inability to demarcate its attributes clearly and on this basis establish orders of preference among them. In trying to conceptualize the death drive, one remains caught between the economic motifs of archivization, namely those of proper repetition associated with conservation and return, and the equally necessary uneconomic motifs of anarchiving violence, of improper repetition associated with aggression, destruction, and dissolution. In other words, incompatible economic and uneconomic motifs belong irreducibly to the notion of the death drive, making it inescapably apparatic. In consequence, if one can say that the death drive is the fundamental transcendental principle governing the proper constitution of the archive, psyche, it also makes such proper constitution impossible, for one must also acknowledge that the death drive is not a principle. As Derrida notes, it even threatens every principality, every archontic primacy, every archival desire. It is what we will call, later on, le mal d'archive, archive fever. In short, a fundamental but inescapable incoherence in the definition of the death drive tempts Derrida to suggest that beyond the pleasure principle lies a disruptive drive, beyond principality itself, for as a quasi-transcendental condition, the death drive both must and cannot function as a fundamental principle in any traditional sense. In what follows, the aporetic complexity underscored by the introduction of the death drive is addressed from 2 points of view. First, unraveling a thread from the material condensed in the second of the theses that Derrida risks in Archive Fever, I shall outline the archiving/anarchiving entanglement by which the psyche is constituted insofar as it is recast in the terms of the death drive. Second, I have grafted onto this discussion of Derrida's thesis a related argument concerning the deconstitution of the psyche, found in the RST part of his essay Resistances, which, again viewed through the prism of the death drive, highlights the complexity associated with conceptualizing psychoanalysis as a therapeutic practice, this time stemming from the aporias associated with the notion analysis. Here, Derrida argues that an attempt to explicate two crucial psychotherapeutic notions, namely analysis and resistance, yields a curious isomorphism whereby both notions, like the death drive, incorporate irreducible but incompatible moments of return and destruction. These conceptual entanglements pose difficulties for the very possibility of psychoanalysis as a therapeutic practice. I should reiterate that, for Derrida, rereading Freud in a way that highlights certain possible/impossible complexities can be nothing but a good thing, for this vacillation between what can be actualized and what forever remains out of reach in psychoanalysis is the source of its critical distance from its own death drive and, therefore, of its life as an institution, discipline, and tradition. Moreover, as I hope to demonstrate in part, it is precisely in the general terms of this paradoxical impossibility that one can best approach Lacan's appropriation of Freud, for there is a demonstrable accord between what Derrida and Lacan theorize here under the nicknames of event and the real, respectively. This accord, as already noted, can be established by associating both with the Freudian notion of trauma. For Derrida's arguments in Archive Fever and Resistances and Lacan's arguments in Duchy and Automaton, which I shall address in detail in chapter, to be anything other than opaque, Freud's conception of the death drive and its associated notions, trauma and repetition compulsion, require elaboration. For this reason, and because beyond the pleasure principle, where the death drive is RST introduced, is, as Derrida notes, not just any book by Freud and not just any book by Freud for Lacan, I have prefaced my discussion of these arguments with a fairly lengthy summary of it. Beyond the pleasure principle, introducing the death drive in this essay, as its title suggests, Freud revises his hypothesis that the pleasure principle is fundamental in psychical regulation and argues ultimately that a more fundamental death drive may override it. According to the pleasure principle, unpleasure arises from a heightening of excitation, whose discharge brings relief and concomitantly produces pleasure. Failing complete discharge, the psyche strives to keep excitation low and constant. While the pleasure principle dictates activity that avoids pain and promotes pleasure at all costs, its full sway is checked by certain necessary frustrations. First, in negotiating the physical and social world, it is inefficient and dangerous and is soon checked in mental life by a reality principle, under the dictates of which the psyche temporarily endures pain while it nds safer, more calculated, reasoned, or differentiated paths to pleasure. But powerful instinctual forces constantly threaten such imposed constraints, often to the detriment of the organism as a whole. Freud, therefore, predicts enduring psychical conics due to the reality-determined frustration of pleasure-seeking libidinal instincts. Second, he argues, community life requires the painful frustration of instinctual life in order to rescue the psyche from opposite extremes, selflessness as libidinal self-sacrifice or selfishness as narcissistic sacrifice of others. Since neither extreme is conducive to harmonious communal life, they are usually accompanied by painful emotions of resentment or guilt if they nd occasional outlets. Nevertheless, in these cases, Freud argues, the psychical economy, guided by the pleasure principle and the reality principle that checks it without disputing its supremacy, usually secures an ultimate pleasure gain. However, most of the unpleasure we experience stems from external sources, either in direct perceptions of pain or indirectly in painful anticipations of danger. Freud argues that a common psychical reaction to externally imposed pain, namely the compulsive repetition of painful experiences, may point to something beyond the pleasure principle. But he is not about to give the game away at the start. Instead, he outlines 4 cases where this reaction might challenge the primacy of the pleasure principle. But in each case he initially presses the explanatory power of the pleasure principle as far as it will extend. Freud describes the case of traumatic neurosis here. After experiencing an unexpected shock, victims compulsively, and at the cost of their general health, replay its events in fantasy or dreams, renewing the terror each time as if zated there. The condition is associated primarily with fright, with its emphasis on surprise rather than anxiety, which prepares one for dangers, known or unknown, or fear, which requires a denied, already known, object. It is certainly difficult, he admits, to explain this condition in terms of the pleasure principle, according to which all dreams function to detect any repressed and therefore pressing unconscious motives that might disturb sleep, thus releasing psychical tension by offering hallucinatory fulfillment of the disturbing wishes. It would only be consistent with the pleasure principle if victims dreamed of a healthy past or future respite instead of becoming victim to a persistent renewal of pain and terror. He proposes some avenues for investigation. Not all dreams are wish fulfillments. This condition upsets all mental functions, including dreams. The ego tends towards masochism, but concludes that the condition remains at best under-investigated. His second case derives from his grandson's initially puzzling habit of repeatedly inging his toys into the far reaches of his surroundings, accompanied by an expression decipherable as the German word fort, meaning gone. He notes that the child sometimes, although not regularly, included a second act in this drama of disappearance, namely the joyful there, of reappearance. According to Freud's interpretation, the boy's repetitive game of being gone is a dramatization through which he compensated himself for his mother's upsetting departures from the house. Notably, he argues, this game enabled the child to resist an instinctive urge to protest his mother's absence. In other words, this renunciation of instinctual satisfaction, which indicates the capacity for repression, compensatory sublimation, and delayed gratification, marks the inaugural moment of a great cultural achievement, but his primary interest in the example relates to the problem of how the game accords with the pleasure principle. This would be unproblematic if the child played the entire forte game most frequently, for the painful RST act would be a prelude to the evidently greater pleasure of the second. But the RST act alone is much more frequently replayed, and the game primarily involves not the avoidance of pain but its repetition, which suggests that it might be motivated by something beyond the impulse for pleasure. Freud considers 2 candidates, power and revenge. To master the event, the child may have needed to repeat it in play, despite its painful nature, at the same time reversing the power relations so that he becomes the active perpetrator rather than the passive victim of a painful separation. Moreover, by throwing away objects that represent the mother, exacting Revengebe proxy, he could then release otherwise suppressed hostile feelings toward her. But one may argue that these repetitions, while painful, still serve the pleasure principle, for the associated unpleasure would be offset by the greater, albeit different, pleasure of activity, mastery, and revenge. It is unnecessary, then, to postulate something beyond the pleasure principle to supply a motive for children's play. Citing dramatic tragedy as another example of how the repetitive enactment of painful situations can be experienced as enjoyable, Freud concludes that even under the dominance of the pleasure principle, there are ways and means enough of making what is in itself unpleasurable into a subject to be recollected and worked over in the mind by itself. The play impulse does not necessitate the postulate of independent tendencies more primitive than the pleasure principle. Freud's third case is drawn from the transference phenomena of neurotics. Initially, he believed, the psychoanalytic task was to discover the unconscious material veiled by the analysand's discourse, draw together its various elements in an interpretation, and present it at the appropriate moment. However, since this careful presentation of the analyst's reconstruction did not always have the intended therapeutic effect, there was evidently more to do, namely, elicit confirmation of this interpretation from analysans by helping them and acknowledge the evidence for it in memory. The emphasis shifts to unmasking resistances to such recollection, for it is unacceptable material that is repressed in the RST place, and teaching analysans to overcome and abandon these resistances. Again, it became apparent that even this could not always achieve the psychoanalytic aim of bringing the unconscious into full view. If the essential details of the repressed material are especially resistant to recollection, analysans remain unconvinced that an analyst's reconstruction is accurate. Here, instead of remembering repressed material as belonging to the past, Freud notes, analysans unwittingly and compulsively repeat it as current experience in the relationship with the analyst, that is, in the sphere of the transference. The analyst's task here is to engender awareness in the analysan that what is re-experienced in the sphere of the transference is only the reaction of a forgotten past. As a rule, Freud notes, analysans cannot be spared this painful phase of treatment. But does this neurotic compulsion to repeat accord with the pleasure principle? First, according to Freud, resistance during treatment does not arise directly from repressed material in the unconscious, for the psyche, persistently seeking an outlet for it, aims precisely to force it into consciousness or to discharge it through action. Such resistance, rather, arises from the system that originally carried out the repression, the ego. The repetition compulsion describes a means by which repressed material presses for an outlet under the constraints imposed by the ego. Without doubt, he argues, the ego's resistance to treatment obeys the pleasure principle, since its aim is to avoid any unpleasure generated by the release of repressed material. Psychotherapy, in contrast, appeals to the reality principle, encouraging the temporary endurance of pain for the sake of long-term relief. What about the repetition compulsion? Like the ego, the agency of this compulsion resists the economic compromise of enduring unpleasure in one system for the sake of satisfaction in another. Unlike the ego, however, it does not act in the name of pleasure. Instead, Freud notes, analysans repeat all manner of distressing experiences and emotions usually from early childhood, loss of love, failure, disappointment, jealousy, reviving them with the greatest ingenuity in the sphere of the transference. Here, he argues, we come now to a new and remarkable fact: analysans compulsively but often unwittingly revive past experiences that can never have been satisfying. Moreover, no doubt these would cause less current unpleasure if their repetition took the form of memories or dreams instead of fresh experiences. Yet, in these cases, the psyche does not learn from past pains but repeats distressing experiences compulsively, regardless of the pain. Here, Freud admits, the pleasure principle loses its efficacy as an explanatory principle. He cites an anal case that he regards as equally difficult to explain in terms of the pleasure principle. In everyday life, he observes, people are affected by precisely the kind of repetition compulsion evidenced in the transference phenomena of neurotics. For example, those whose friendships or love affairs repeatedly take the same disastrous course, or those who abandon unhappy encounters with authorities, restrictive ideologies, or religious cults only to replicate them in new contexts. Here, one gets the impression, he remarks, that some people are pursued by a malignant fate or possessed by some demonic power dedicated to their continued misery. To sum up so far, in pressing the explanatory power of the pleasure principle, Freud is most successful in the domain of play, but in the other cases enough is left unexplained to justify a new postulate, that of a repetition compulsion in psychic life more primitive, more elementary, more instinctual than the pleasure principle and capable of overriding it. Notably, then, he does not infer that there is something beyond the pleasure principle from his grandson's forte game. Nevertheless, once the primacy of this compulsion has been established on grounds of the transference phenomena and their replication in everyday life, he is inclined retrospectively to see it at work in certain play activities as well as in the hitherto unexplained traumatic neurosis, although he adds that it rarely operates in isolation from other motives. Freud's proposed scientific explanation of this compulsion is tied to his theory of the psychical apparatus, which I shall not repeat, suffice to note his emphasis on defense. Protection against stimuli, he argues, is an almost more important function for the living organism than reception of stimuli in relation to outer stimuli. Pain triggers the defense mechanisms of a protective shield that safeguards the organism from overstimulation. In relation to inner excitations, the psyche tends to treat those associated with excessive pain as if they were acting from without, so as to apply against them the defenses of the protective shield. Taking a step beyond the pleasure principle, he describes as traumatic any external excitation strong enough to break through the otherwise efficacious protective shield, producing a wholesale disturbance in the organism's energy balance. In face of this of stimuli, the pleasure principle becomes ineffectual. Instead, another task presents itself, that of mastering this excess by binding excitation in order to discharge it. To achieve this, he claims, cathectic energy is summoned from all sides to provide sufficiently high cathexes of energy in the environs of the breach. An anti-cathexis on a grand scale is set up, for whose benefit all the other psychical systems are impoverished, so that the remaining psychical functions are extensively paralysed or reduced from this. Freud adds, we can infer that an already cathected system, one that is alert, focused, trained, educated, or ready for action, readily takes up additional excitation and converts it into quiescent cathexis, or, that is, binds it psychically. Moreover, presumably up to a point, he argues that the higher the system's own quiescent cathexis, the greater its binding force. Conversely, therefore, a system that is dormant, idle, unobservant, ignorant, uneducated, or unprepared for action will be more violently affected by a breach in the protective shield. With these speculations in hand, Freud can now suggest that traumatic neurosis occurs in the event of a trauma, when, in addition, the affected systems were unprepared for it, that is, when they were not hypercathected as they would have been in, for example, a state of anxiety. Moreover, he adds, this condition suggests for the rest time an exception to the hypothesis that all dreams are wish-fulfillments. The dreams of those suffering from traumatic neuroses are tied instead to another task, which must be accomplished before the pleasure principle comes into play. These dreams help to master or bind excessive excitation retrospectively, by developing the anxiety whose absence led to the traumatic neurosis. Thus, Freud concludes, if there is a beyond the pleasure principle, it is only consistent to grant that there was also a time before the purpose of dreams was the fulfillment of wishes. Turning from external to internal sources of excitation, Freud reminds his readers that the main internal sources of excitation are the instincts. Since the excitations arising from the instincts have the unconscious systems as their point of impact, they obey the primary process, which is identified not with bound or quiescent excitation but with the freely mobile type that presses for discharge. It would be the task of the higher strata of the mental apparatus to bind excitation arising from instincts to appropriate facilitations. Since failure here would provoke traumatic economic disturbances, he again concludes that the task of mastering or binding excitations from internal sources would take precedence over the pleasure and reality principles. The repetition compulsion, Freud claims, is instinctual in character. Unbound, it would manifest blindly, independently, and sometimes in disregard of both the pleasure economy and the tempering influence of the reality-oriented higher strata, example the rational faculties. But in saying this, he consciously invokes opposing senses of the word instinctual. Children's play, for example, is characterized by an instinct for, and delight in, repetition. But one could say that the enjoyment of re-experiencing identical pleasures over and over serves the purpose of education, training and mastery. The instinctive repetition here, which does not contradict the pleasure principle, accords with the traditional view that instincts press living organisms toward change and development. Yet when the repetition compulsion acts in opposition to the pleasure principle, as in the transference phenomena, then calling it instinctual would immediately place into question this traditional understanding of the instincts, for it would suggest, as Freud puts it, that an instinct is an urge inherent in organic life to restore an earlier state of things which the living entity has been obliged to abandon under the pressure of external disturbing forces. Or, to put it another way, the expression of the inertia inherent in organic life. Freud adduces biological evidence from heredity and embryology in favor of this view that the instinctual is an expression of the conservative nature of living substance, but he also raises a plausible objection to this claim, namely that one could think in terms of both conservative instincts which impel towards repetition and progressive instincts directed toward the production of new forms. Deferring an immediate pronouncement on this objection, he invites readers to pursue to its logical conclusion the hypothesis that all the organic instincts are conservative, are acquired historically and tend towards the restoration of an earlier state of things. Here, to avoid confusion, one must remain alert to the hypothetical nature of this train of thought. The structure of his argument is as follows. The hypothesis that all organic instincts are conservative in the inertial sense is contradicted on various grounds. Nevertheless, one cannot for this reason justly deny the postulate of death instincts altogether. It would follow from the above hypothesis, Freud argues, that the elementary living entity must resist change from the start and would constantly repeat the same course of life in the absence of external disturbances. Alluding to his theory of facilitation, he adds, development would be imposed upon a reluctant organism by irresistible environmental forces, whose traces must be managed, stored up for further repetition. Conservative instincts, therefore, may seem to promote change and progress. But, he argues, it would run contrary to their conservative nature to aim at a state never yet attained. They are instead seeking to reach an ancient goal along circuitous paths, both old and new. Thus, paradoxically, he concludes, if we are to take it as a truth that knows no exception that everything living dies for internal reasons becomes inorganic once again, then we shall be compelled to say that the aim of all life is death. An equally paradoxical conclusion is reached if we maintain the exclusively conservative nature of instincts, that is, the tendency to return to an inorganic state, against the opposing hypothesis of inherent self-preservative instincts, here understood as the instinct that presses us to maintain life at all costs. One could try to overcome this opposition by arguing that the life-preserving instincts function only in the hope of securing a natural death for the organism. Paradoxically, however, as Freud notes, one would then have to say that the living organism struggles most energetically against events, dangers, in fact, which might help it to attain its life's aim rapidly by a kind of short circuit. Thus, to begin with, for Freud, the hypothesis that the nature of the instincts is exclusively conservative lacks support because it generates paradoxes. Moreover, it is also contradicted when it comes to sexuality. Here, Freud suggests that the germ cells, sperm and ova, as elementary organisms that survive the whole individual, might plausibly offer an exception to the rule that all living organisms die. These cells, he argues, repeatedly separate from the composite organism, the body, which independently pursues its path to an inorganic state, and under favorable conditions begin anew the performance to which they owe their existence. In this way, they gain for themselves a kind of potential immortality, although, as he notes, that may mean no more than a lengthening of the road to death. Further, there are sexual instincts that guard the destinies of the germ cells, that shelter them and bring them into contact with other germ cells. Freud grants that one may indeed call the performance of these cells conservative in a variety of senses. For example, their conservatism may be indicated in the fact that they bring back earlier states of living substance, are peculiarly resistant to external influences, and preserve life itself for a comparatively long period. However, he argues, such conservatism does not stretch to include the inertial sense that strives to return all living organisms to an inorganic state. On the whole, he counters, the activity of these cells is instead essentially life-preserving, since it embodies an impulse toward combination and development. For Freud, the sexual instincts are the true life instincts, but this again opposes the hypothesis that all the organic instincts are conservative in that they lead to death. Although Freud does not support the claim that all instincts are inherently death instincts, This is not to deny altogether the postulate of a basic or primordial death instinct. To achieve certainty that there is no such thing as a death instinct, he argues, one would have to make the case that natural death RST came into being with multicellular organisms, where there can be a distinction between the mortal soma and the immortal germplasm. In unicellular organisms, the body and the reproductive cell are still one and the same. Thus, if unicellular organisms were immortal, this would give the lie to the idea that all living organisms have an inherent death instinct, the instinct to return to the inorganic state. But, as he demonstrates at some length, the question of immortality versus natural death in unicellular organisms is far from decided. He concludes that our expectation that biology would atly contradict the recognition of death instincts has not been fooled. We are at liberty to continue concerning ourselves with their possibility if we have other reasons for doing so. Moreover, he adds, speculation among biologists that two contrary processes, one constructive or assimilatory and the other destructive or dissimilatory, are constantly at work in living substance adds support to the hypothesis of an inherent opposition between life and death instincts. Invoking Schopenhauer, for him, death is the true result and to that extent the purpose of life, while the sexual instinct is the embodiment of the will to live. Freud in the end prefers the proposition that the development of the organism, which he understands in terms of change as opposed to progress, is a response to environmental forces that are negotiated in terms of an inherent opposition between two groups of instincts, the erotic and the thanatic. As he puts it earlier in the essay, it is as though the life of the organism moved with a vacillating rhythm. One group of instincts rushes forward so as to reach the aim of life as swiftly as possible, but when a particular stage in the advance has been reached, the other group jerks back to a certain point to make a fresh start. Having posited this instinctual life/death opposition, Freud's null task is to integrate it with current psychoanalytic libido theory. He is required to show that libido manifests as an opposition of instincts at its inception. Tracing out the developmental vicissitudes of his libido theory, he demonstrates in what sense these new speculations substantiate this theory as it stands, which ties libido to eros, sexuality and reproduction, union, and narcissism. As he sums up in a later note, we came to know what the sexual instincts were from their relation to the sexes and to the reproductive function. With the hypothesis of narcissistic libido and the extension of the concept of libido to the individual cells, the sexual instinct was transformed for us into eros, which seeks to force together and hold together the portions of living substance. If the sexual instincts are viewed as that part of eros directed outward toward objects, narcissism describes that part of libido that is directed inward toward the ego in self-love. Narcissism embodies the desire to see in all otherness merely a erection of the ego, that is, to incorporate all otherness in the sphere of the self. This self-preservative instinct must, therefore, also be understood as libidinal. Second, Freud suggests that psychoanalytical libido theory might be applicable at a cellular level in multicellular organisms, given the tendency of cells to join together in vital associations, whereby cells take one another as libidinal objects, partly neutralizing the effects of the death instincts, which allows the community to survive even if individuals must die. In this case, the libido of our sexual instincts would coincide with the eros of the poets and philosophers, which holds all living things together. So far, Freud notes, psychoanalysis has only given credence to eros and neglected thanatos. However, this could be remedied by demonstrating that a death instinct is intrinsic to libido, a condition for its function. Since psychoanalysis has already characterized object love itself by a polarity between affection and aggressiveness, one could demonstrate that libido contains the death instinct if this polarity was shown to be derived from the opposition between the life and death instincts. Thus, granted that psychoanalysis already acknowledges a sadistic side to the sexual instinct, it remains to be seen how one may derive the sadistic instinct, whose aim it is to injure the object. From eros, the preserver of life here, Freud argues, the destructive side of eros manifests in the instinctual craving for power over the object of libidinal investment. Initially, erotic mastery over an object is expressed as the power to destroy it. Later, serving the reproductive function, this destructive instinct becomes a sadistic tendency to injure the sexual object, overpowering it to the extent necessary for carrying out the sexual act. Freud concludes that this original sadism, serving erotic purposes, points the way for the libidinal components of the sexual instinct, and that these follow after it to the object. In short, a certain destruction of the other as other is the condition for erotic union. Moreover, adumbrating the theme of civilization and its discontents, Freud suggests that this primary sadism might go hand in hand with its reversal in a primary masochism, the turning around of the instinct upon the subject's own ego in self-sacrifice, sacrifice of my own instinctual narcissism, for the sake of erotic union. We have already seen in what sense mastery of forces in the external environment, including other people, as well as internal forces, self-mastery via repression of the instincts, is associated with the primary motivation of the pleasure principle. Moreover, the nirvana principle that it serves, that is the dominating tendency of mental life, and perhaps of nervous life in general. To reduce, to keep constant or to remove internal tension due to stimuli, is one of our strongest reasons for believing in the existence of death instincts. Yet, the proper confirmation of their existence would arise from our power to demonstrate that the repetition compulsion is intrinsic to the life instincts. It is difficult, however, to ascribe to the sexual instincts the characteristic of a compulsion to repeat. They are, indeed, extremely rich in the phenomena of repetition, but not, it seems, in the inertial sense ascribed to the death drive. To achieve this, Freud insists, we would have to trace the origin of the instinct for sex to the need to restore an earlier state of things. But natural science cannot help here, for it has next to nothing to tell us about the origin of sexuality, that is, how and why reproduction in certain organisms became a union of sexually differentiated germ cells instead of multiplication by cell division. Leaving biological science to its darkness, then, Freud turns to literature, specifically to the theory which Plato put into the mouth of Aristophanes in the Symposium, which traces the origin of an instinct to a need to restore an earlier state of things. One might, he suggests, follow the hint given us by the poet-philosopher and venture a hypothesis: perhaps the condition of coming to life is the fragmentation of a substance whose particles, retaining their chemical affinity, subsequently strive to reunite. This desire to return to an earlier state, this death instinct brought into being by the coming to life of inorganic substance, would be the basis of the sexual instincts. Requiring protection in this endeavor from an environment charged with dangerous stimuli, these fragments would have evolved a protective layer, a body, thereby achieving a multicellular condition. But the instinct for reuniting would be retained in the germ cells. Here, Freud breaks off his speculative train of thought with a few words of critical reaction. At this point, he insists, conviction concerning these hypotheses is not yet at issue. It is surely possible to throw oneself into a line of thought and to follow it wherever it leads out of simple scientific curiosity, or, if the reader prefers, as an advocatus diaboli, who is not on that account himself sold to the devil. He describes his thought process as one of translating observations into theory, which is inevitably open to sources of error, for example, from overestimation of the significance of certain observations or from deep-seated prejudices. But, he adds, it is impossible to pursue an idea of this kind except by repeatedly combining factual material with what is purely speculative and thus diverging widely from empirical observation. The wider the speculation, the more untrustworthy the null result, and the degree of its uncertainty is initially undecidable. In short, despite the acknowledged provisional status of his theory, Freud's caution here is in the name of proper scientific practice, where, for example, falsification operates in the name of a future truth. Further, while acknowledging that psychological, physiological, or chemical terms belong to the gurative language of their own language games, he does not question the possibility of translation between them. Indeed, he believes that the possibility of translating the psychological into the privileged gears of natural science would remedy the deficiencies in his description. Although he grants that some of these are exacerbated by the prevailing obscurities in the science of biology, the relation of priority holds nevertheless. Clarity in biology could either support or blow away the whole of our artificial structure of hypotheses. Freud's null remarks sum up what has been gained from these speculations. In his words, if it is really the case that seeking to restore an earlier state of things is such a universal characteristic of instincts, we need not be surprised that so many processes take place in mental life independently of the pleasure principle. But it does not follow that any of them are necessarily opposed to it. The relation between the instinctual processes of repetition and the pleasure principle, he concludes, could be stated as follows: the predominant function of the mental apparatus is to bind the instinctual impulses which impinge on it, to replace the primary process prevailing in them by the secondary process, and convert their freely mobile cathectic energy into mainly quiescent, tonic, cathexis. This process must occur regardless of any increase in unpleasure. But the pleasure principle is not hereby rejected. To the contrary, Freud argues, such binding occurs as a condition for the pleasure principle. The binding is a preparatory act which introduces and assures the dominance of the pleasure principle reciprocally. The pleasure principle is a tendency operating in the service of a function whose business it is to free the mental apparatus entirely from excitation or to keep it as low as possible, and is thus concerned with the most universal endeavor of all living substance, namely to return to the quiescence of the inorganic world. The constitution of the psyche, Derrida's second thesis. Derrida argues, as noted, that Freud's death drive is spread across two irreducible and incompatible motifs, of conservation/return and of aggression/destruction, which makes it inescapably apparatic. Accordingly, if the difficulties enumerated in the previous chapter concerning repetition at the origin already trouble the coherence of the notion facilitation as the condition of the possibility of the psyche, or the archive, this trouble is repeated when Freud recasts the constitution of the psyche in terms of the death drive. In the second thesis of Archive Fever, Derrida argues that, on the one hand, Freud admits the apparatic complexity of the death drive. In his words, all the texts in the family and of the period of beyond the pleasure principle explain in the end why there is archivization and why anarchiving destruction belongs to the process of archivization and produces the very thing it reduces, on occasion to ashes, and beyond. To put such apparatic complexity in telegraphic form, I shall elaborate below. Without the economic prospect of proper repetition, formulated in terms of the death drive as conservation, there can be no psyche/archive as a record of original events to which a proper return is possible. But because what happens originally is in principle traumatic, such an event lacks sense and cannot be properly repeated and recorded in the archive. Therefore, as soon as there is archivization, under the pressure of the death drive to return to a pre-traumatic state, it is certain that the event only appears in the guise of an economizing, appropriating fabrication. Just as originally and necessarily, then, the death drive always already incorporates a moment of an economic, anarchiving destruction, for the moment of archiving appropriation in which phenomena are constituted is automatically an interpretative violation of the intrinsically impossible event itself, or what Lacan calls the real. The original experience that one returns to via the archive is never a proper copy of the traumatic event itself, but the decisively formative fabrication. Additionally, since, as Freud has demonstrated, the fabrication is inevitably singular or idiosyncratic, the archive itself can no longer be understood as merely the proper repetition of intersubjectively shared experiences. Importantly, then, when Freud suggests that part of the psychoanalytic task is to return via anamnesis to the kernel of truth in a delusion, such truth is not to be understood as a past present, that is, a true copy in memory of some past perceptual evidence. Rather, the kernel of truth here refers to the originary, decisive fabrication, which, drawing into service existing memory scraps or traces, shapes the course of an inventive appropriation of the event. This appropriation might have little correlation, or none at all, with what is perceptually given. In Constructions in Analysis, Freud graphically illustrates this point via a favorite metaphor that links the psyche to an archaeological site. The analyst, as archaeologist, he explains, is required to construct an analysand's narrative by putting together a story, or complex interpretative construction, from fragmentary scraps of leftover material made available by direct or indirect means, example parapraxis. Similarly, in his view, in RST constructing a phenomenal reality, seen as an attempt to effect a cure for the traumatic real, an individual follows precisely the same constructive process in order to make sense of something that has happened. A pathological construction of reality, or a delusion, named because it persists despite clear contrary experiences, gains its power of persuasion from the hallucinatory vivacity of certain memory scraps that have been used in its construction, but might well derive from much earlier experiences. To treat a dysfunctional delusion, then, is to help the analysand reconstruct a better narrative, perhaps by a retrospective reordering of the same fragments, perhaps with the aid of alternatives. Thus, acknowledging the quasi-conceptuality of the death drive, Freud irrevocably ruins the traditional uneconomic/economic distinctions between fabrication and truth, belief and knowledge, literature and science, inside and outside. Here, he implicitly acknowledges the impossible, impure spectral space between so-called original and copy, which is the milieu of the quasi-transcendental, that Derrida has nicknamed difference or cura, and therefore opens psychoanalysis to the multiple risks, but also the chances, of the prosthesis, fabrication, and delusion. Yet despite all this, Derrida argues, as classical metaphysician and as positivist outclarer, there is a residue in Freud's writing that does not altogether respect the logic of repetition, that is, iterability, and, therefore, the quasi-conceptuality of the death drive, which he otherwise takes into account. He does not consistently believe in belief, the fundamentality of fabrication, but sometimes believes in knowledge, as if the belief in knowledge were not itself the hallucinatory projection of a paranoiac wish. Freud, then, against the grain of his radical insights, still sometimes dreams of presence. He dreams that a return to the indestructible grain of truth in the delusion corresponds not with a return to the decisive fabrication but with, as Derrida puts it, a return to reality, here to the originary effectivity of a base of immediate perception. Notably, this argument echoes and elaborates on Lacan's similar observation that Freud's conception of the real is intrinsically troubled by an internal vacillation between perceptual repetition, tied to reality testing, and fabrication, tied to pleasure. The death drive as condition of the possibility of the archive in beyond the pleasure principle, according to Derrida, Freud shows that the conservative death drive is precisely what allows psychical life to take hold in the RST place, thus making the archive possible in the most obvious sense of repetition. For Freud, biologically speaking, any living organism's continued existence depends primarily on its enclosure within a membrane or barrier of some kind, which forms a protective shield between itself and the external environment. Precisely this separation between an inside and an outside is the condition of the possibility of an archival medium vulnerable to impressions made by occasioning forces. Of course, complete enclosure as a consequence of impenetrable resistance to the imposition of external forces would be self-defeating, which is why the tendency toward protective closure can be thought of as a death drive. However, this separation between an inside and an outside is simultaneously the condition that makes receptivity possible, whereby an imprint is conserved as a modification of the archival medium that has at least a certain durability. In conformity with the biological principle that protection from external stimuli supersedes reception, Freud insists that the RST psychical task is to form a defensive shield against overstimulation from external events. For Freud, then, our defensive/receptive perceptual system is the psychical equivalent of the membranous barrier that surrounds unicellular organisms and maintains their integrity. The RST moment of the archive, then, is the resistance to the outside that constitutes a protected inside. Derrida names this RST moment an originarietude, whose correlative is a sense of expropriation, or loss of an outside. Notably, originarietude here is the Derridian equivalent of Lacan's notion of lack. Lacan's name for Freud's defensive shield is libido, represented by the gore of the lamella, which replaces the traditional myth of origin as a body without organs. The lamella again functions as a protective/receptive border, which ensures that the organism is neither open to the outside nor closed off from it and, therefore, protects the organism from overstimulation, or lack, and from lack of stimulation. As neither inside nor outside the organism, it functions as the original division that separates life, the pleasure economy, from death, proper or full jouissance. As the choral region of the not yet, it is the Lacanian equivalent of what Derrida will speak of as originary dissemination, more on this in chapter. The sense of expropriation correlating to lack is, as Lacan also makes clear, misplaced, for the outside was never actually held as a property to be taken away. The sense of expropriation, accordingly, marks what Lacan describes as the supposed loss of what is only retrospectively constructed as a primary experience of being. The death drive toward full reappropriation of the outside, then, is necessarily frustrated, for satisfaction here would be a matter, impossibly, of eradicating the protective barrier that both enables the inside to resist the outside and opens the one up to the other. Along with Lacan, Derrida and D.S. that the resistance named by this receptive/defensive barrier, cura in Derridian nomenclature, lamella in Lacanian, may only be grasped in terms of its multiple paradoxes, which makes it the troubling quasi-condition of the possibility and impossibility of repetition. The protective shield, for example, names a receptivity whereby the very condition of repetition, namely, the resistance that allows a durable impression, imprint, or copy to form in the archival medium, is simultaneously its ruin, for the nature of the medium allows only selected bits of the real to gain a purchase. Just as light is refracted differently when it passes through different substances, so the archival medium receiving the imprint presses back, so to speak, and in so doing, codetermines the very nature of the imprint. This is why, to put it bluntly, individuals experience the same events differently. In its conservative sense, moreover, this resistance both offers the chance for repetition, life, to take hold, and poses the threat of stasis or death. In the everyday life of the psyche, as Freud explains, outside forces persistently breach its protective shield, upset psychical equilibrium, heighten tension, and threaten its integrity. Under the constant, self-protective, thanatic pressure to contain the threat of traumatic overload, eradicate excess tension, and return the organism to its pre-traumatic state, the psyche, as noted, takes both unconscious and conscious measures to master traumatic incursions. It may bind them into the existing web of facilitations, interpretations, or adapt and extend the web by establishing new passages for the expression of excess energy. Further, it conserves new facilitations as expedient, prepared outlets for future use. Freud describes such conservatism as a kind of compulsion to repeat which, when a regulation has been laid down once and for all, decides when, where and how a thing shall be done, so that in every similar circumstance one is spared hesitation and indecision. Facilitations, therefore, are new memory traces made in response to the violation of an organism's innate, conservative death drive, or its tendency to resist the new. Thus, ironically, the defensive pressure of the death drive, in spite of its being a fundamental inertial drive to return to an earlier state, promotes the development of the psyche as an archival web of facilitations. It is in this sense that the death drive, associated with repetition in the economic sense of conservation, makes the psyche, or archive, possible. The defensive conditions that enable psychical development, by conserving, repeating, facilitations, may also impede it, for the death drive promotes what Freud calls psychical inertia, namely, a strong investment in existing orders, even if they are dysfunctional disorders, and the psyche can become a pathological straitjacket. As Freud notes, the nature and trend of the ideas already united in the ego determines whether the psyche will recognize and accept a new idea or reject or censor it. In ambivalent cases where the psyche recognizes an idea as intolerable, it defends itself against the idea by forcing it out of consciousness and conscious recall. But, he insists, the psychical trace of it must be there. Thus, for example, he envisages the archival structure of the neuroses, here hysteria, as a circle segmented, as one would cut a cake, into themes, each of which contains a series of chronologically ordered memories. These are overlaid by a second series of divisions, depicted as concentric circles, representing layers of resistance to conscious recall. The memory traces in each theme, then, are also arranged from the more accessible in the outer layers toward the more deeply concealed. At the core lies the interdicted unconscious wish. This nucleus, Freud argues, may become pathogenic precisely as a result of its expulsion and repression, while the ego, having originally forced it into hiding, persistently opposes its return to memory. The excitation it generates nevertheless requires expression, under the pressure of the death drive. The psyche, therefore, NDS disguised ways to express the material contained in this nucleus, by following a twisted and rammed path of associative links through the web of traces that surround it. Accordingly, it undergoes a process of conversion whereby the idea becomes ostensibly unimportant, and its associated affect is transferred onto a substitute. Freud cites many cases in which violent but unacceptable desires are dissociated from the ego, disavowed to the point of being forgotten, and strong affective energies are converted into manifest discursive or physical symptoms. Such conversion, for him, never occurs arbitrarily but follows an articulated, if complex, pattern of links that connect seemingly disconnected memories. In short, one of the effects of the conservative death drive is the guarantee that nothing once traced through the psyche is ever permanently lost. Thus, Freud insists that a kernel of truth may be found in any delusion, which directs the fabrication, however bizarre the connections between any number of reinscriptions on its path to discharge. In this case, it would in principle always be possible for an analyst to pick up the thread of these links, returning from node to node toward the center, dissolving resistances encountered along the way, and thus clearing new paths for appropriate discharge once the kernel of truth is brought to light. The death drive as ruin of the archive. But and here is the auto-deconstructing vacillation that undoes any proper conception of the archive. Freud remains justly ambivalent concerning the status of this kernel of truth. So far in this discussion there has been little to prevent one from assuming that he thinks of it as the replica in the archive of an original, actual trauma, and that facilitations in the RST instance wreaked actual material forces, experiences, or things out there in the external world, although the ego may sometimes disavow these and disguise them after the fact. It would seem, therefore, that the death drive, insofar as it combines the motifs of conservation and return, makes the psyche possible as a proper archive. Here, the psyche becomes the place where impressions take hold and are kept, repeated, and organized as facilitations in a complex network whose ordering is not arbitrary, even if it is sometimes illogical, associative and idiosyncratic, and dependent upon the character, the maturity, experience, exibility, and scope of the individual. In turn, there is little so far to prevent one from dreaming, along with the ego psychologists, of rending traumas of the past in psychoanalytic hermeneutics. Freud is not entirely immune to the stream of proper remembrance or genuine anamneses that would return, via the archival records, to the trace that left the RST impression and can be revived as a true past-present. In this respect, Derrida likens him to the archaeologist Hanold, one of the principal characters in Jensen's novel Gradiva, who goes to Pompeii in search of a trace. Hanold dreams, in Derrida's words, of reliving the singular pressure or impression which Gradiva step pa, the step itself, the step of Gradiva herself, that very day, at that time, on that date, in what was inimitable about it, must have left in the ashes. He dreams of this irreplaceable place, the very ash, where the singular imprint, like a signature, barely distinguishes itself from the impression. I cannot here unravel the complex ironies attached to the citation, suffice it to note that Gradiva is a fantasy gore in the imagination of a literary character, Hanold, who, in turn, is the product of Jensen's imagination. Moreover, the novelist whom one meets here is himself a product of the archive, that is, of my reading of Derrida's reading of Freud's reading. This performance of an archival mise en abîme suggests that fabrication remains inescapable, even for the kind of Freudians who dream of the end of analysis in, as Derrida puts it, a moment of pure auto-affection, before the distinction between the active and the passive, the touching and the touched, where, suddenly indiscernible from the impression of its imprint, Gradiva's footstep speaks by itself. The point of this performance, then, is to show that this would be to seek what Freud has already found to be impossible, namely, the moment of truth as yet uncontaminated by the processes of archivization, for the detour between occasioning force and its archiving recognition is not nothing. As Freud demonstrates as early as his project for a scientific psychology, a so-called originary impression is produced in consciousness only after it has already traced its way through psychical facilitations. This quest for the past-present therefore goes against the grain of his awareness that the archive is no passive record of a kernel of truth, pre-existing the archive and determinable independently of it, but a process of fabrication that co-constitutes the RST perceptual experience. In other words, for Freud in his uneconomic moments, the kernel of truth is the decisively formative fabrication. As a general principle, then, the recognized phenomenon never copies the event, which withdraws in this very recognition and therefore potentially retains the power of surprise. Freud shows, in short, that humans live in the milieu of more or less dysfunctional constructions of reality. This gap between the interpretative prosthesis and the event is precisely what gives the death drive its chance in its uneconomic guise of inventive destruction and poses the danger of destructive invention. The uneconomic, anarchiving motif of the death drive is always already implicated in archivization, which automatically entails an aggressive violation of the other, the traumatic, the event, the real, in the name of appropriating, interpreting, sense. This reductive gesture by which an archive is constituted and preserved means, paradoxically, that a certain originary forgetting, which may be called the forgetting of trauma, event, real, is the guardian of memory. Such originary forgetting cannot be subsumed under Freud's notions of repression and foreclosure. If the psyche conquers experiential reality as a web of habitually employed prosthetic interpretations, what is repressed has already girded as something meaningful within this network, but it has been disavowed by the ego as unbearable, and interdicted. Earlier than this, the psyche may foreclose upon or reject an interpretation found to be impossible to integrate into the fabric of its other interpretations. Here, the interpretation is not archived as a concealed memory trace. Rather, it leaves its mark by affecting the very weave of the web, so preventing in advance similar interpretations from being produced as conscious phenomena. Repression and foreclosure, one could say, become disorders insofar as they represent the idiosyncratic rejection of phenomena that have already been adequately reality tested through intersubjective confirmation. However, pressed by the thanatic drive toward reduction and simplification, interpretation, which aims to make of what happens a present, archivable phenomenon, hides the complexities of contamination, paradoxes, sewers, anomalies, difficulties, and undecidabilities, behind prosthetic substitutes. Intersubjective confirmation and reality testing themselves are therefore homogeneous with the withdrawal of the real in a necessary originary forgetting of contamination. The psyche, resistant to change, strives to master threatening external forces to suit its own purposes, to return to a lower state of tension, at almost any cost. As Freud puts it, the psychical apparatus is intolerant of unpleasure, it has to fend it off at all costs, and if the perception of reality entails unpleasure, that perception, that is, the truth, must be sacrist indeed. Describing the everyday psychical processes of inventive destruction, Freud insists that each one of us behaves in some one respect like a paranoic, corrects some aspect of the world which is unbearable to him by the construction of a wish and introduces this delusion into reality. Every single fantasy is the foolement of a wish, a correction of unsatisfying reality according to Derrida, if fictionalization, whether conservative and limiting or inventive, is an integral part of the interpretative processes that constitute reality, then it is Freud, among others, who has damaged the proper concept of the archive, as a non-inventive reserve of recorded memory traces. Freud acknowledges, it would seem, that facilitation/interpretations are both enabling and dysfunctional, reductive, distorting, fabricated, more or less noticeably in particular contexts. Facilitation, in other words, is less about reacting some primordially and independently true state of affairs than the pragmatics of functional fabrication. To the extent that one gets by well enough on a delusion, it is not generally taken as an indication of mental illness. For example, Freud thinks of religion as an attempt to procure a certainty of happiness and a protection against suffering through a delusional remolding of reality in his view, by forcibly zing them in a state of psychical infantilism and by drawing them into a mass delusion. Religion succeeds in sparing many people an individual neurosis. But hardly anything more. Nevertheless, he does not recommend the mass psychoanalytic treatment of all the world's religious. Thus, to sum up so far, not even Freud escapes what psychoanalysis teaches, that the archival prosthesis shelters, memorializes, covers over the event in order to protect it, save it from oblivion, keep it intact, but in this very sheltering, it simply keeps it secret by putting something else in its place. The archive hides as much as it reveals. It is not only that the thing burns up in the grasping, but, more radically, there will always be that for which one does not even know to look. Speaking of Freud's legacy, Derrida notes, we will always wonder what, in this mal de archive, he may have burned, but more than this, we will always wonder, sharing with compassion in this archive fever, what may have burned of his secret passions, of his correspondence, or of his life. Burned without him, without remains and without knowledge. With no possible response, be it spectral or not, short of or beyond a suppression, on the other edge of repression, originary or secondary, without a name, without the least symptom, and without even an ash. But before anybody gets ready to abdicate all responsibility for historical truth or accuracy, Derrida warns against an entirely uneconomic view of the archive and archivization. These shins, instead, leave us in a state not of subjective idealism but of archive fever, a double bind or irresolvable aporia where strictly speaking a purely economic account of the archive and the process of archivization is impossible, yet we cannot do without it. One cannot abandon the economic thinking of the archive, archivization at bottom records truths, to its uneconomic aspect. All is fabrication, since in this case the archive as such would be equally impossible. Then there would be no history, but a collection of stories no different in value. If one cannot maintain grounds for arguing that certain versions and revisions of events, and not others, constitute an abuse of the archives, then all writings and rewritings of history would be equally invalid, and one could say with equal force, for example, that the Holocaust or Rwanda, the Gulf War, or did and did not happen, or one could confuse the abusive rewriting of history with a different kind of rewriting that includes what was left out of an archive for political or ideological reasons. Psychoanalysis and the death drive. If the constitution of the psyche remains tied up in aporias, one may wonder how this reeks upon psychoanalytic practice as deconstitution or analysis of the psyche for therapeutic ends. Derrida NDS a double anagogic/philolitic motif inscribed in the word analysis. In his words, there is, on the one hand, what could be called the archaeological or anagogical motif, which is marked in the movement of ana, recurrent return toward the principle, the most originary, the simplest, the elementary, or the detail that cannot be broken down, and, on the other hand, a motif that could be nicknamed lytic, litological, or philolitic, marked in the lysis, breaking down, untying, uncoding, deliverance, solution, dissolution or absolution, and, by the same token, null completion. Described in terms of this double motif, psychoanalysis, which, as a therapy, aims to equip an analysand to master in retrospect the psychical overload caused by an unassimilated trauma, hopes to return through the detours of dysfunction to its repressed source, untying improper bindings along the way and cutting through resistant symptomatic knots. Having confronted the subject with the trauma anew, its further task is to rehabilitate misdirected, anthropic, or destructive energies by encouraging the proper binding of excitation, or, that is, obtaining for it the appropriately directed release that would allow the psyche to regain its balance. Questioning the coherence of these anagogic/philolitic motifs, however, Derrida focuses on the phrase resistance to analysis. Resistance is intrinsic to analysis as a notion. It is that point at which analysis stops, either temporarily or permanently, depending on the type of resistance. Freud, Derrida notes, recognizes various types of resistance to analysis, proceeding from the ego, id, and superego, all of which require different psychotherapeutic strategies. But if these strategies depend on the type of resistance faced, things would get complicated were it to turn out that the various kinds of resistance cannot be united into the regulated polysemy of a concept but remain incompatible moments brought together in a notion, for the unity or proper sense, if there is such a thing, of psychoanalysis is intrinsically bound up with how the ultimate resistance that ends an analysis is conceived. Derrida's investigation into the possibility of psychoanalysis, from the point of view of a conceptual analysis of analysis and resistance, occupies the RST part of his essay entitled Resistances. Unsurprisingly, he argues that resistance indeed disunification into a concept and instead condenses an entangled meshwork of multiple and connecting threads that can neither be separated out nor harmoniously coordinated. In short, the notion resistance functions as a quasi-transcendental condition of analysis. He ties his investigation to a retrospective note of 3 sentences appended to Freud's analysis of his dream of Irma's injection. The note consists of a confession and 2 remarks whose juxtaposition and heterogeneity would deserve interminable analysis. It reads as follows: I had a feeling that the interpretation of this part of the dream was not carried far enough to make it possible to follow the whole of its concealed meaning. If I had pursued my comparison between the 3 women, it would have taken me far. There is at least one spot in every dream at which it is unplumbable, a navel, as it were, that is its point of contact with the unknown. Reading this note as an instance of Freud's own kettle logic, Derrida claims that these sentences imply incompatible senses of resistance. This suggests a framework for tracing out 3 scenes in which the corresponding descriptions of psychotherapy also are found to be incompatible. Scene 1. What ends analysis is the original unconscious wish, and, accordingly, the philolitic and anagogic motifs in psychotherapy work together under the auspices of the principle of reason. Scene 2, what ends analysis, rather, is a provisional resistance to analysis, in relation to which psychotherapy becomes a political, polemical, and erotic play of forces, but still governed by the principle of reason. Scene 3, what ends analysis is a knot in the psychic weave that cannot be untied. Here psychotherapy works in the dark, without rule, as therapeutic synthesis. Thus, depending on how the limit to analysis is understood, there is either an economic account of psychoanalysis properly speaking, scenes 1 and 2, or an uneconomic account of psychoanalysis as, paradoxically, synthetic, scene 3. But, Derrida asks, and this introduces his deconstructive hypothesis, can one make sense of resistance and psychoanalysis in terms of an either/or choice, as either homogeneous to sense, making psychoanalysis entirely possible, or heterogeneous to sense, making psychoanalysis entirely impossible? In short, are these 2 positions related by the logic of contradiction? Clearly not. Rather, as it turns out, resistance is homogeneous with the space of analytic work, and this entangles psychoanalysis in the circular logic of paradox or aporia. What follows is an elaboration of this argument. Resistance in analysis/analysis as economic. Freud's retrospective confession that the analysis of a certain dream fragment had not gone far enough and his suspicion that a concealed meaning exceeded, limited, resisted, the analysis reveals an attitude akin to that described as his dream of presence. Brie, his self-criticism here displays no doubt that what is concealed at present has a sense. Moreover, it is only contingently concealed, as a provisional excess or hidden meaning. It implies that certain knots impossible to untie during an analysis may be appropriated to sense in retrospect. It is, therefore, in principle possible progressively to uncover the hidden meaning completely, given the analyst's energy, patience, skill, knowledge, and/or motivation to take the analysis as far as it will go. In this case, then, resistances to analysis are understood as contingent but potentially meaningful obstacles to the progress of an analysis toward the null resistance, the grain of truth or unconscious wish that is not amenable to further breaking down. Further, because the resistances to analysis all remain intelligible, and therefore analyzable, up to the null resistance, analysis properly speaking works in accordance with the principle of reason analysis in psychotherapy. Therefore, would RST of all be a hermeneutic unveiling in the most traditional sense. It would involve the philolytic task of untying knots, dividing and separating out tangled threads, systematizing, putting things in their proper place and order, making sense, giving meaning, which, in turn, implies the task of dissolving or overcoming barriers to analysis and therefore incorporates the anagogic move to get to the bottom of things or to return to what is most originary. On this account, then, in the recovery of a fully meaningful, original idea or wish that resists further analysis, psychoanalysis has a limit, an end, but for this reason, it has no limitation. In anamnesis it can in principle reach the truth that is its end. In this case, importantly, resistances are not viewed as intrinsic to what is under analysis, a dream, a psyche, but stand as a function and indictment of the analyst's hermeneutic powers. Psychotherapy took shape initially, Derrida notes, when Freud tacitly acknowledged that his patients had some justification for resenting his technique of surgically eradicating painful reminiscences by interdicting them through hypnotic suggestion. His felt obligation to pursue the therapeutic goal without resorting to hypnosis coincided with the basic theoretical shift from out of which psychotherapy took shape. Here, instead of hoping to eradicate symptoms by supporting the processes of repression and, in effect, adding strength to the ego's defenses against painful memories, Freud found that, to the contrary, a more durable relief from symptoms was achieved by breaking down the resistances that prevented an analysand from consciously acknowledging painful memories and working through their implications. The analysand's reluctance to air these recollections, and the effort required to uncover them, suggested to him that the ego, the force that had interdicted them, remained invested in defending itself from them. Nevertheless, he found that he could often overcome the analysand's reluctance to face certain recollections with the help of a simple technique, a hand on the forehead combined with the injunction to speak. The psychoanalytic task for Freud became a matter of, as Derrida puts it, transforming the patient, the resistor, into a collaborator, that is Freud's word, to whom one supplies explanations and in whom one arouses an investigator's objective interest in himself. For Freud, the persistence of defenses, whose aim was to prevent the conscious recall of distressing ideas, suggests that such ideas, while apparently forgotten, remain inscribed in the psyche. Further, he insists that it will always be possible in principle to pick up the logical thread of linked archival traces engendered by the original idea, dissolve the knots of resistance, and return to the core, at which point the original impression speaks by itself purid of the archive. A complete analysis, here, confronts the analysand nally with the original pathogenic idea and a map of the resistances employed to avoid its exposure. However, as Freud puts it, it was my view at that time, though I have since recognized it as a wrong one, that my task was fooled when I had informed a patient of the hidden meaning of his symptoms. This admission, Derrida notes, brings into view the question of whether psychoanalysis, whether the idea of analysis which gives it its name and its suitable lodging in the history of reason for the faith in reason, he continues, which allows one to envisage resistances as protecting hidden meanings, seems remarkable since Freud is about to take a step that will be in truth a leap. Derrida here refers to what is implied in the two remarks of Freud's note, both of which unsettle the above conception of the psychoanalytic task as purely analytical. Moreover, as Derrida shows, Freud produces a rupture between these remarks, making the second more radically unsettling than the RST. Resistance to analysis/analysis as polemic and erotic. There is a curious discrepancy between the progressive register of Freud's confession and his RST remark, in which he insists that pursuing a comparison between certain women in his dream analysis would lead him not down to a kernel of truth but far yield why. Derrida asks, how can he know that he would go astray where he confesses or claims to confess that he didn't go see, not far enough? Finding no good reason, he does not say, not really. Derrida adds, right here, at this point, it would not be impossible to speak of resistance to analysis. Having laid out a map of an analysand's pathology, Freud discovered soon enough in his practice that the analysand may refuse to acknowledge the interpretation, without rendering good reasons. Notably, in the above example, Freud, in the position of analysand, resists his own analysis, for he refuses to pursue a particular line of thought, without rendering sufficient reason. Here, however, resistance is no longer viewed as an obstacle to the progress of hermeneutic reason, experienced only from the position of the analyst. Rather, in this case, the analyst has reached a solution, the solution supposedly, but the analysand refuses to accept it. For Freud, as mentioned above, the sources of such resistances are various, the deepest and most intractable of which is the repetition compulsion. Accordingly, beyond the domain of pure hermeneutics, where it was merely a matter of informing analysands of the hidden meaning of their symptoms, acknowledging the force of this new kind of resistance meant that Freud's conception of psychoanalytic strategy had to extend to the not nonviolent task of actively engendering an effective transformation in the analysand. Here, analysts are obliged not only to uncover and present solutions but also to assume responsibility for whether analysands accept them. Thus, it becomes equally necessary to overcome the variously layered resistances to these solutions by uncovering or identifying their underlying sources and overcoming the effective barriers these represent. Freud, however, acknowledges that resistances can be non-rational, which means that the struggle against them has to mobilize forces other than those of rational enlightenment. It is never for Freud merely a matter of offering, as Derrida puts it, a theoretical explanation of the origin and the elements of a defense system. Rather, resistance must not only be comprehended and communicated in its intelligibility, but transformed, transposed, transfigured. In other words, to persuade analysands to accept interpretations, analysts are required to capitalize on the emotional dynamics of a polarose, that is, the polemics and erotics of resistance, power, and authority, for example in the sphere of the transference. As Derrida puts it, it is thus not a matter of simply and in total neutrality substituting an unveiled truth for what resists it, but rather of leading the patient to awareness. By actively and energetically using counter-resistances, other antagonistic forces, through an effective intervention in ALDA forces. Thus, as he notes, if Freud initially insisted that the analyst was responsible for the analytic solution but not the analysand's resistances, he here changes his mind about the task of analysis. In the context of his frustration with Irma for her resistance to treatment, Freud dreams of her, but substitutes her for a friend. Musing over this swap, he suggests, perhaps I should have liked to exchange her, either I felt more sympathetic towards her friend or had a higher opinion of her intelligence. For Irma seemed to me foolish because she had not accepted my solution. Her friend would have been wiser, that is to say she would have yielded sooner by implication to my advice, to my demand or to my advances. She would then have opened her mouth properly, and have told me more than Irma. This, according to Derrida, exemplifies a law, the one that in general commands one to interpret as resistance to analysis, to the solution, to the resolution. The reservation of anyone who does not accept your solution. Freud, he adds, says as much himself. I reproached Irma for not having accepted my solution. I said, if you still get pains, it's your own fault, to the objection that the objective truth, or analytic neutrality, removes the passions of resistance. From this polarose, Derrida counters that Freud himself has already undermined any possibility of objective truth and analytic neutrality. Nevertheless, he notes, if the work of analysis is a struggle between intellectual forces and emotive forces of resistance, such a battle between psychical powers is still here understood as having meaning. Resistance must be interpreted, it has just as much meaning as what it opposes. This strategic capitalization on the dynamics of the polaros still allows that resistances, albeit not always rational, make sense and can be analyzed. Analysis, then, is still possible as the uncovering of meaning, including the meaning of the non-rational resistances. Once analysts understand the meaning of these, they may gain in polemical or persuasive power, for now such resistances can be dealt with. Examples shown up for their irrationality, within the framework of the supposedly more true, rational, everyday reality represented by the analyst. Here, the anagogic/philolitic task of analysis remains in the order of meaning. The primary step of analysis remains a hermeneutic return to the origin by analysts who apparently know analysans better than they know themselves. But it now includes the progressive analysis, uncovering and dissolution, of resistances as analysts attempt to draw analysans along an anamnesic path, through their resistances, to the truth of the matter and the proper solution to their problems. Freud does not here grant, Derrida concludes, that a resistance might be, in this context, something other than a resistance to his solution, to his analysis, or, beyond this context and in general, that a resistance might be something other than a resistance full of meaning. Even if it is denative, resistance belongs, along with what it resists, to the order of sense, of a sense whose secret is only the hidden secret, the dissimulated meaning, the veiled truth, to be interpreted, analyzed, made explicit, explained. Resistance as absolute/analysis as synthesis. Freud's second remark adumbrates his famous proposition later in the text concerning the navel of the dream. Having suggested that the meaning of a dream, only provisionally held at bay by resistances, continues to promise itself to progressive approximation, he then paradoxically names the navel of the dream as an absolute limit to this progress. There is often a passage in even the most thoroughly interpreted dream which has to be left obscure. This is because we become aware during the work of interpretation that at that point there is a tangle of dream thoughts which cannot be unraveled, and which moreover adds nothing to our knowledge of the content of the dream. This is the dream's navel. It is at some point where this meshwork is particularly close that the dream wish grows up, like a mushroom out of its mycelium. Here, as Derrida notes, we are no longer treading the ground of provisional limits to analysis. This proposition, in his words, concerns rather a night, an absolute unknown that is originarily, congenitally bound or tied, but also in itself unbound because absolute, to the essence and to the birth of the dream, attached to the place from which it departs and of which it keeps the birthmark, the umbilicus. The omphalic place is the place of a tie, a knot scar that keeps the memory of a cut and even of a severed thread at birth. Inscribed in this, according to Derrida, is another unconditionally posed law: every dream, always, carries within it at least one place that situates it as impenetrable, unfathomable, unanalyzable, like a navel. And Freud adds that through this place it is knotted, attached, connected, or suspended with the unknown here, as Derrida notes, this birthplace of the dream wish, the very origin which terminates the process of unbinding knots and overcoming resistances, remains an obscure knot absolutely tied up, in short an unanalyzable synthesis of threads. But this means that what nally resists analysis is not the dream wish in the form of an intelligible phenomenon or transcendental synod at the bottom of it all. Rather, the ultimate resistance to analysis, it would seem, takes the form of an irreducibly non-simple knot of multiple entanglements that still appeals to analysis even as it challenges it. In other words, Freud's remark here implies another, an entirely other, conception of resistance to analysis. The thought that in every dream there is no ultimate, intelligible, presentable point of resistance that stops its analysis must in turn trouble any conception of dream analysis. Properly speaking, this trouble, however, is not limited to the analysis of dreams. One should bear in mind Freud's insistence that the analysis of dreams is the royal road to the workings of unconscious processes in the psyche, and that the dream wish is intimately tied to the pathogenic idea targeted by psychotherapy. Because of this linkage, one may legitimately argue that Freud's remark also tacitly troubles the notion of analysis in psychotherapy, which has been described so far in terms of the anagogic/philolitic process of hermeneutic uncovering and polemical overcoming. Up to this point, under the assumption that a pathogenic idea is present but provisionally kept out of consciousness by resistances, Freud insisted that, having uncovered what is really at stake in the analysand's situation, and having overcome all resistances to this solution, moving from the weaker to the most resistant, namely the repetition compulsion, the pathogenic idea will be exposed in its naked truth and acknowledged for what it really is. Having granted it credence, the analysand would now be free to address the problem of reintegrating it properly into the rationally organized framework of everyday experience. The governing assumption so far has been that the forces of resistance, down to the last, can be understood as standing decisively in opposition to those forces, like the psychoanalytic, that seek expression for the original pathogenic idea. But Freud's insistence that at the navel, the birthplace, the very origin, of every dream, and by implication every unconscious process, lies an impenetrable tangle gives pause for thought, for it hints at as yet unacknowledged complexities or difficulties in the notion of resistance, which is, in turn, supposed to determine the concept analysis upon which, again, psychotherapeutic strategy rests. What is at stake in the definition of analysis if the ultimate resistance to analysis turns out not to be what analysis has always sought as its end, namely, the fully present analytic element that cannot be broken down any further, but an impenetrable tangle? On a certain account of resistance, one could say analysis is unlimited, or absolutely possible, in the sense that it can in principle reach its telos, because it has a limit. But on a different account of resistance, one would have to grant that analysis is limited, and absolute, or complete. Analysis becomes impossible precisely because it has no limitation. The end of an analysis, in this sense, must remain arbitrary, for more analysis is in principle always possible. All of this suggests that one should look more carefully at what Freud's insistence upon this navel might imply concerning the place of resistance in psychotherapy. How sound is the assumption that resistance, as a defense that covers the very nucleus that psychotherapy aims to uncover and express, is simply a force that opposes the direction and telos of psychoanalysis. Freud names VE kinds of resistance. But, Derrida notes, the multiplicity of resistances does not necessarily threaten the concept of resistance. It would be easy enough to think of the concept of resistance as a genus with several species, and understand it according to a regulated polysemy. Its unity of meaning and place, as well as its validity, would even be confirmed by this diffraction. It itself, the same, is what one would nd again throughout. But, he asks, how does one determine this it itself, the same? In determining the nature of resistance, it makes sense to take as a paradigm the most resistant resistance, namely, the repetition compulsion. One may describe the repetition compulsion as an extreme, and therefore pathological, version of the everyday psychical processes of inventive destruction. In everyday cases, facing a traumatic event, the psyche undergoes a process of learning, in which it redesigns the fabric of its psychic life in an effort to cope. In the event of a traumatic shock of such novelty or magnitude that it remains impossible to assimilate through habitual psychical economies, a kind of system overload occurs whereby excitation remains to some degree unbound. Here, the death drive compels the psyche to master the overload by reinstating its pre-traumatic equilibrium. But, equipped with ingrained patterns of appropriation that are entirely unequal to a monstrous event, it lacks the power necessary to grant it a place in reality, which is the RST step toward the adaptation required in order to cope with it. Instead, in a pathological response, the psyche attempts to regain equilibrium by avoiding the issue altogether and repressing the unacceptable situation. Repression works in various ways. A victim of abusive incest, for example, may repress the intolerable monstrosity of an evil parent by constructing a reality in which this kind of violation can be conceived of as a gain, by inventing a masochistic, guilty self who requires punishment. But she thereby dooms herself to laborious efforts to combat the many unsettling symptoms of something amiss in her constructed world, for she now requires constant confirmation of the construction that keeps her reality intact. Such a victim, then, tends obsessively to seek out situations in which the abuse is repeated. Further repressed material improperly bound in this way continues to produce tension that presses for discharge at all costs. Under the pressure of the death drive, it must resurface. But, since it remains subject to the ego's refusal under the pressure of the pleasure principle, the psyche settles for an economic compromise in which, as mentioned earlier, this material resurfaces via the deeder of disguises. In other words, as a consequence of this unsatisfactory compromise, repressed material persistently and compulsively reappears in obsessions, dreams, parapraxes, neuroses, projections, paranoias, and other symptoms. This tends to exact a price, for the death drive, prior to any intelligible pleasure calculus, serves constancy blindly, instinctively, without reason, and potentially at the cost of all family, friendship, health, pleasure, philosophy, and so on, and, importantly, therefore, of emotional, social, professional, and intellectual development. Thus, driven either to assimilate or reject change but lacking the necessary competence to do either, the psyche remains in suspension. Unable to return properly to a previous state or decisively move on to something new, it becomes sated on, or seemingly doomed to repeat, its ultimately unsatisfactory efforts to master the traumatic breach. Psychotherapy works on the assumption, however, that dysfunctional constructions, once invented, can in principle be reinvented. Even so, the repetition compulsion, as resistance to change, any change, even change for the good, represents the most intractable resistance to psychoanalytic reinvention, for the earlier constructions become obstacles that stand in the way of revision. The psyche clings to them, due to their dubious success in keeping the psychic world intact, where it seems to the one who suffers that the only alternative is to fall apart or break down. This, however, is where the trouble starts and notions become entangled, for Derrida NDS that the repetition compulsion both opposes and mirrors the direction and telos of psychotherapy. In other words, the repetition compulsion is quasi-transcendental, as the most resistant resistance, it both gives and unsettles the meaning of resistance, and this, he claims, disorganizes the very principle, the constitutive idea of psychoanalysis as analysis of resistances. In his words, the paradox that interests me here is that this repetition compulsion, as hyperbolic paradigm of the series, as absolute resistance, risks destroying the meaning of the series to which it is supposed to assure meaning. This is an effect of formal logic, but still more ironically, it deems no doubt a resistance that has no meaning and that, moreover, is not a resistance. First, the repetition compulsion, he argues, has no meaning in the sense that it is not, like the others, a resistance that makes economic sense. Instead of being a cover that disguises an already constituted nucleus, the repetition compulsion is implicated in the very constitution of the nucleus. Further, the repetition compulsion as the consequence of an impossible situation, an aporia, represents the site of a compromise, a navel, that gives birth to a highly idiosyncratic fabrication that does not make sense. When psychoanalysis, therefore, returns to the so-called origin, the last line of defense, the most resistant resistance, it NDS at bottom not a kernel of truth but a synthesis of strands, a tangle or navel, in which the repetition compulsion is always already implicated. From the start the most resistant resistance and the pathogenic idea are already bound up with one another in a knot that is impossible to untangle. Further, the repetition compulsion, as Derrida puts it, resists analysis in the form of non-resistance, for the primary reason that it is itself of an analytic structure or vocation in beyond the pleasure principle. Freud argues that repressed material in the unconscious should not resist psychoanalytic treatment, for both have an aim in common, namely its expression. Resistance, rather, arises from the ego. The repetition compulsion, then, is the attempt to master psychical overload by ending substitute expression for material that is repressed under the pressure of constraints imposed by the ego. The repetition compulsion is, therefore, not a resistance, strictly speaking. Yet it nevertheless poses the most recalcitrant barrier, resistance, to psychotherapy, precisely because it serves a similar aim, namely, to regain psychical equilibrium, and to some extent it achieves this restitution via substitutes that, although inadequate, it is unwilling to give up. This ultimate resistance that is supposed to put a stop to analysis as philolytic/anagogic mirrors the structure of analysis. Analysis, therefore, NDS its end and its limit not in the originary grain of truth that cannot be analyzed further, but in more analysis. It is, paradoxically, innate analyzability that resists and limits analysis. As Derrida notes, this compulsion combines the two essential motifs of all analysis, the regressive or archeotropic movement and the movement of dissolution that urges towards destruction, that loves to destroy by dissociating, which is why a moment ago I called it philolytic. Not only does the repetition compulsion destroy the original trauma by dissociating it from what is nally expressed in consciousness, but the fabricated reality becomes increasingly entangled if the ego, over time, is obliged to elaborate the defense to explain away incongruities. Thus, as already noted, Freud saw that what links the trauma to its expression in a symptom is a chain of idiosyncratic interpretations and associations, transcriptions that are not translations. This is the sense in which, as Derrida puts it, the link can be interruption itself rather than a smooth logical chain. To compound the entanglement, facing the repetition compulsion, psychotherapy begins to defy its analytic, intellectual, hermeneutic, economic, character. Facing the singularity of this knot, having turned the analysand into an analytical collaborator, having pushed back all other resistances to analysis, psychoanalytic strategy itself becomes singular, reliant on an effective factor, namely, the personal unions of the analyst. In Freud's words, we must endeavor, after we have discovered the motives for its defense, to deprive them of their value or even to replace them by more powerful ones. This no doubt is where it ceases to be possible to state psychotherapeutic activity in formulas. One works to the best of one's power, as an elucidator, where ignorance has given rise to fear, as a teacher, as the representative of a freer or superior view of the world, as a father confessor who gives absolution, as it were, by a continuance of his sympathy and respect after the confession has been made. Here, aligning psychoanalysis with teaching and religion, the psychoanalytic task is reddened. The analyst intervenes in the activity of the repetition compulsion, no longer to dissolve it by theoretical explanation, nor even to overcome it through active counter-resistance techniques, but to recongur its shape, by rebinding or reconguring the threads of its invention of value. But what psychoanalysis has enabled one to see is not only that fabrications legitimate themselves on pragmatic grounds, it works for me, but also that it is only on those pragmatic grounds, rather than the grounds of an alternative true reality, that psychotherapy can offer a challenge to the analysand. One respects the reality of the analysand and assesses its merits not in terms of some ideal of true reality in the everyday but in terms of its internal costs and benefits. Paradoxically, then, facing what at bottom has no rational meaning, the task of analysis reformulate in a way that repeats precisely the reconstructive character of its most difficult adversary. It becomes non-analytic, synthetic, taken up, that is, in the fabrication of adaptive facilitations, in the construction of new narratives or new disguises for the unanalyzable event, the event that cannot be dissolved, the scar that cannot fade. In short, psychotherapy as analysis, a process or practice that directs itself toward an end, mirrors, speculates on, that which most strongly resists this process, namely, the repetition compulsion as a synthetic construction and revision that cannot be concluded. In Derrida's words, some would be tempted to infer from this that psychoanalysis is homogeneous to it and that psychoanalytic theory, treatment, and institution represent the death drive or the repetition compulsion at work. One faces in the end the mise en abîme of a double mirroring, for psychoanalysis and resistance become inextricably entangled with one another, since they prove to be isomorphic. On the one hand, the quintessential resistance to analysis, which should give sense to all the others, namely the repetition compulsion, turns out to repeat the very structure of analysis. Instead of putting a stop to analysis, then, the repetition compulsion is itself analytical in structure, making for an abyssal aneconomy of innate analyzability. On the other hand, psychoanalysis, as synthetic, turns out to repeat the repetition compulsion. This puts psychoanalysis in a spin. If psychotherapy mirrors the aim and the activity of the repetition compulsion, since the repetition compulsion resists psychoanalysis, this entangles us in the impossible, aporetic, thought that psychoanalysis itself, as the death drive, poses the greatest resistance to analysis. This, of course, Derrida notes, would not necessarily be cause for complaint. What is successful in psychotherapy depends on the insistence that, in principle, one must always be able to revise fabrications through careful intervention. It therefore demonstrates, on the one hand, the irreducibility not of the repetition compulsion but of repetition as iterability, as repeating differently. On the other hand, one is obliged to ask for whom, or according to what definition of mental illness, the analysand's interpretations are called fabrications, and, moreover, who decides, and in the name of what, which are the better constructions. In other words, psychoanalytic intervention, insofar as the analyst assumes the place of authority, teacher, or father confessor, is equally in danger of being taken in by its own repetition compulsion, namely that commanded by a certain disciplinary or institutional status quo. There is, then, no simple answer to the question of whether psychotherapy overcomes the repetition compulsion or is overcome by it. Concluding remarks. To sum up, then, Derrida sees psychoanalytic strategy shift, according to the kind of resistance it faces, from the hermeneutic task of comprehension and communication, through the effective polemic and erotic task of active engagement, and nally, beyond all these discursive and intellectual situations to the effective factor of personal ineance, in a reconstructive synthesis where there are no more general rules to follow. But in this case, he argues, psychoanalysis exceeds the concept of analysis that traditionally dominates philosophy, logic, and science, which, he claims, could not intervene, at least as such, in an effective fashion, in a decisive fashion to remove resistance of any sort. These affective, personal, and synthetic factors in psychoanalysis tempt one to think that it simply inaugurates another concept of analysis, which would, in turn, dismiss the possibility of there being a single scientific tradition. However, Derrida remarks, things are surely not so simple. First, Freud did not invent a new concept, but without choice, if he wished to be understood, had to submit to the inherited legacy of the two motifs that constitute every notion of analysis. Second, in his attempt to inaugurate a science, he had to justify his discourse and his institution before the tribunal of traditional analysis, before its norms and its law. These remarks suggest, on the one hand, that analysis in psychoanalysis overlaps with the traditional concept of analysis, in the sense that it must submit to its tradition. Yet, on the other hand, Derrida insists, this imbrication of psychoanalysis and the tradition of analysis equally places this tradition into question, particularly since psychoanalysis, in the form of its philosophical or scientific knowledge, has developed as a practical analysis of the cultural, political, and social resistances represented by hegemonic discourses. Here, he argues, if psychoanalysis belongs, with philosophy, logic, and science, to a single tradition of analysis, it would have been deemed as a unit concept. But the unity of psychoanalysis in turn depends on a similarly unit concept of resistance. Yet, in his view, this was never the case. Thus, if it is true that the concept of resistance to analysis cannot unify itself, for non-accidental or non-contingent reasons. Then the concept of analysis and of psychoanalytic analysis, the very concept of psychoanalysis, will have known the same fate instead. Psychoanalysis is divided between two motifs. As Derrida puts it, on the one side, an Enlightenment progressivism, which hopes for an analysis that will continue to gain ground on initial obscurity to the degree that it removes resistances and liberates, unbinds, emancipates, as does every analysis, and, on the other side, a sort of fatalism or pessimism of desire that reckons with a portion of darkness and situates the unanalyzable as its very resource accordingly. If psychoanalysis and the tradition of analysis overlap, then it brings out into the open what has always been repressed in order for there to be a tradition, namely, that analysis as a concept is incoherent and that, therefore, a single tradition of analysis is constituted only on the basis of repression, as is any hegemonic discourse. Psychoanalysis can neither reject nor embrace either economic analysis, which values objectivity, neutrality, and truth, or an economic synthesis, which embraces a Nietzschean motif of self-invention. How, then, are these extremes to be related? It would be an error, of course, to assume that the economic and the uneconomic in psychoanalysis form proper opposites between which one can make an either/or choice. For Derrida, instead, these sides are caught up in an aporetic vacillation, which, unable to come to rest, wreaks the incoherence of the notion psychoanalysis. This is not, one must add immediately, intended as criticism. As he insists, the inability to gather oneself, to identify with oneself, to unify oneself, all of this is perhaps tragedy itself, but it is also, the chance again, to say that psychoanalysis does not have the concept of what it itself is in its auto-identification, because it cannot give itself a concept of resistance, is certainly not to describe a paralysis of psychoanalysis, at least not a banal and negative paralysis. It gives movement, it gives one to think and to move. Institutional psychoanalysis and the paradoxes of archivization. We know that in the mass of mankind there is a powerful need for an authority who can be admired, before whom one bows down, by whom one is ruled and perhaps even ill-treated. We have learned from the psychology of individual men what the origin is of this need of the masses. It is a longing for the father felt by everyone from his childhood onwards. The decisiveness of thought, the strength of will, the energy of action are part of the picture of a father, but above all the autonomy and independence of the great man, his divine unconcern which may grow into ruthlessness. One must admire him, one may trust him, but one cannot avoid being afraid of him too. Introductory remarks. Derrida's third thesis in outline with unsurpassable subtlety, Freud analyzed, that is also to say, deconstructed, what Derrida calls the archontic principle of the archive, which, he notes, concerns the nomological arc of the law, of institution, of domiciliation, of liation. This principle describes the movement by which the authority that presided over the archive is repeated across generations. As, arguably, the paternal and patriarchic principle, it presupposes that the authority vested in the father is directed toward its repetition in the sons. Freud uncovers the paradox whereby not even the strongest rebellion, parricide, circumvents the circular return of this same authority. At best, the archontic principle of the archive dictates that parricide will merely amount to the pseudo-democratic takeover of the archive by the brothers. This archontic circle, then, names the principle of the movement that traps father and son in a sting circle of neurotic repetition. However, as a self-inventive theoretical pioneer, Freud himself subverts this archontic principle. He did not merely draw out the unknown in the existing archive, what was, until then, secret in it, but insisted upon something radically heterogeneous to it, so highlighting the character of the archive as itself an invention. One could, therefore, legitimately expect from him not only some indication of a way out of the archontic circle of patriarchy in the recognition of an excess that threatens every archive, but also extreme sensitivity to the dangers of getting caught in its trap himself, through his institutionalization of psychoanalysis. Yet, in practice, Derrida argues, Freud remained patriarchal. He declared, notably in The Rat Man, that the patriarchal right, Vaterrecht, marked the civilizing progress of reason. Moreover, he was overly concerned with constituting psychoanalysis as a discipline, with assuring his legacy by remaining the archon, the patriarch, who had already conquered what could be said by his children in his name. In Derrida's words, in life as in his works, in his theoretical theses as in the compulsion of his institutionalizing strategy, Freud repeated the patriarchal logic. He remained under the spell of the archontic principle, to the point, Derrida notes, that certain people can wonder if, decades after his death, his sons, so many brothers, can yet speak in their own name. Or if his daughter ever came to life to adumbrate the theme of part. Derrida's remark here tacitly raises the related questions of Lacan's return to Freud and of women. Does Lacan's return automatically trap him in the archontic circle to the point that he cannot speak in his own name? Or, if he claims to speak in his own name, is he still practicing psychoanalysis? In more general terms, can there be a reinvention of Freudian psychoanalysis that is still psychoanalysis? Derrida's arguments in various contexts unequivocally affirm that there can, indeed must, be inventive appropriation of any institution. Moreover, as addressed at length in the previous chapters, it is precisely Freud, in his uneconomic moments, who gives him the means to make this argument. Derrida, then, in demonstrating that psychoanalysis already inscribes its own uneconomic subversion beyond its more traditionally accepted economic description, offers just such an inventive appropriation of it. Curiously, however, he does not grant Lacan the equivalent reinventive power, presumably because he does not see in Lacan's arguments the plural logic of the aporia. Here I have to disagree with him. Instead, it is more likely that Lacan similarly reinvents psychoanalysis, drawing Freud's thinking past its residual metaphysical and patriarchal commitments into the domain of the aporia. Simultaneously, Lacan's reinvention of psychoanalysis is a matter of bringing the feminine to life, sadly, not Freud's daughter, however, who, in Lacan's view, remains a faithful servant of the conservative in Freud. Freud's insight into the structure of the archontic circle. Freud's myth of parricide in Totem and Taboo. Since Derrida's thesis explicitly refers to Freud's articulation of the archontic circle in Totem and Taboo, it will be necessary to open this and a companion work, Moses and Monotheism. But here one encounters a richly spun web of highly contentious speculations concerning an original parricide, stretching across diverse fields of inquiry, the proper critique of which would require expertise beyond the scope and focus of this chapter. However, even if Freud's historical/anthropological speculations are all questionable as hypotheses concerning actual events in prehistory, they nevertheless reveal a good deal about the circular structure of archontic authority. On the whole, then, it seems justable to sidestep the myriad difficulties concerning Freud's historical and socio-psychological speculations by leaving aside the issue of material truth and by treating his speculative hypothesis of an original parricide as a mythical construction that offers a certain psychical truth concerning the structure of the specific kind of authority relation inscribed in the archontic circle. Based on Darwin's proposal, Freud speculates that the earliest humans must have lived together in hordes, that is, small groups of women and small children presided over by a violent and jealous father who keeps all the females for himself and drives away his sons as they grow up. Presumably, those who survived this cruel eviction would eventually snatch a female or two from some other horde and begin their own. However, Freud notes, this original state has never been observed, and the most archaic social form observable today replaces the dominant patriarch with bands of males who enjoy equal rights subject to the dictates of a totemic system within which the fundamental taboos are prohibitions against injuring the totem and incest. Freud insists that the more democratic form of organization that characterizes the totem clan must have developed from out of the primal horde. His question is, along what lines? An account of such a transition, he argues, would have to explain why the new social contract went hand in hand with the intense emotional ambivalence and irrational excesses of totemism, which he sees as the precursor to current forms of religious practice. It would also have to explain the mystery of the incest taboo. The necessity of a prohibition implies that there are no reliable natural barriers against the temptation to practice incest. In fact, our RST choice of a love object is often incestuous. Moreover, such a taboo could not have been supported at its origin, as it might be today, by modern genetics or by experience of the detrimental effects of inbreeding. Such decadence, were it clearly established, would in any case have taken generations to manifest. Also, mythology teaches that incest is allowed to the gods, and ancient history teaches that incestuous sister marriage was required of certain rulers. Thus Freud concludes incest was a privilege forbidden to the common herd and its taboo was a matter of power rather than science. Psychoanalytical experience, Freud argues, particularly concerning the Oedipus complex and obsessional neurosis, enables one to bring together under a single explanatory construction the otherwise mystifying ideas and practices at the origin of civilization, including the social contract, the fundamental taboos that prohibit injury to the totem and incest, thereby promoting exogamy, and the paradoxical totem feast, vestiges of which remain in certain contemporary religions. The young males in the horde, he speculates, must have experienced the contradictory feelings at work in the ambivalent father complexes of contemporary children and neurotics. Although no doubt they loved their formidable father as an admired model, they must also have hated him for the harsh embargo he placed on their aspirations toward power and sex and sorely envied his privileged access to the women. If their hatred becomes overpowering, the love and awe are repressed and they end themselves denying that the father has any good qualities. Conceivably, then, the ousted brothers nally banded together and, so united, gained the courage and strength to do what each individual youth desired but could not have done alone, namely kill and devour their father, so identifying themselves with him and gaining for each a portion of his power. But how could such a murder be the inaugurating moment of civilization? Having disposed of the father, Freud notes, one would expect the brothers to turn upon one another in a bitter struggle for succession. No doubt this did occur, but it could not have been the predominant ornal outcome of the parricide, for in this case, one tyrant would simply have replaced another without generating any impetus toward what Freud sees as the next social stage, at which numbers of males live together in a peaceable community to account for the prevalence of democracy among men in human societies. Freud offers the following psychological explanation: after they got rid of him, had satisfied their hatred, and had put into effect their wish to identify themselves with him, the affection, which had all this time been pushed under, was bound to make itself felt. Moreover, he notes, more cynically, this fresh emotional attitude must also have been assisted by the fact that the deed cannot have given complete satisfaction to those who did it. From one point of view it had been done in vain. Not one of the sons had in fact been able to put his original wish of taking his father's place into effect as an expression of remorse. Then, the brothers hoped to bring about a symbolic reconciliation with the murdered tyrant by replacing him with a substitute or totem, which epitomized the good father. A totem is deemed as a sacred thing, endowed with awe-inspiring powers, and treated with the greatest veneration and self-sacrifice. According to Freud, appropriate animals were the natural RST candidates to represent the lost father, but over time totems became more various, successively taking on part animal/part human forms, all human forms, the spiritual forms of gods and demons, and abstract forms such as names. Totemism, he continues, is a covenant between the brothers and their father substitute, in which he promised them everything that a childish imagination may expect from a father: protection, care, and indulgence, while on their side, they undertook to respect his life, that is to say, not to repeat the deed which had brought destruction on their real father. The brothers thus amplify the goodness and the power of the totem, which will protect them as long as they obediently measure up to its demands. Thus, totemism contains an element of self-justification. If our father had treated us in the way the totem does, we should never have felt tempted to kill him. Having become totem worshippers, the brothers impose on themselves myriad taboos that prevent any hint of injury to the totem and conream their obedience. Taboos, however, are not ordinary prohibitions with a clear, pragmatic basis, such as a prohibition against swimming in waters where there are known dangers. Instead, they are excessive prohibitions, often taking the form of arbitrary, seemingly irrational, unusually severe restrictions on physical mobility and pleasure. They appear to be loaded with the demand for expiation or atonement and enact physical suffering or punishment seemingly in advance of any actual transgression or offense against the totem. In other words, these taboos wreaked a self-punishing renunciation of the fruits of their crime in an effort to allay the guilt associated with the original murder. Herein lies the emotional motive for instituting the incest taboo, by which the brothers renounce the very women they desired and for access to whom they had murdered the father. This sense that the women truly belong to the powerful, or, anticipating the Oedipus complex, that the mother truly belongs to the father, explains psychologically why the incest taboo is a matter of power rather than science. This renunciation might have been supported by pragmatic concerns. Sexual desire, as Freud explains, is divisive, it turns all men into rivals. Although the brothers needed one another to overpower their father, each would have harbored a wish to take his father's place as sole despot concerning women. Struggles of all against all probably took place, to the detriment of the group. To preserve the unit brotherhood that was their strength and power, therefore, Freud concluded that the brothers had no alternative except to institute the law against incest. So far, Freud has gathered together in a single explanatory framework the indispensable constituents of totemism, which are, in his words, the worship of the totem, which includes a prohibition against injuring or killing it, exogamy, that is, renunciation of the passionately desired mothers and sisters in the horde, the granting of equal rights to all the members of the fraternal alliance, that is, restricting the inclination to violent rivalry among them. Notably, however, the fundamental taboos of totemism wreaked precisely the will of the murdered father. In Freud's words, what had up to then been prevented by his actual existence was thenceforward prohibited by the sons themselves. Ironically, then, in this deferred obedience of totemism, the specter of the dead father returns as powerful as ever. Moreover, the actual tyrant is merely replaced by another master, a sacred object whose seemingly absolute and self-evident authority engenders the very emotional ambivalence that led to the original murder. As Freud notes, the very word sacred has attached to it the ambivalence of consecrated and detestable. Thus, he notes, we nd that the ambivalence implicit in the father complex persists in totemism and in religions generally. In this way a vicious and sting circle is closed. Whether it is hatred for the father or love for the father substitute, the sons are caught in the trap of their unresolved emotional ambivalence toward the authority gur, where to loosen the knot of hatred on one side is to tighten the knot of love on the other. As a repressive defense against this ambivalence and the imperfection it implies both in their worship and in the totem's power, love and offer it are amplified further. The worshippers exist entirely under the shadow of a defense system that works to preserve the immense goodness of the totem. Even in the face of the most miserable misfortune, they nd a way to exculpate the totem, just as original sin exculpates God. Driven by the guilty belief that they deserve such misfortune as punishment for the inadequacy of their worship, they impose on themselves even more severe taboos. As Freud puts it, describing the relation between the ancient Jews and their God, driven by the need to satisfy the sense of guilt, which will be insatiable as long as there is misfortune, they impose taboos that grow ever stricter, more meticulous, and even more trivial. In this way, Freud grants that great moralistic heights, or extremes, are reached, but this rectitude, he insists, as originating not from desire for the good but from the sense of guilt felt on account of a suppressed hostility to God, displays the irrational excesses characteristic of obsessional neurotic reaction formations. Moreover, although any hint of injury to the totem is prohibited, as Freud cannily points out, the prohibition is only necessary because at some level it is recognized that the worshippers desire precisely such injury. Their awe and respect is never free of the tinge of fear, suspicion, envy, and hatred. If the totem persistently withdraws its promise of protection and bounty, the worshipper may repeat the murder, or wish to In recognizing this parasital desire, one also implicitly recognizes the imperfection of the totem. Totemism, then, not only expresses remorse and offers the hope of atonement and self-justification, but paradoxically it also serves as a reminder that the group ultimately has power over the totem. According to Freud, satisfaction concerning the triumph of the group over the father underpins the ritualized totem feast, described as a festival at which the totem clan as a group kill and devour the totem, an act that is taboo to individuals. This festival, during which the restrictions of deferred obedience are lifted, Freud argues, would thus be a repetition and a commemoration of this memorable and criminal deed, which was the beginning of so many things of social organization, of moral restrictions and of religion. If Freud acknowledges that totemism as a religio-social institution is no longer an explicit form of life in modern societies, vestiges nevertheless remain, in pathologies, in all religions, and in, as Derrida points out, the archontic principle of the archive. If totemism, in Freud's words, arose from a leal sense of guilt, in an attempt to allay that feeling and to appease the father by deferred obedience to him, then, he insists, all religions have the same end in view and are reactions to the same great event with which civilization began and which, since it occurred, has not allowed mankind a moment's rest. To sum up, Freud's parricide myth of totem and taboo offers a psychological account of how an ideology perpetuates itself. In outline, he shows that the rebellion of a group against a strongly authoritarian tyrant leaves the group in a power vacuum where, due to a powerful residual need for authority, ambivalent forces of fear, guilt, and pride predominate. This intolerable ambivalence, if left unresolved, leads the group to impose upon themselves the very restrictions they have just thrown off. The prohibitions once imposed on them by the tyrant are now internalized and self-imposed. Freud's genius, then, is to have seen this paradoxical circularity of the archontic principle. If, due to an overwhelming need for authority, the overcoming of tyranny results in totemism, the irony is that the greatest resistance to the father merely strengthens the tyrannical hold of his power over his sons. Notably, an economic relation to traditional institutions, which has often been privileged as the only genuine relation, takes the form of an archontic circle. This economic relation presupposes that an inventor is inspired with the truth and is compelled to pass it on to those to come, who, in turn, must maintain its purity against dissipating forces. Freud, then, offers a psychological account of why this economic archontic circle has such a compulsive power to hold father and son in its grip. He shows that power is perpetuated because an ideology, placed above the individual players as a totem, invents/deans the players, whether father or son, repeats itself through them, and prevents them from inventing themselves. Following Freud's indications, it is clear that to some extent, his classical articulation of the Oedipus complex, which he names the central experience of the formative years in early childhood, describes a movement at the individual level parallel to the archontic circle wreaked in the parricide myth. However, Freud views the archontic circle as the neurotic consequence of an inability to resolve the emotional ambivalence generated by the Oedipal desires, and he measures health in terms of a successful resolution of this ambivalence. Given that he calls the archontic circle neurotic, the ultimate point of his efforts must be to show that it is also necessary to overcome the desperate need for a master, which motivates us to replace the father with a totem, in spite of the unhappiness this necessarily causes us. Consequently, one would expect a healthy outcome to correspond with the ability to step beyond the archontic circle. Presumably, totemism is overcome, if ever, with the realization that no sacred object or being can live up to the demands placed upon it. However, since the so-called healthy resolution of the Oedipus complex is itself troubled by internal tensions, it remains to be seen whether Freud's classical articulation of the Oedipus complex is sufficient to his ultimate requirement, for taking a step beyond the archontic circle implies subverting the desire for absolute power. Freud's classical articulation of the Oedipus complex as if Sophocles was saying to him, "You are struggling in vain against your responsibility and are protesting in vain of what you have done in opposition to these criminal intentions. You are guilty, for you have not been able to destroy them, they still persist in you unconsciously. And there is psychological truth in this. Even if a man has repressed his evil impulses into the unconscious and would like to tell himself afterwards that he is not responsible for them, he is nevertheless bound to be aware of this responsibility as a sense of guilt whose basis is unknown to him according to Freud. The Oedipus complex, whose nature can be deduced from the name he gave it, namely an erotic attachment to the mother and a desire to kill the father, is a situation which every child is destined to pass through and which follows inevitably from the factor of the prolonged period during which a child is cared for by other people. A number of years of pre-Oedipal psychosexual organization and development precede the conics that characterize this complex, which occurs at a stage where sexual differences are being noticed and integrated by a child. For him, the Oedipus complex, as the RST expression of sexual difference, occurs differently for boys and girls. Freud's initial formulation of the Oedipus complex in terms of sexual difference presents endless difficulties. One either stalls on these or acknowledges that there is nevertheless something to be gained from studying it. I tend to agree with Roy Schaefer that it is precisely its adaptability that gives Freud's Oedipus complex its power. As he puts it, for us psychoanalysts the most adaptable, trustworthy, inclusive, supportable, and helpful storyline of them all is the Oedipus complex in all its complexity and with all its surprises. But to enter into this complexity, beginning with Freud's own suggestions concerning a positive and negative version for each sex, would be to step beyond the scope of this chapter. As a starting point, I shall outline Freud's classic statement of the Oedipus complex, taken from his An Outline of Psychoanalysis, which was written near the end of his life as a gathering together of his ideas. Notably, however, it is already possible to ND in this statement the loose thread Lacan will take up in his revisions, and one will ND in Lacan's revisions a guiding thread through the labyrinth of sexual difference. I will take up Lacan's arguments in detail in the chapters to follow. The masculine Oedipus complex. On the one hand, Freud argues, a boy's awakening genital sexuality is directed toward his mother as a desire to possess her physically. On the other hand, while admired as a model of enviable physical strength and authority, the boy's father now becomes a rival and an obstacle to his attempts at seduction. Powerful fantasies of destroying the father and taking his place are supported by the father's periodic absences. In Freud's words, his satisfaction when his father disappears and his disappointment when he emerges again are deeply felt experiences eventually constrained to curb her child's sexual attentions. The mother places a prohibition on masturbation, whose effect is only to modify the means by which he satisfies himself. Forced into greater severity, therefore, she threatens castration, and, moreover, assigns to the boy's father the task of carrying it out. Freud concedes that this castration threat can be imagined. It is put together from hints, prohibitions, and early sexual hypotheses. The threat, real or fantasized, gathers credibility and force when the boy notices that some humans, sisters, really do lack penises, and its consequences are, Freud insists, multifarious and incalculable. The castration threat, as noted, represents the RST great parental betrayal whereby the boy's parents are lost to him as libidinal objects.